This is our main character, Zeke. Just a few seconds ago, he won the duel against his half-brother Greg. This was also the match to decide who would inherit the family. Everyone in the stands was astonished, not understanding how this useless young master could have defeated Greg, who was considered a genius. After the match ended, Zeke turned to a man on the high platform and said, "Father, the count title will belong to the winner of this duel." At these words from his son, the man began to roar in anger, "How dare you, this damned match decides nothing." But after hearing his blatant renege, Zeke calmly removed his gloves and said, "Well, I expected this. I've never wanted that damn title for a moment in my life." Saying that, he threw the ring in his hand towards him. This is the ring representing the heir. Zeke always held it because he was the eldest son. As for this man, after seeing me throw the heir's ring like a pile of trash towards him, he couldn't contain his composure and rushed straight to the railing and yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" To this question, Zeke answered very nonchalant, "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm leaving this family of my own accord." The reason Zeke could say these words so easily was because this was his second life. In his previous life, he knew how miserable this family was, but that's not the main reason. One of the biggest reasons he could give up the heir's position without its protection was that in his previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of human strength. He was also the one who took the lives of countless people. Those who worshipped and feared him called him the Demon King. As for why he regressed, it's because he was beaten to death. All of this has to do with the day before. This is when the decisive battle between him and the hero's party took place. Enemies meeting need no words. The entire hero's party began to launch countless moves towards Zeke. But facing these kinds of moves, Zeke only used a few sword strikes to cut them all apart. But at this moment, a voice rang out, "May you always be full of strength, O hero." After this girl's blessing, the hero's whole body was covered in a golden divine light, and his strength reached its peak limit. And in the next moment, the hero unleashed a powerful cleaving strike towards Zeke. Just looking at the giant sword aura in front of him, Zeke knew that he couldn't withstand this blow. Then, a earth-shattering explosion began, and Zeke's consciousness was lost. I don't know how long has passed. This time Zeke slowly woke up, because in his ears there were countless voices. "Kill him quickly, he is the Demon King of Strength. Who knows when he will recover his strength? He can't do anything to us in this state," the hero said. At this point, Zeke began to really come to his senses and realized he wasn't dead yet. And at this moment, standing in front of him was the handsome hero. Although he didn't like him, he had to admit that he was really handsome. And on this side, the hero also started pointing his sword and said, "Listen, before I finish you off, I will recount all the crimes you have committed. Taking hundreds of lives of the holy knights of the Carwoodman team, killing innocent people, blah blah blah, and of course, this isn't a wrongful accusation, he really did do these things." But even though that was what he did, hearing the hero say it with his own mouth made him feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, a thought popped into his head, it would be a waste to die like this. Luckily, I still have the key to bend fate. Thanks to it, I can stab this bastard one last time. Along with the blade that has bent the fate of the target to change the future, but I don't know how his future will change. And while he was thinking, the hero had finished reading Zeke's crimes and was preparing to execute him. Demon King Zeke, I hope in the next life you will become someone who knows how to do good deeds. As he said this, he swung his sword down. Okay, if I have the chance, but not now. There's something I have to do quickly, it's to teach you a lesson, you idiot. Saying this, Zeke's middle finger lit up. Then he shot something towards the hero. Instantly, this thing began to break, piercing through the armor and into the flesh within. The hero, seeing this scene, became enraged. How did you get this? But Zeke answered this question. Seeing the hero so angry made him extremely happy. It seems to be working, you're so angry. Meanwhile, the hero couldn't contain his anger anymore, and immediately decapitated him. I wanted to live longer than this, but I have no regrets. Cut to another scene. Zeke suddenly wakes up from his bed due to the loud noises that make it impossible for him to sleep. Ugh, damn it, these birds keep chirping and I can't sleep. But at this moment Zeke also realized something. So he started checking, first looking at his hands, then touching his throat to check, and finally looking at himself in the mirror. I'm young again, but why? I clearly lost at the hands of those bastards. Then sat and listened to that guy's nonsense, and finally I used the key to bend fate. Is it because of it? But where did I get that key? I can't remember. Zeke tried to hold his head but still can't remember where he got the key. But at this moment there is one thing he is sure of. Anyway, he is definitely back in the past. He is in his private room, so that means at this time he is still living with his family. What should I do now? Maybe I should go find the key to bend fate. Wait, but why did I leave my family back then? It feels like my memories are being suppressed, but suddenly at this moment the door to his room is suddenly opened. making Zeke start to think, can his father just enter the room of the eldest son of a noble family like that? Ah no, at this time even the servants don't consider me a noble. Then the door was completely opened, a complaining voice rang out, "Hey young master, are you still in the room?" This voice is from a blonde-haired servant. Looking at this person's appearance, Zeke can't remember who he is. But at least he's using the right title with him. And on this side, the servant, seeing Zeke not saying anything, starts to say, "You always leave at dawn, have you given up on that too? Now you can't be lazy, can you?" And Zeke, seeing this servant being so rude, started to take a breath and beckoned, calling him back, "Come here." This servant, seeing this, was a little confused, but he still came closer. But then just smiled and looked at him without saying anything, which made this servant uncomfortable. "If you called me over, say something." To answer this question, Zeke immediately gave him a misplaced punch. The servant, taking this blow, hurriedly covered his face and asked, "What are you doing?" But at this moment in front of him was a very different Zeke. His expression at this moment was extremely cold and dangerous, making the servant not even dare to look directly into the face of this master. Next, Zeke tripped him, causing the servant to fall to the ground. And the next thing waiting for this servant is a merciless beating. This servant started to cry and apologize, but it seems Zeke doesn't intend to stop. But at this moment a voice rang out, "What's going on?" The servant, hearing this voice, felt like he saw a savior. He hurriedly rushed towards this person and said, "Master Biner." Biner repeated once more, "I'm asking what's going on." This servant is still very rude. He even raised his middle finger at Zeke. At the same time, Zeke thought this bastard is a little impolite. Biner, seeing that Zeke did not answer, continued to ask, "Why aren't you answering?" Zeke, hearing this, said coldly, "You're talking to me like that, so what, are you going to hit me like you hit Han?" Zeke heard that and started to smile and said, "Okay, a dirty dog who can't even recognize its owner should be beaten so it knows to lower its tail." Biner heard this and was like hearing a strange story from Vietnam. "You think you can beat me now? You think you're that good?" Zeke heard this and replied, "With my current physique and skills, I can't beat you, I admit that. But what can I do? In name, I'm your master. I can't not train a dog to be obedient, right?" Zeke said, grabbing the tablecloth. Meanwhile, Biner turned around and said angrily, "What dog? Do you know who I am?" But just as he said that, Zeke threw the tablecloth at him. At the same time while he was blinded by the blanket, Zeke also grabbed the vase nearby, and smashed it straight into his head. And this is a lesson Zeke wanted to teach this guy: strength isn't everything, you damn knight. After saying that, he turned to Han. "Now, let's finish the story we started earlier." Han heard that and began to turn pale, because what awaited him next would be a merciless beating. Of course, right after this ended, Zeke was called to the Patriarch's office to sort things out. Standing in front of this door, he had many thoughts. Before, he used to be very afraid of opening this door. Even so, I don't care at all now. Then he just opened the door. Inside were the Patriarch and others waiting. Meanwhile, when Biner saw Zeke enter, he looked at him with an annoyed look. This was because he remembered a recent conversation with the second son, Greg. "Father knows about it. I'm very disappointed in you for falling flat on your face and becoming a disgrace to the Steel Will Knights like that." Saying that, Greg reached out and stroked Biner's face as if stroking a dog. "You didn't do anything wrong, right? Be confident. I mean, Zeke is your opponent. You'll have a chance to defeat him later." These memories appearing made Biner extremely angry. At this time, the Patriarch also began to speak. "You're late." He was Count Vodo Steelwill, Zeke's father. After Zeke heard him ask that, he replied in a very bored tone, "What do you want, father?" After Voder heard his answer, he began to get annoyed. "You brat, have you forgotten how to greet people now? You don't even accept me, what's the point of doing that?" Hearing this, Voder became even more angry, rotten thinking, "If you act like this, how will you inherit my title of Count? You are the official heir of Steelwill, at least make an effort." Hearing this, Zeke asked back in a contemptuous tone, "The heir? Are you talking about the official heir? Have you ever really thought about giving that title to me?" This brat, Vordo, was about to say something more when a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder, and this person's voice rang out. "See, Count, I've told you time and time again, that child is still so rude." This woman was the Count's wife, Zeke's stepmother, Florelle Steelwill. After hearing her say that, Zeke's hands clenched in anger. "I remember these two clearly. They always find ways to surpass me, then oppress and slander me." Thinking of this, he took a breath. Then suddenly acting very properly, "How could I be disrespectful and rude to you? It's completely a misunderstanding. Mother." He deliberately dragged out the word mother as a way to mock her. Florelle's face became distorted after hearing this. Annoyed, meanwhile Zeke still raised his voice and stated, "Thinking about it, it's thanks to those two that I was invited here to see father. I sincerely apologize, father. Saying this, he began to walk towards the sword hanging on the wall, and took it. This action surprised everyone. But Zeke didn't care. He began to point the sword at Han and continued, I made a mistake, I will use this opportunity to end the matter. Seeing this, Han turned pale, quickly looking at the people around him for help. The second son Greg next to him was very happy to see this scene. This idiot, he's pointing a sword at someone right in front of father. Voter also began to speak, how dare you point a sword at someone in this place? Hearing this, Zeke replied in a very carefree manner, of course, someone who insults the rightful heir of the great Count Steelwill deserves to have their head chopped off. Isn't that why you called me here? Hearing this, Florel quickly said, stop, what do you mean? Han insulted you, that can't be true, right? How would I dare to do that to you? Han said, but on the opposite side, Zeke started stabbing his sword into the floor and said, if that's the case, are you saying I'm lying to my father? These words really put Han in a difficult situation. If I say anything wrong here, I'll really be killed, even Lady Florel won't be able to protect me then. Zeke knew very well that this guy was definitely Lady Florel's man, but he didn't understand why she had to go to such lengths for him. And while Han was struggling to figure out how to answer, Biner started to speak up, that's right. The young master is lying. Florel, on her side, felt like she found a way out. She quickly grabbed Biner's arm and asked, is that really so, Sir Biner? Yes, Countess. Sir Zeke unilaterally attacked Han and me. Zeke smirked when he heard that. A knight like you claims to have been unilaterally attacked so easily, aren't you ashamed? Looks like you're not planning on admitting your guilt either. Biner became embarrassed when he heard that and said, not a word I've said is a lie. But Zeke didn't expect these guys to tell the truth, so he planned to reveal his hand. In the end, you're still going to claim you're innocent, If that's the case, no need to say more, prove it with your abilities. As he spoke, he pointed his sword at the guy. Biner was shocked and said, are you crazy? But Zeke didn't pay attention to his question. Instead, he turned to his father and asked, you can see it now, right? Father, you can ultimately use this opportunity to completely get rid of me if I lose in this match. This was also in line with Voter's intention, so he agreed to allow the match to take place. Biner was also very excited when he heard that, remember your words. Perhaps at this moment, he had already thought of a way to take Zeke down. Zeke was also very happy with this decision. Thank you for that decision. Father, you can decide the time and place yourself. As he spoke, he turned his head to leave. Zeke's carefree attitude, as if he had already secured victory, also angered Voter. I only intended to scold him a little and then let him go home, but perhaps this might be a suitable excuse to pass the Count title to Greg. Meanwhile, Zeke, after putting his sword back on the wall, said, Father, I want to try to change from now on. You see, I realize I won't be able to achieve what I want if I keep getting stuck in the past. Voter was a little confused when he heard that. What you want, you mean the Count title. Zeke heard that and turned his head to say, anyway, you won't understand anything I say now, Father, I'll see you in that match, Biner. And to prepare for the upcoming battle, Zeke began to work hard. At the same time, many thoughts ran through his mind. Thinking about it, how could I have been so weak and naive? My father's attention was everything, but I wasn't even properly taught swordsmanship. Because my father was very reluctant to let me learn swordsmanship. At that time, I didn't know about the great and brutal existence hidden inside me. Normally, a person's innate mana amount is fixed, and compared to the average person, my mana is much larger, but it's also bolder and more difficult to control. That's why when Zeke used just a little mana, it caused an explosion. Knowing that it's hard to return to the mana that I possessed when I was the Demon King, well, it's impossible that such a large amount of mana that can be compared to the mana of a dragon would awaken in me right away in one go. Speaking of which, I even received the title of Demon King of Strength. To be like that, I really had to go through a lot of difficulties and challenges, to the point where it felt like everything was arranged by someone. So, thinking of this, Zeke jumped up, and said to the tree behind, stop peeking and leave. These words startled the person hiding behind the tree. He knew he was here. Seeing that he had been discovered, this person no longer hid and came out of the tree. It turned out to be the second son, Greg. At this moment, he also said, it seems that you have finally awakened your mana, But you probably don't think you can win with just that level, do you? The battle with Sir Biner and the inheritance of the Count title. Why are you doing something so unlike yourself? Greg said, wearing a contemptuous smile. Then he pretended to be kind and advised, Zeke, just live as you have before. You have to know the situation. I'll take care of you later, so you don't have to feel. But when he said this, Greg began to fall silent. Because on the opposite side, Zeke's face had turned dark. This kid's words really made Zeke angry. So you're afraid that I'll take that Count's position from you? Greg, hearing Zeke's cold voice, felt a little uneasy, but he regained his composure and said, "No way. I will give up becoming a count if I can't defeat someone as worthless as you, Zeke Steelwill." On the other hand, Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone. If this guy liked to fight, he'd oblige. "If that's what you think, then I should act according to what my little brother wants. Inherit the title of count, let's see who wins, true to the style of our warrior family." Hearing that, Greg started swatting Zeke's hand off his shoulder, saying, "Are you crazy? Are you suggesting we have a duel?" Zeke replied, "What if that's what I'm suggesting?" Greg also agreed, "I have no reason to refuse." "Good, then I'll take that as your agreement. I'll decide the time and place." After saying that, Zeke left. And soon after, the battle between Zeke and Biner began in the presence of countless people from the territory. At this moment, standing before Zeke, Biner said loudly, "I have sincerely learned a lesson from you, young master. Now it's time for me to teach you a lesson. Because skill is what determines victory, you will regret not wearing armor." While this guy was babbling, Zeke didn't pay any attention. What he was concerned about was that his sword seemed a little dull. He wondered who was responsible for that. And after Biner's boasting, the referee announced, "The battle begins." Immediately after the order rang out, both rushed forward at the same time to gain the upper hand. Biner was the one who launched the first attack. Although Zeke blocked the attack, his whole body trembled. Even if he's stupid, a knight is still a knight, I guess. Although Zeke said that to sound tough, he was actually a little surprised because this guy's slash was stronger than he thought. And Biner, after seeing Zeke struggling to block one of his attacks, began to smile. "How about this, young master? If we fight fairly, you can't beat me." Constantly having to withstand heavy attacks caused Zeke to be pushed back a distance. But at this opportunity, Biner also began to concentrate mana into his sword to increase its attack power. Sure enough, after the sword was covered in mana, both its speed and power became stronger. Zeke was already at a disadvantage when fighting normally. Now he had to endure the added power from mana-infused slashes. It was truly hardship upon hardship. And Biner was very pleased to see that he could give Zeke such a hard time. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the Steelwill family was observing. The steward next to the patriarch, seeing that Zeke could fight with Biner for so long, was a little surprised. "The young master is fighting better than I thought. He has blocked several of Mr. Biner's attacks." But Mrs. Florell didn't like this, so she deliberately downplayed it. "But I think we are still dominating, don't you think so?" But before Vodo could answer, the steward continued, "Of course, because the young master has not been properly taught swordsmanship." These words from the steward made the lady look at him with an uncomfortable gaze. As for Voder, he just remained silent and said nothing. And at this time, in the stands, the audience was cheering and yelling, "Mr. Biner, finish him, don't show him any mercy." These words made Biner even more excited. "Did you hear that, young master? The audience wants me to finish you." Following that, he began to attack even more fiercely. "If you don't want to get hurt, your best option now is to surrender." As he spoke, the sword in his hand began to burst with even more intense mana. "Zeke may not be strong, but his trash talk is just as good. Surrender my ass. I've only just begun." Saying this, he also began to cover his sword with mana. It seems like he's planning to execute some kind of move. And after seeing Zeke using mana, Biner was so shocked that he was stunned. "Damn it, no way," Biner thought to himself. And on the opposite side, Zeke unleashed his move. All that could be seen was him releasing mana from his sword, creating countless mana bullets. But Biner was no slouch either. Although he was a little surprised by this scene, he was able to dodge or block all of these mana bullets. As for Zeke, after releasing this attack, his whole arm began to tremble. "I know, the mana is losing control, I can't fully control it." Although it couldn't hurt Boar, that attack really impressed everyone in the stands. They started discussing with each other, "What did I just witness? I saw it too, but I can't believe it, just now Mr. Zeke." Even the butler on this side was amazed. "Did you see that, Count? That's the skill of extending the senses. That's when mind sword unity goes through mana. Where did he learn a technique that allows someone to control a sword like their own limbs?" And at this moment below, Biner was worried and wondered, when did he learn a skill like this? But his stance after using mana is very unstable, like his body and mana are separating, and he can't control it. "My opponent is still just a weakling." Thinking this, Biner's face began to become serious and he said, "Stop playing around already." Then Biner started attacking again. First, he started gathering mana into his sword. Next, he prepared to execute his ultimate move. With countless years of combat experience, Zeke was able to barely dodge Biner's move. If he got hit by that, he would be game over. Biner was a little surprised that Zeke dodged this move. But his attack was not over yet. The next move, Biner didn't use the laser blast anymore, but he gathered all the energy into the sword and stabbed toward Zeke. you won't be able to dodge this one. Biner shouted. As Biner said, Zeke really couldn't dodge this attack. As a result, after getting hit by this void slash from Biner, Zeke flew like a cannonball into the wall. Looking at the current situation, it seems that Zeke has lost the ability to fight. And the crowd in the stands began to cheer, as expected of Mr. Biner. Biner was also very much enjoying this feeling. I believe victory is clear. Do I need to attack him again? The young master is already half dead. After his announcement, the crowd began to shout even louder. And while Biner was enjoying the feeling of victory, Zeke was struggling to use his sword to support his whole body. That's right, I can't beat you with the techniques of this body. But in this match, I haven't fought seriously yet. After speaking, Zeke rushed towards Biner, while he still had his back turned to him. First, he started sweeping his sword on the ground. Then he kicked up this cloud of dirt and dust towards Biner's face. This move may be a little dirty, but it works very well in any battle. And while Biner was still hindered by this cloud of dirt, Zeke gave him a headbutt. After getting hit by this move, Biner started flying backwards. When he started to sit up, he was still hampered by the dirt in his eyes that hadn't been cleared away. Again, what a coward, Biner cursed inwardly. Zeke, without hesitation, pointed his sword at his neck and said, "You call me a coward, are you just using that excuse to justify your defeat in a real battle?" Following that was a staring contest between the two, and eventually, Biner couldn't stand it because of the sand in his eyes. "I give up," Biner said. Zeke, hearing him say that, also began to speak. "Do you know why you were destined to lose? It's because you are muddled and arrogant, and you were also afraid that you might kill the eldest son of the family you serve. If you don't forget today's match, you will go even further, Biner." At this time, the referee also began to announce the victory belonged to young Master Zeke. But the audience above, after hearing this result, instead of applause, they started cursing. How could he throw dirt in his eyes? That's so despicable, cheating, fight fairly, damn it, that's not chivalrous. Zeke didn't want to argue with these factory farm chickens. As long as he won, that's all that mattered. At the same time, voter above wondered, Zeke, when did he learn this magical technique? There's no way someone could have taught him. The butler beside him slowly explained, "Count, don't you understand, he was born with it." And Greg started to tremble with worry. How can he still be okay after taking Biner's void slash head on, that lowly Zeke, absurd. And while Greg was still pondering the problem, Zeke shouted from below, "Greg, come down here and fight, I told you, didn't I? That the time and place would be decided by me." Greg trembled even more upon hearing this. And Vodo wondered aloud, what is he saying? Zeke didn't care about his question and continued to speak to Greg. "Are you pretending to be stupid, Greg?" Then he turned back to Vodo and said, "I know you've already approved this duel." The people in the stands began to murmur, so the rumors about a duel for the right of succession between young Master Zeke and Greg are true after all. Who would have thought that duel would take place today? But he's planning to fight in that condition. Where does he get his confidence? Zeke, seeing that Greg still hadn't come down, shouted, "What are you doing, Greg? Come down here now. Are you perhaps afraid of me?" Looking at Greg's appearance, it seemed that he was indeed afraid. And Vodo, seeing Zeke constantly shouting like that, became annoyed and turned to Greg. "Greg, go down there. Are you really afraid of Zeke when he's in such a sorry state? Don't bring any more disgrace upon us." So there was no other way. Greg had no choice but to go down and fight. But after going down and seeing Zeke's confident appearance, Greg became even more worried. How the hell can he smile like that? Everything from his expression, tone, actions, and even his fighting ability, he's no longer the Zeke I know. While Greg was thinking, Zeke suddenly said, "Greg, don't tell me you're just standing there waiting for me to attack first. Then as your big brother, I'll have to make the first move." After saying that, he started to charge forward. Greg saw Zeke charging forward with such overwhelming momentum, and his face became worried. Then he hurriedly used his sword to block the attack. But then he suddenly realized something. What the hell? He doesn't even have enough strength to attack anymore. Of course, that damn bastard. Zeke is still just Zeke. I, Greg, am the one who will inherit the title of Count. Thinking this, he began to swing his sword to push back. And at this moment, Zeke also realized the problem. If I fight normally, there's no way I can win in this condition. The injuries I received from Biner are not trivial at all. In my current state, I won't be able to use any magic. To win this duel as quickly as possible, this is the only way. Thinking this, Zeke began to laugh strangely. Then his left hand grabbed Greg's sword, ignoring the damage it would cause. "Have you ever heard of a duel with blood and flesh flying everywhere?" Zeke said. Then Zeke's hand also flared with a stream of mana. And then directly broke Greg's sword. Seeing his sword broken, Greg began to panic. And on this side, Zeke continued to threaten, "If you don't surrender, you will die, Greg, right here, right now." After saying this, Zeke also used the hilt of his sword, slamming it straight into his face, causing Greg to fall to the ground. Next, Zeke started throwing the broken piece of sword right next to Greg's ear. At the same time, his body emitted a terrifying pressure. Greg, seeing this scene, pissed himself. "I surrender," he shouted in fear. As soon as the referee heard this, he began to announce. The winner is young Master Zeke. Everyone probably already knows how things went next. Zeke demanded the title of Count because he had won the duel. But Voto roared and claimed that the duel didn't decide anything. Zeke knew this well, so he immediately tossed the ring of the heir towards Voter, and declared that he would leave the family. And before leaving this arena, he didn't forget to instruct his foolish younger brother, Greg, remember. The way to always win a battle isn't to fear death, to protect the border territory of the Steelwool family, which is always under invasion by external forces and everyone here. You must become stronger to do that. Having said that, he also snatched the recovery potion prepared for Greg. A truly high-quality potion, with only a few gulps, his wounds were completely healed. Don't forget the lesson I taught you today, Steelwool family. Thinking this, Zeke comfortably left the arena and the family. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to take along a coolie, and the one chosen was Han. By threatening that if Han didn't follow him, Zeke would kill him immediately, so to save his life, Han had no choice but to reluctantly follow Zeke. At this moment at the family gate, Zeke casually threw a huge backpack to Han. At the same time, he also thought, "I'm forgiving a servant who dared to resist me in exchange for a little labor. Am I being too kind?" But then, Zeke began to observe Han's body shaking with every beat, because of carrying the bulky backpack. A thought flashed through his mind: I must train his physical strength to be stronger, so that he can become useful. I must train him a little more. After that, Zeke also told Han his plan. "I don't have a fixed plan yet, but first, let's go to the neighboring territory of Porty." And this is the beginning of Zeke's life of trying to be a good person in this life. Not long after that, they began to move into a forest. At this point, even a naive person like Han felt something was wrong and asked, "Lord Zeke, this way is not for humans." Zeke calmly replied, "I know that if we go straight, we will travel less than half the distance. Why would I want to take the roundabout way?" Han hesitated and said, "Well, it's because if we venture out of the place where people live, there will be many monsters. That's why we're here," Zeke said. And this answer also made Han's face blank. Suddenly at this moment, a sound came from behind, causing Han to quickly turn around and look. "I must have misheard," Han reassured himself while his head was full of sweat. And the deeper he went into the forest, the more afraid a coward like Han became. Every 3 steps he took, he had to turn his head twice to see if any monsters would jump out and devour them. "I hope we can get through this place as quickly as possible," Han thought to himself. He must be very scared now, but suddenly at this moment, Zeke, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around to say to Han, "All right, your test starts right now." As he spoke, he handed Han a sword. At this moment, Han's face was still full of confusion. "Sorry, do you mean I have to fight?" As Han spoke, he turned his head and looked behind his back and was so surprised that his mouth dropped open, because at this moment, there was a monster standing behind him from who knows when. But luckily for him, this was just a goblin, the weakest type of monster for rookies. But even though he only had to face a monster that wasn't even 4 feet tall, Han worriedly said to Zeke, "Lord Zeke, I don't even know how to hold a sword. Please at least give me a bigger sword. What do you want me to do with this thing? You better be satisfied with that before I give you a stick, or would a stick be better?" Zeke said. And on the other side, the goblin also started making some strange noises, and jumped towards Han to attack. The cowardly Han just let it jump on his head and hit him on the head with its club. Zeke saw this scene and thought helplessly, "It will be a long process if I want to decide to train him." And to prevent Han from being killed by this weakest monster, Zeke immediately punched it, knocking it unconscious. And at this moment, Han also sat up complaining with a swollen face, "Why did you do that to me? Because you're too weak. You can't just carry things when you're with me. You must at least train to protect yourself. Use this and be ready for another time," he said while handing him a recovery potion. "I knocked down the goblin, but it will wake up soon." And that whole afternoon, after using up several recovery potions. At this point, at least Han was calm enough to face this goblin. And to gain an advantage in the fight, Han rushed forward and attacked first and executed a stab. Unfortunately, the goblin dodged it. Immediately after, it began to counterattack with a swipe of its club, causing Han to hurriedly use his hands to defend. The powerful blow made his face grimace. The goblin then began to swing its club to attack again. But after a few times of fighting like this, Han gradually got used to its attack pattern. Right before the club hit his face, Han managed to duck his head down to dodge the blow. This also made Zeke, who was observing from the side, a little surprised. That noob dodged the goblin's attack. In the end, he does have some talent. Back to the fight. At this moment Han suddenly accelerated and moved behind the goblin. And then taking advantage of its inattention, Han gave it a sword through the skull. At this moment, looking at the goblin's body collapsing, Han breathed a sigh of relief. I won. Han happily looked up at the sky to celebrate. And next to him, Zeke also handed him a recovery potion and said, "That was really beyond my expectations, thank you," Han said as he happily drank the potion. After drinking, Han continued, "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Zeke." But suddenly at this moment the potion bottle fell from Han's hand, because he witnessed a very frightening scene. That is, without knowing when, they were surrounded by a horde of goblins. Han's face was pale at this point, but Zeke was still very calm. He bent down slightly to look at the stones on the ground and then start picking them up. Han now wondered, "Sir Zeke, what are you going to do with the pile of rocks?" and started throwing these rocks towards the goblins at the speed of an arrow. But Zeke is a natural-born marksman, every bullet he throws is a headshot. So after just one volley of bullets, the entire herd of goblins was lying on the ground. But before Han could breathe a sigh of relief, Zeke spoke again, "Why are you so shocked? This is just the beginning." Han heard that and found it hard to understand. "What, this is just the beginning? What does that mean?" "Behind you," Zeke said. At this moment, Han turned his head and discovered that behind them was a group of tall and strong orcs. This scene truly petrified Han. And what's even more deadly is that Zeke said, "I have a lot of potions, so don't worry." Just hearing this sentence, Han already knows what his next fate is. And by that evening all the orcs were down and Han was sleeping like a dead pig. At this moment, Zeke also remembered the morning conversation with Han. "By the way, why does Florel defend people so much? What is the relationship between you and her?" Han heard that and was a bit confused, then replied, "Well, my grandmother used to be Lady Florel's nanny, maybe that's why she always spoiled me since I was little." At this moment, Zeke also remembered something, so he started to speak. "Come to think of it, there was a young servant that my mother always bullied, in particular because he was the nephew of the nanny who raised Lady Florel, and when she heard that, she started to cry because it was him." Then suddenly Zeke asked him if he remembered anything about my mother. Han was startled to hear that. Of course, she was a wonderful person. She is kind to her subordinates, and respect for superiors. She is a sweet person to everyone. Han's words could be used to describe a perfect person, but unfortunately, the illustrations don't match the words. At this point, Zeke realized that he was actually hated by the Count family because of his mother. Considering all the wrong things she did, I really feel sorry for them, especially the Count and Florel Greg. But that doesn't mean I should feel guilty because of it. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a carriage not far away. So he hurriedly woke Han up with his foot. Han, still feeling sleepy, said, "Mr. Zeke, I don't think it's dawn yet. Something's coming," Zeke said. Hearing this, Han immediately perked up. Is it a goblin or an orc? Then the sound of the carriage began to gradually increase and slowly head towards them. At this moment, Zeke pushed Han forward and ordered, "Go ahead." This startled Han. But then he began to calm down and asked, "Do you think it's a merchant?" Zeke didn't think so. That carriage doesn't sound as loud as the sound of horseshoes. If it were a merchant's cart, the axles of the horses pulling the trailer and the carriage would sound similar. "So, is it a traveler like us?" Han asked. Zeke couldn't help but sigh at the man's silly question. No traveler goes around with a carriage at this time. And without waiting for them to speculate for long, the sound came right in front of them. Leading this carriage procession were two knights. Then, a person stepped out of the carriage and said, "I apologize for the rudeness. You see, we also want to camp here overnight. I am a follower of Karna, Ain Lavella." The face of this girl also shocked Zeke. Because this is the saintess of Kawidman Lavella, and she was one of the people who contributed the most to sending Zeke to his doom in his previous life. Unexpectedly, they met here. Of course, at this time Lavella was not yet acquainted with Zeke. Then a man behind stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Wige, serving young Miss Lavella, a candidate for saintess." Zeke immediately recognized him as the one called the killing machine of Tasnia. In the future, these two will be formidable people. But now I've told myself that I have to be a good person in this life. So, it should be okay if I get to know the other people from my previous life. So, after the introductions and handshakes, Zeke said, "I heard you're camping here tonight. Please make yourselves comfortable." "Thank you, we apologize for bothering you tonight," Wige said. Then Zeke was about to turn to Han and ask why he hadn't introduced himself yet. Then Han, as quick as the wind, knelt on one knee at Lavella's feet and introduced himself. "Hello, young lady, my name is Han." This scene left Zeke speechless. This guy is timid when fighting monsters but so enthusiastic when meeting girls. He even volunteered to help them set up camp to impress Lavella. This scene also made Zeke a little embarrassed. But it's also understandable. Because Lavella is unrealistically beautiful. Gren Zenert, that bastard, he only recruited beautiful people into his party. And just as Zeke was about to curse him a few more times, Lavella's voice began to ring in his ear. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" "Yes," Zeke replied. Immediately afterward, Lavella sat down next to Zeke and said her thanks. "Thank you. You allowed us to camp here tonight." "It's nothing," Zeke said. Zeke's answer like this caused the conversation to stop immediately. An uncomfortable atmosphere began to envelop them both. Finally, Zeke started to ask to dispel this atmosphere. "What brings you here?" Lavella heard the question and began to answer. "I am traveling to listen to the stories of all kinds of people. Whenever I encounter someone in need, I will pray for blessings for them." "That's wonderful," Zeke said. But before Zeke's praise, Lavella flusteredly said, "No, it's what a member of Kawidman should do." Then she also asked Zeke in return, "But why are you here?" "I'm trying to find a way to live like a good person." Speaking of this, Zeke realized that perhaps she was the best person to give him advice, so he asked, "Could you tell me how to be a good person?" This question made Lavella a little confused, and she asked in return, "How to be a good person?" "Yes, someone told me I have to become a better person, but I feel you are the most suitable person to ask for advice." After clarifying Zeke's story, Lavella began to think, "Well, there are many ways. But are you good at anything?" "I'm good at things that require strength," Zeke said. "So why don't you use that strength to help those in need?" After hearing this, Zeke began to think about this answer, helping those in need, Alright, then tomorrow I'll start looking for people who need help. The next morning, both groups parted ways and went to Porty on their own. At this time, Wige introduced Lavella while walking. "All the shops are under construction." Then suddenly he remembered something and said to Lavella, "Young Miss Lavella, please allow me to go on a quick errand." "Then please take care," Lavella said. And after Wige left, they continued their journey. Suddenly, a scream of fear echoed from inside the alley. And with her saintly nature, Lavella couldn't ignore this. She immediately looked into the alley and said, "Someone screamed over there." The knight behind her hurriedly reminded, "Young Miss Lavella, let us check first." And after they went a little deeper, Lavella discovered that in front, a young man was being surrounded and dealt with by 3 or 4 thugs. And the ringleader was none other than Zeke. Switch to the afternoon scene at some house. Lavella started questioning, "Zeke, I told you to help those in need, but you can't help the bad guys." Zeke was a little confused after hearing this, but they looked like they needed help. Hearing this, Lavella had to turn on preaching mode. "That's not all, make sure that from now on you only help those who are at a disadvantage. Instead of using violence against good people, you need to apologize." But the victim next to him waved his hand quickly and said, "I'm okay. My name is Sud, thank you for saving me." Then Sud also began to explain his story. The thugs who bullied him came from the Sierran trading house. They bribed the mayor with a huge amount of money so that their place was as valuable as an old store. "But this store is very important to me. It's full of memories of me and my father. So I told them I couldn't give up ownership of the store, and that's when they started making trouble. I don't know what to do from now on." Lavella listened to this touching story and quickly comforted him and said, "Don't worry, I'll go see the mayor of Porty right now." But the knight next to her hurriedly reminded, "Young Miss Lavella, a Carwoodman can't interfere in politics." But Lavella remained determined. "As someone who was taught by Lady Karna, I can't ignore this." Then she turned confidently to Sub and said, "I'll take care of this, leave it to me." After speaking, she immediately went to the mayor's mansion, causing the knights following her to rush after her. And then the next day, for some reason, Zeke always kept a gloomy face. Even Han couldn't stand this face, so he had to ask, "What are you thinking? You look so upset." At this time, Zeke had the opportunity to vent his emotions. "What Lavella said yesterday about helping the weak, do you think she's serious?" "I feel like she's wrong." Han refused to answer, but in his heart he thought, "You're the one who's wrong." But inexplicably, as if he could read Han's thoughts, he began to pinch his cheek and continued, "I'm also a little worried because they haven't returned since yesterday." But suddenly they noticed a noisy crowd in front discussing some news. "Emergency wanted. I see, she killed the deputy mayor, it's terrible." At this time, Zeke also began to squeeze in to find out what was happening. But immediately his face went blank. Because on the wanted poster was a picture of Lavella, wanted Lavella, accused of murdering the deputy mayor and plotting to curse Porty. Even Han was extremely confused when he saw this wanted poster, and at this time Zeke also smelled something strange, because he knew best that Lavella could never cause this. Then the chatter of the people around him caught his attention. "The witch from Carwoodman is terrible. Because of that witch's curse, the whole city has fallen into chaos. It's getting dark, we should go back before we run into them." "What are you doing? Go home quickly," someone shouted. Immediately after this statement, everyone quickly ran home. Even after returning home, they closed the windows tightly as if to prevent something. And in less than 30 seconds, the street was deserted. This made Han a little worried, because it seemed that they were the only ones who didn't know what was happening. "Sir Zeke, what's going on?" "Something strange is definitely happening here, we should go," Zeke said. Then the two of them also began to leave this place to return to the inn. The deserted streets and cold air made Han more scared and alert. And at this time Zeke was also checking his memories. "Before I regressed, was there anything similar to this? Lavella is a murderer, no way, these things are completely impossible, whether it's the curse in Porty or Lavella killing someone, or is it because everything has changed because I'm meeting Lavella?" And while Zeke was still thinking, Han began clinging to Zeke's arm and reminded him, "Sir, I think someone is following us." At this moment, Zeke also turned his head to notice and actually discovered someone was following them. This shadow began to emit growls unlike those of a human. Then slowly approached the two of them, waiting until the figure of this shadow actually appeared. It scared Han to death. This is a zombie," Han stammered. And not to let Han be scared for too long, Zeke immediately stepped forward. One sword beheaded this zombie. Looking at the zombie head beginning to roll down the ground, Han began to worry and wonder, why are there zombies in Porty? On the other side, Zeke's face became serious. "Let's go back, I have a bad feeling." Not long after that, on the way back, they met two guards, so they handed over this zombie to them. "Thank heavens no one was injured, we will destroy the body, you guys did a great job. You two should go back, before getting afflicted by the witch's curse." After saying this, the two guards also gave them a torch as thanks and left immediately. Having to constantly hear words like the witch's curse also made Han's belief waver a bit, and he asked, "Sir Zeke, do you think young Miss Lavella is really a witch?" Zeke confidently replied, "No, how could that be true? I'm sure the culprit behind this has framed Lavella." Han became even more curious. "How are you so sure she was framed?" "That's because Lavella is." Saying this, Zeke suddenly stopped because he knew he shouldn't say any more, and this made Han even more curious. "Because Lavella is what, Sir Zeke, you know something, don't you?" Hearing him say that, Zeke began to answer defensively, "Well, I mean, isn't it obvious just by looking at her face, that she is a good person?" Han then showed an understanding face, so it's also the type of judging a book by its cover. But suddenly at this moment Zeke suddenly heard some noise. Then he quickly turned his face behind. Han at this time was confused, not knowing what Zeke saw. Then at this moment, Zeke suddenly started running forward in the direction he heard the sound. And when running to an alley, Zeke discovered an acquaintance. "Why are you sitting here, your whole body is so dirty." At this time Han was also behind, ran up and was surprised to find that this is Lavella. At this time her face was covered with tears. So then both began to take her back to the boarding house. And wait, after Lavella had bathed and trim finished, Zeke asked, "Clothes is okay?" "Yes, very comfortable," Lavella said. Then also continue to said, "Han go outside buy food to the supper, then name that person soon come back only. So that time that night person go along to her where then, them go to do other task then Lavella after hear some words so then begin to lower to base the face under. "Because I those other people, speak and tear her start flow out." That time to the opposite direction Zeke also put up to the table one sheet of paper chase after then ask if concern until item this no. Lavella see so then in a hurry explanation, "I know must is sorceress." "That one I know," Lavella said. Lavella here obtain word this so eyes, "You believe me saw." For this, Zeke start to speak to voice speak full serious, that is because she matter wicked until that class where. Please tell to I hear matter what has really occur with she into that day us no go along to same. After so Lavella also start to slowly narrate come all matter, into day that mansion of the market, talk go through very is fluency is. No same to position market avarice, position deputy market worthy trust is say then he will to personally deal with question. After so, because obtain deputy market remind. So have possibility market has admit self as command rouse saw and prepare meal supper to group people Lavella. Self Lavella so want to refuse but cause the night all have hungry stomach. So she accepted the invitation. The knights, after sitting down at the table, ate like ravenous tigers. It was Lavella's fault for visiting him so abruptly, after all. And after dinner ended, they began to thank the mayor. But right after stepping into the mayor's room, they witnessed a terrifying scene. The deputy mayor had been murdered by the mayor, and not only him, but many others were lying at the mayor's feet. It seemed he had used some evil magic to take the lives of these people. "You have seen what you shouldn't have," the mayor said in a chilling voice. At that moment, a knight beside Lavella suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Young Miss Lavella, over there is Valor's statue." Following everyone's gaze, inside the room was a statue of a demon floating in midair. Lavella began to understand the issue and said, "You are Valer's puppet." The mayor didn't deny it at all and directly admitted, "Haha, you're only realizing it now." Lavella, hearing him so readily admit it, began to worry and asked what he wanted to do. Hearing that, the mayor's face began to turn crazed, saying, "Can't you see? Of course, I will sacrifice you to the great Valer." After saying that, he began to control the dead bodies at his feet to attack Lavella's group. The knights immediately went into battle, and as soon as a zombie charged, this knight cut it in half with a single sword strike. While in the back, Lavella began to use her blessing spells to enhance the knight's strength. But even so, Lavella began to worry, "There are too many, I can't handle them all. I'm just getting in their way." At this moment, it seemed the knight in front also sensed her worry and hurriedly turned his head to ask, "Young Miss Lavella, are you alright?" But suddenly at this moment, a zombie attacked from behind them. And while Lenla was still surprised and hadn't had time to react, the GHT quickly grabbed her shoulder, and threw her backward. It seemed that the knights held off the zombies so she could escape. After hearing her story, he asked, "Is it the Valer I'm thinking of?" "I think so. A cult that seeks destruction and chaos, they worship the evil god Valer and frequently commit murder and terrorism." This makes Zeke even more puzzled. What are they trying to do here? On the other hand, Lavella has a guess. It's just a guess, but I think they want to perform a ritual. I saw another inscription on the statue behind the mayor, and it read, "I offer this city to Valer." So they're trying to use the entire city as a sacrifice, Zeke said. Hearing him say that, Lavella asked, "Do you know anything else?" "Yes, they often place statues of Valer throughout the city and offer corpses to the statues. The book the mayor was holding is likely a catalyst to activate the energy from the statue." Lavella added, "After escaping the mansion, I tried to send a request for help to Carwoodman. But I couldn't because the city is under lockdown. I need to do something to stop this ritual," Lavella said, clutching her head in despair. But immediately after that, her face began to brighten when she heard Zeke's voice, "I will help you. Because this is a good deed, isn't it?" Lavella was very happy to hear that, but then she began to worry and asked, "Yes, but I'm worried that you'll be in danger if you get involved in this." Zeke didn't pay much attention to it after hearing that. "It's okay, we'll go to the mayor's mansion tomorrow night. Now you should go back to your room," he said, opening the door and going outside. To find that Han had been eavesdropping for who knows how long, Han was startled to be discovered. "Young master, I wasn't eavesdropping or anything." But at this moment, there was no time to blame him, because there was also something he needed him to do. "That's right, there's something you need to do. You will blah blah," Zeke began to whisper into Han's ear. And by the evening of the next day, Zeke and Lavella had begun to break into the mayor's mansion. After knocking out a few guards, they began to break in from the balcony on the second floor. Next, Lavella started leading the way. Their goal was the room containing the statue. After passing through a few more corridors, they finally arrived. It was here. This was where Valer's statue was kept. Even just standing outside, I could already feel a sense of unease. Then, the two of them started to open the door and go inside. At this moment, there was already someone standing inside the room. Zeke, seeing this, began to ask, "Is this bald guy the mayor?" Lavella, hearing this, began to look at him with angry eyes and said, "Yes, that's the one who killed the deputy mayor." Zeke, hearing this, didn't hesitate. He immediately drew his sword and charged forward quickly. Immediately after that, his sword was placed on the old man's neck. But suddenly, at this moment, he discovered something and began to go over to check. Lavella, seeing this from behind, said worriedly, "Be careful, Mr. Zeke, I don't know when he'll summon the undead." "You're wrong, young Miss Lavella, he's not the one behind this." As Zeke said this, he kicked him, and the old man fell to the ground. At this moment, he was just a corpse. At the same time, a terrifying black aura flew out of his mouth. The two of them began to watch to see where this aura led. Immediately after that, Zeke saw the real form of the culprit, found him. "That's the real culprit." At this moment, there was a man standing outside the door. Then, this man also began to speak, "I didn't think you'd come back on your own." Zeke may never have met this man before, but Lavella was very familiar with him because it was the dead deputy mayor. Lavella, seeing him still alive and well like this, exclaimed in surprise, "Deputy mayor." Zeke, hearing this beside her, also wondered, "Wasn't he dead already? I'm sure he passed away, so I don't understand what's happening." Lavella said, but suddenly, at this moment, Lavella also noticed something. It was that at this moment, the deputy mayor was holding a book in his hand. And at this moment, the deputy mayor also explained it himself so they wouldn't have to wonder. "This is the book containing the power of the evil god Valer. Its official name is the key to the sacrifice ritual, young Miss Lavella." At this moment, Zeke, after listening, understood everything. I finally understand what's happening here. The mayor must have reluctantly obeyed someone's orders before his death. He wasn't a minion of Valor but just a puppet. A puppet of that deputy mayor. Lavella, hearing this, her face began to look worried. No way. What about the knights? What have you done to them? The deputy mayor, hearing this, laughed and said, "Aha, you don't have to worry. I've gathered all of them and every one of their corpses and thrown them to the fish as food." Hearing the fate of her comrades caused Lavella's face to turn pale. And on this side, the deputy mayor began to wonder. But who is that guy? Is he some kind of secret protective force of Carwoodman? Zeke, hearing this, said, "No, I'm not. I don't have any connection to the Carwoodman Society or anything like that." "Then why are you here?" the deputy mayor asked. But before this question, Zeke began to answer with a sentence that made him furious. "I don't think a guy who believes in some nonsense fish needs to know that. Surely, those are deadly words for these types of dark cult guys, some nonsense fish. Looks like you're thirsty for punishment by Valor, right?" the deputy mayor said, clenching his hand. And on this side, Zeke still cleaned his ears as if nothing had happened. "You think I'm crazy? You think I'd accept punishment from some nonsense fish?" These words made the deputy mayor's anger reach its limit. At this moment, there was no need for negotiation or begging anymore. Then, the book in his hand also began to light up, and at the same time, he said, "Very well, I will make you repent in excruciating pain before being killed." After speaking, his whole body also began to erupt with a terrifying stream of mana. Following that, corpses also began to appear behind him. "Kill that guy, leave the woman alive, I have a way to use her," the deputy mayor began to order his undead horde. And immediately after that, the whole group began to charge forward to attack. Seeing this scene, Lavella hurriedly used her blessing to increase Zeke's power. And at that moment, the dragon heart reacted to her divine power. Zeke's eyes lit up, then his power, buffed by the girl, increased rapidly. He could dodge this zombie's attack with just a slight movement. And taking advantage of the fact that he was still being empowered, he used his speed and agility to slash each zombie. The power of the dragon heart combined with divine strength is absolutely not to be underestimated. It can be said that every blow is a victory. No zombie can withstand Zeke's second slash. And the deputy mayor at the doorway also turned pale. How is it possible that he could take down the zombies so easily? At the same time, after Zeke had defeated all the zombies in the room, he began to feel the abundant power inside his body. "It seems like my magic has returned a bit." Then he turned to mock the deputy mayor. "Is that all? Aren't you going to call some more monsters?" These words also infuriated the deputy mayor. "Your arrogant facade is useless, the preparations for the ritual have been completed." But Zeke heard that and said, "I don't think so." These words made the deputy mayor's face stiffen. "What, you see? I have found and destroyed all the statues of Valor in Porty." The deputy mayor thought Zeke had some serious trick up his sleeve, but after hearing Zeke say these words, he breathed a sigh of relief. "What did I think? Even if you destroy the statues, it won't change anything." But Zeke listened and confidently said, "If a priest of the Carwoodman order is specifically active on the statue, the power of the ritual will be weakened, right?" These words really silenced the deputy mayor and he couldn't explain anything further. And Lavella, who always accompanies him, also wondered, "Really?" "Yes, after destroying all the statues in Porty. All I have to do is come and destroy that thing," Zeke said, looking up at the statue floating in midair. The deputy mayor also knew that if he didn't stop these two, his plan would fall apart immediately. So he immediately ordered the other zombies to capture those bastards. But no matter how many of these weak chickens he calls out, they will all die. With just 2 slashes Zeke sent them to their second death. When the deputy mayor saw this, he opened his mouth and called his minions, but before they could even fight for 3 seconds, they were already dead. But immediately after that he decided not to fight anymore, because the buff duration was about to end. So he started to pick up Lavella and told her, "It might hurt, so don't move. We will escape from here." Lavella was a little worried when she heard that, "But the gate is blocked." "Of course, if the main door is blocked, just go through the side door, and the side door here is the window." Zeke immediately ran towards the nearest window, and used his back to break the glass. And the deputy mayor, after seeing them escape, he could still smile. "You run, then we should change the plan a bit." So the next morning a picture of was on the newspaper. "Breaking news here, the witch Lavella killed the mayor." At this time everyone was talking in a uproar. "Can't believe she killed the mayor, really terrible." But then these two people suddenly noticed Zeke's picture and wondered, "But who is this person? I don't know. But looking at his appearance, is he the witch's minion?" So then Zeke also pulled Lavella into an alley and happily showed off that he was in the newspaper. At this time he even began to feel narcissistic. "Huh, so good, I'm so handsome no matter how they draw it," but Lavella next to him didn't think so. "This photo looks like Zeke, but it's a bit strange. Surely the deputy mayor has seen his face, but I don't understand why he drew it like this. Zeke was still munching on bread and said, I think he's probably too lazy. After eating, he conveniently threw the trash outside, and at the same time told Lavella, don't worry anymore and eat, we have to move soon. At this time Lavella began to wonder again, where did you get the food? Ah, I borrowed it from there. While saying that, he looked at a bread stall in front. Lavella listened and started to look bewildered. Did you steal it? Zeke had to answer with a reluctant face, I can't help it because I can't afford to buy it in the current situation. After hearing Zeke's confirmation, Lavella slumped down in despair. She, a saint, had just become an accomplice with this guy, and when Zeke saw that she was starting to sulk like that, he had to say, don't be too angry, I didn't steal it. I have recorded all the places where I took things. Lavella on this side still likes things very much. Doesn't that need the consent of the owner? It would be too unrealistic to strictly follow social rules, Zeke said. Lavella listened and still started to puff out her cheeks because she was not satisfied. At this time Zeke had to launch his last trick. What if I go back and pay them double, right here? Lavella temporarily considered it as, this is our actor, Zeke. Just a few seconds ago, he won the duel against his half-brother Greg. This was also to decide who would inherit the family. Everyone in the stands was astonished, not understanding how this useless young would have defeated who was considered a genius. After the match ended, Zeke turned on the high platform and said, Father, the Count title will belong to the winner of this duel. At these words from his son, the man began to roar in anger, how dare you, this match decides nothing. But after hearing his blatant renege, Zeke calmly removed his gloves and said, I expected this. I've never wanted that damn title for a moment in my life. That, he threw the ring in his hand towards him. This is the ring represent. Zeke always held it because he was son. As for this man, after seeing me throw the heir's ring like a pile of trash towards him, he couldn't contain his composure and went to the railing and yelled. What the hell are you doing? This question, Zeke answered very nonchalantly, like I'm leaving this family of my own accord. The reason Zeke could say these words was because this was his second life. In his life, he knew how miserable this family was. But that's not the main reason. Biggest reasons he could give up the heir's position without its that in his previous life. He had reached the pinnacle of human strength. He was also the one who took the lives of countless people. Those who worshipped him called him the Demon King. As he regressed, it's because he was beaten to death. All of this has to do with the day before. A decisive battle between him and the Heroes Party took place. Enemies meeting need no words. The entire Heroes Party began to launch countless moves towards Zeke. But facing the moves, Zeke only used a few sword strikes to cut them all apart. But at this moment, a voice rang out, may you always be full of, oh hero. After this girl's blessing, the hero's whole body covered in a golden divine light, and his strength reached its peak limit. And in a moment, the hero unleashed a powerful cleaving strike towards Zeke. Just looking at the giant sword aura in front of him, he knew that he couldn't withstand this blow. Then, a earth-shattering explosion began, and Zeke was lost. I don't know how long has passed. This time Zeke slowly woke up, because in his ears there were countless voices. Kill him quickly, he is the Demon King. Who knows when he will recover his strength? He can't do anything to us in this state, the hero said. At this point, Zeke began to really come to his senses and realized he wasn't dead yet. Standing in front of him was the handsome hero. Although he didn't like him, he had to admit that he was really. And on this side, the hero also started pointing his head. Listen, before I finish you off, I will recount all the crimes you have committed. Hundreds of lives of the Holy Knights of the Carwoodman team, killing innocent people, blah blah blah, and of course, this isn't a wrongful action, he really did do these things. But even though that was what, hearing the hero say it with his own mouth made him feel a little uncomfortable. At the same time, a thought popped into his head, it would be a waste of this. Luckily, I still have the key to bend fate. Thanks, I can stab this bastard one last time. Along with the blade that has bent the fate of the target to change the future, but I don't know how his future will change. And while the hero had finished reading Zeke's crimes and was preparing to execute him, Demon King Zeke. I hope in the next will become someone who knows how to do good deeds. Said this, he swung his sword. Okay, if I have, but not now. I have to do quickly, it's to teach you a lesson, you idiot. Then this guy started telling everything that had happened. A few days before, he came home later than usual and found his younger brother wasn't home. He's a pretty weak kid, and because we live in a slum with no guards, he was worried that something might have happened to the kid. Immediately after that, he rushed to find his little brother. and discovered that a mysterious man was using a knife to attack his younger brother. Then after a brawl, the blonde guy clearly saw this guy's face. It was the merchant sub from before. So the kid has been in this condition since that day, Zeke said. Yes, at first the kid wasn't injured anywhere and even woke up soon after, so I thought he was okay. But gradually the kid got thinner and had no strength, and soon the kid was fading away like a vegetable. Zeke heard that and asked again, so you asked me for help the first time we met because of this? That's right, I was going to steal the dagger that he stabbed my brother with and make a deal to exchange the return of the dagger. I wanted him to tell me how to cure my brother. Of course, because of someone official, the plan failed. Lavella, who was next to him, immediately heard that these words were mocking her, but she could only say, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I simply thought a weak person was being beaten. These words made the blonde guy even angrier. He kept asking Lavella a barrage of questions. Why? Just because we attacked him, or is it because I'm poor, because I look like a thug? Does it seem like those are all your reasons for distinguishing between the weak and the strong? These questions made Lavella's face extremely confused and worried. She didn't know how to answer these questions at all. In the end, Zeke stood up to ease the atmosphere. He clapped his hands together to attract everyone's attention and said, okay. She just lives the life of a noble and doesn't have much experience yet, so try to understand her, he said while putting his arm around this guy's shoulder. But even if he said that, this guy's face was still very uncomfortable. It seems like this is not something that can be easily brushed off so quickly. And on this side, Zeke also has a question. By the way, why don't you hate me? Zeke asked. This blonde guy didn't understand the problem very well after hearing that, so he had to explain. I mean, I betrayed you after she appeared, shouldn't you hate me too? The blonde guy on this side heard that and answered a little shyly, because it was the first time. It was the first time someone said they would help me without needing anything in return. After saying this, he was also blushing, and Zeke next to him was surprised. And not long after that, after making sure that his younger brother's condition had temporarily stabilized, the two also began to leave the house. At this time, Zeke also began to ask, what do you think about this, Miss Lavella? Lavella heard that and began to stroke her chin and think, then said, during the treat instead of Vitala felt the disgusting energy of Ver, I rather guess that he is a follower of Valor. Zeke heard that and decided, then I guess we have to start from there. Lavella heard that and immediately asked, did you discover anything? Yeah, let's go there first. And the destination of the two is the house of this merchant sub. At this time, he was still happily arranging his things, unaware that something bad was about to happen to him. Suddenly, there was a very loud strange noise, which caught his attention. So he started to open his basement and went down to check. Strange, is it a rat? And at this time, Zeke suddenly appeared from somewhere and put his arm around his shoulder and said, long time no see. Seeing Zeke's appearance, Sub started to turn pale. What, why is he here? But before he could think for long, Zeke also told him some bad news. Get ready to eat dirt until the end of the day. Oh, don't worry about someone bothering us like that time. Then he leaned close to his ear and whispered, you saw her, didn't you? The angel who protected you has returned today as a hell angel to punish you. Then the official beating and interrogation began. With just one kick, Zeke kicked Sub rolling towards the statue. But this crew-cut guy, even after being beaten a lot, still hasn't woken up and is still wondering, why are you doing this to me? Who knows, why don't you ask the fish behind you, right? Zeke said in a sarcastic voice, but after he said this and saw that Sub didn't react, he kicked him a few more times. Still don't know, 2 more slaps now. Sub at this time also knew that if he couldn't explain this, he would be doomed, so he hurriedly said, wait, you don't think I'm a follower of Valor, do you? I'm not a follower of Valor. Zeke heard this answer and wasn't surprised at all. I know, you're not a follower. You're a disgusting bastard clinging to the followers of Valor, just hoping to get a few crumbs of bread. These words hit Sub's sore spot, causing him to grit his teeth. And on this side, Lavella just silently watched how Zeke solved the problem. But then her eyes started to widen. Because at this time Zeke was slowly drawing his sword. Wait, Zeke, why are you drawing your sword? Lavella asked in a worried voice. Zeke heard that and said, now that we've found that damn fish statue, we don't need this guy anymore. After hearing that, Lavella still had a hesitant look on her face. Seeing someone get killed right in front of her seemed too sudden, but even so, she didn't say anything to stop it. The thug knew that if he didn't say something useful, he was done for. After racking his brain for a few seconds, he blurted out, I know where the other statues are. This actually piqued Zeke's interest a bit, so he grabbed the guy by the collar and asked, where are they? The thug knew he'd made the right bet. This information would keep him safe for now. He even got cockier and said, why would I just easily tell you? Then he started threatening Zeke, if you lay a finger on me, I won't tell you where the statues are. When Zeke heard that, he started looking at him like he was a clueless idiot. This look confused the thug. What's with that look? Oh, so you finally understand the situation, you dumb thug. I should have taken care of you and the other punks in the slums sooner. Hearing these words, I have to give credit to the thug's IQ. I don't know where he got the courage to say that. At the same time, his words shocked Lavella. Is this the real you? Hearing that, the thug turned to Lavella with a disgusting smile and said, what, you still think I'm that naive idiot? That stupid bitch is the reason people call you a witch. His words made Lavella even more confused. Why are you doing this? You said you don't even worship Valor. The thug scoffed. For money, of course for money. I was offered a huge sum just to transfer life force to the statue. Who would turn down such a lucrative offer? This crappy old Zeke store. And the time I spent in this rotten place are all because of my old man and my grandpa. This is my chance to end it all. After hearing these words, Lavella's face turned pale. This was probably the first time she had truly seen the vile nature of someone. The thug continued, I've dragged this out for too long, now let me go. I'll tell you the location of the Valor statues once I'm out of here, the thug said in a very confident voice, sure that he had the upper hand. But unfortunately for him, Zeke just said coldly, oh, well, what to do, I changed my mind. These words made the thug's face freeze, and the smile on his lips disappeared. Zeke started waving the knife in his hand and said, you're going to die right now. These words left the thug speechless, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? If it wasn't for me, the Valor statues. But before he could finish, Zeke interrupted him, I can find them without you. And you don't even know the location, do you? As he said this, he grabbed the thug by the collar and lifted him off the ground. At this moment, Zeke's face was filled with murderous intent, and the thug knew he wasn't joking, so he turned to Lavella for help. Young Miss Lavella, save me, please help me, aren't I the weaker one here? The Carwoodmen are supposed to protect the weak, right? What I said before, I didn't mean it like that. At this moment, Zeke also started to look at Lavella to see how she would react in this situation. The thug continued to beg for forgiveness, and those words made Lavella start to tremble. But then she took a breath and said coldly, kill him. These words were like a death sentence, turning the thug's face pale. And after hearing Lavella's decision, Zeke didn't hesitate any longer. He slowly raised the blade in his hand, and amidst the thug's screams and pleas, Zeke struck. Lavella even turned away because she didn't want to witness this scene. But then Zeke's voice rang out, startling her, don't ever let me see you again. It turned out he hadn't finished the thug off, but just injured his hand as punishment. Then they both started heading back to the blonde girl's house, which would temporarily serve as their hideout. At the same time, countless thoughts were running through Lavella's head after witnessing everything that had happened. Zeke knew that her mind was in complete turmoil right now, so he approached her and asked, are you okay? As he spoke, he offered her a piece of bread. I wonder if this is stolen or bought. Hearing Zeke's question, Lavella looked up and said, I feel like I keep making the wrong judgments. The thug, Timmy, I trusted the opposite side just based on what I heard about them. I thought the mayor's story was fabricated. Lady Karna always told me not to be blinded by prejudice. As she spoke, her face became even paler. Seeing this, Zeke comforted her, do you feel guilty? I'm fine, so you don't need to feel guilty towards me. Hearing these words, Lavella's spirit stabilized a bit, and she said, I'm sorry, I guess I have to ask you for advice this time. Hearing that, Zeke said while munching on his bread, me, what do I have? I can't think of any advice to comfort you. So you have to solve it yourself. No matter what you do, time will heal all wounds. Self-torture doesn't bring any results other than making yourself suffer. These experienced and mature words really surprised Lavella. You're much more mature than I thought. Then Lavella suggested, so, are we going to look for the other statues now? Yeah, I know roughly where they are, Zeke said. Hearing that, Lavella's face started to look a little sad, and she said, I'm sorry, I can't help it all. What are you saying? From now on, you'll be taking the lead. Zeke said, and these words also surprised Lavella a bit. Then that evening, they broke into somewhere again. Then it was another scene of knocking out the familiar guards. Then they went to the room containing the statue. At this time, Lavella wondered, how do you know it would be here? Zeke replied, because these guys are hired with money like subs. Now, all you have to do is channel your holy energy into this brush and paint. Hearing Zeke say that, Lavella quickly took the brush and channeled her holy energy into it, then returned it to Zeke. Next, Zeke quickly drew scribbled symbols all over the statue. This statue makes it a little more foolish. Finally, he asked Lavella to channel her holy energy into the statue one more time. But this is a little too simple, so Lavella is worried. That's it, are we just going to leave it like that? Zeke heard this and said, yeah, it's okay, the holy energy has been absorbed. Let's move on." Saying this, Zeke also turned and left. But Lavella still hesitated, looking at the statue and thinking, can this really stop the ritual? At the same time, somewhere, Wige was carrying Han and running like the wind, making him almost throw up. "Mr. Wige, I'm falling." But suddenly at this moment, Wige realized something. So he didn't hesitate and threw Han face first into the ground. "Sorry, I have to go first." After saying that, he also left as fast as the wind. Han on this side still didn't understand the problem. Why suddenly, "Mr. Wige, how could you leave me here?" Saying this, Han suddenly felt goosebumps, like countless eyes were staring at him from behind. This also scared Han to death. He hurriedly ran after Wige. Back to Zeke. At this time Lavella also had many thoughts in her head. Is what I'm doing now really right? From then until now, I've always been looking for statues and doing what Zeke said. I don't know what those runes he draws on those statues are. And when Lavella thought of this, a growl suddenly sounded in front, attracting her attention. It's been a while since we've seen this zombie. He looks a little different from last time, doesn't he? Then also noticing the slow appearance of this zombie, he continued, thinking about it, he looks slower and walks more strangely than before. Thank goodness, it seems what we're doing is working. As he spoke, he reached out and knocked the zombie unconscious. The number of zombies wandering around the city due to the influence of the ritual must have decreased. It's all thanks to you, Miss Lavella. Hearing this, Lavella was so happy she almost cried. She clasped her hands together and thank God, that's so lucky. And Zeke, seeing her expression, also felt happy. Your expression wasn't so excited when you saw those runes. You were quite concerned about those scribbled runes, weren't you? Zeke's words made Lavella startled and a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've never heard of this method in Carwoodman. But I can't believe it's so powerful. The person who created this rune is a genius. Do you really think so? Zeke said. But I think it's almost time to deal with the key statue at the mayor's house. Hearing this, Lavella began to worry and asked if it would be okay. Zeke was still very confident, saying, we've destroyed all the statues in Porty Quite. The deputy mayor must be at the mayor's house, right? It's very likely that he has planned to use that place as the center of the ritual. Saying this, Zeke decided, all right, let's go then, shall we? So once again, they started breaking into the mayor's mansion. Then, relying on Lavella's sensing abilities, they found the room containing the statue. It's this place. I can clearly sense an unusual source of energy behind this door. Zeke heard this and said, Miss Lavella, please step back. From here, let me lead. After saying that, Zeke slowly started to open the door. But who would have thought that when the door wasn't even fully opened, a magical attack flew out from inside. This sudden attack really startled both of them, but luckily it didn't hit anyone. That really surprised me, Zeke said, and Lavella behind him also worriedly asked, Zeke, are you okay? Zeke heard this and laughed, saying, I'm fine. What's that pathetic attack? But more importantly, it's strange that I can't sense them. Following Zeke's gaze, there were two specters holding scythes, floating in the doorway. Lavella saw their forms and was startled and panicked. Shadows, how can high-level monsters be here? On the opposite side, after seeing that these two were unharmed after the first attack, it began to charge forward for another attack. But this attack was easily blocked. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. Since they only know how to assassinate, I thought they would be a little better. After saying that, he used his sword to deflect its scythe. Then with 2 or 3 slashes, he sent it to its ghostly doom. And what was more puzzling was what kind of assassination monster goes into direct combat like this. But suddenly, the shadow beneath Zeke's feet began to lengthen, and something started to rise from within it. Lavella saw this and quickly warned, Zeke, behind you. He heard this and turned around, discovering that a shadow was preparing to sneak attack him. But this was not enough to trouble a demon king like Zeke. Your assassination skills aren't bad. But you've met your match in me. As he said that, Zeke unleashed a strike that cleaved it in two. After seeing both shadows had been destroyed, Lavella worriedly asked, what exactly is going on? Why can shadows appear here? Zeke thought that the Veiler probably summoned them. This made Lavella even more puzzled. Impossible, the ritual should have visibly weakened already. And at this moment, a voice rang out, answering her question, isn't the answer obvious? Our ritual hasn't weakened at all. As this voice rang out, the entire building began to shake violently, and fragments of the building began to fall from the ceiling above. Zeke realized the problem. The building is collapsing. It seems this is just the facade of the ritual. This statement startled Lavella. What, does that mean everything we've done has been for nothing? Of course not. First, we have to get out of here. As he spoke, he began to imbue his sword with mana. Next, he plunged his sword into the floor, and created a shockwave that shot straight towards the front wall, causing it to explode. Hold on tight, he said. Zeke embraced Lavella's waist and began to jump out of the building before it exploded. So thanks to quick reactions, Zeke and Lavella safely escaped the building, but at this moment they had to face an even greater danger. It seemed that the ritual was about to be completed, while the entire building had collapsed due to the shock. The statue of the evil god Valor was still floating. Even at this moment it emanated an even more terrifying aura. And at this moment behind the two, the mastermind vice mayor also spoke up, "Isn't it beautiful?" Lavella heard his voice and she started to turn her face back, gritting her teeth and saying each word, "Vice mayor. I don't hate that title, but why don't you call me by my name from now on? My name is Alex Grotham. Why are you making that face? Don't you like the scene in front of you?" Alex said with a very satisfied face with what he had done. Then he started to say again, "I have a feeling that the ritual has been interrupted. Sorry, but those scribbles you made on the statue had no effect." Lavella heard this and wondered, "How do you know?" "Because I helped you. I placed soldiers around the area to lead you to the statue. In order to bring you, Lavella, into our association. It wasn't easy to bring you here by force, so I made sure that you would find your own way here. By making you think that you had successfully completely prevented the ritual. I thought you would come to destroy the last statue, because I heard him say that he would destroy the other statues and come back." "You were eavesdropping?" Zeke asked. Alex on this side did not answer his question, but he still liked to explain his plan. "You should be grateful. I didn't put any effort on the wanted poster to make it more convenient for the two of you. In just a few hours from now, mankind and this city will become our loyal army. So join me, Ain Lavella," Alex said, extending his hand to invite Lavella. And Lavella on this side, after listening to Alex's plan, she bit her lips slightly and said, "I won't let you succeed." Hearing Lavella's words, Alex also knew that negotiations were over, so he immediately began to use his power. "You don't give me any other choice, huh? Then I have to use force." As he said that, he also began to surround the two with the undead. And in these dangerous moments, people often say their farewells, and Lavella is like that too. "Thank you, Mr. Zeke." "For what?" Zeke wondered. "If it weren't for you I would be dead. So run." "I'll try to stop him with all my strength." Zeke, hearing this, said, "Are you thanking me instead of blaming me for giving you false hope?" Alex interjected, breaking up their emotional talk, "If you don't know anything, don't pretend to." Zeke replied confidently, "But I know that the stupid seal I drew won't do anything. And you helped us bring Lavella to you." Hearing this, Alex felt confused. "You speak so confidently, so why did you do as I wanted?" "We need time." Zeke said this softly. Alex on this side was still surprised, not understanding the meaning of these words. Then a loud explosion started to sound from behind. This explosion also made Zeke feel relieved, because the person he was looking for was coming. "We need to buy him some time, but I guess you don't know who we're talking about. Known as the Wige killing machine. You are about to die with him." Hearing this name, Alex's face was filled with confusion, sweat pouring out like a stream. "Wige, there's no way he could have come back. He must have left this city already. I told him to go back there," Zeke said in a very carefree voice. These words also made Alex grit his teeth in anger. At this moment, he also knew that he could only fight to the death. Immediately after, he also used all of the power of this book. No matter how strong that bastard was, he would be powerless if he was caught up in the ritual. After he finished speaking, the book in Alet's hand also lit up. Then right after that, a giant column of water also erupted behind Zeke and Lavella. Next, this water column also transformed into the shape of a giant snake. Zeke saw that and immediately told Lavella, "Don't panic and stay behind me." But Lavella wasn't just for show either. She immediately used her divine powers to strengthen Zeke. "I am a candidate priest of the Carwoodman. I will fight too," she said with a voice full of determination. Zeke heard that and also laughed, so trustworthy. Having said that, he also entered a fighting stance. At the same time, on the opposite side, the giant water snake had also closed in right in front of him. Then, the water snake opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow both of them, and also raised its sword high, stabbing it into its throat. Finally there was a big explosion, which... Alet saw this scene and also started to turn away. It seemed like he thought the battle was over. At the same time, he also did not forget to comment a few more sentences. That move also consumed magic power, but it was quite satisfying. No one could survive it. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Zeke's voice rang out, "What, is that all?" After saying this, both Zeke and Lavella also started to walk out from the water curtain. Alex saw this scene and was so shocked that his mouth opened. How could it be? The person who took that hit must have been head-on. And in answer to this question Zeke started the explanation program again. No matter how big the water column is, if you reduce the water pressure, it is no different from a gentle waterfall. But as he explained this far, Zeke realized something, so his voice started to change. There he was. Killing machine Wige. At this moment, Wige's body was full of blood and murderous intent. Someone was about to die. Just seeing Wige's figure made Alex shiver, but he still tried to act dangerous. Wige, I will definitely turn you into a sacrifice. But before he could finish speaking, Wige immediately approached him and swung his sword, causing him to hastily throw away the book and run away. At the same time, this book fell to the ground right after leaving Alex's hand. Then the face on this book started screaming like a pig being slaughtered. And Wige saw that it was screaming so loudly that he immediately gave it a sword to the throat. The book was silent after being hit, not knowing if it was dead or not. This sick Valor artifact is disgusting, Wige started to say in a contemptuous voice when he saw the face on the book. But at this moment, the statue that was floating in the air suddenly began to undergo some kind of change. First the pedestal under it began to fall. Then a tremor started to happen. Alette saw this scene and started laughing out loud as if he was crazy. Haha, it's finally begun, God's judgment day has come. Wige heard that and immediately pointed his sword at his face and said, ridiculous, the book was already destroyed, how could that be possible? As for Alex, even though he had a sword pointed at him, he still spoke confidently, as long as his life force had drained into the ground. The ritual will automatically begin. Once it begins, nothing can stop it. It will not stop until the entire city has been annexed. Now, an underground stream that carries the Valor's energy rises to the surface. But somehow, just as he said this, the tremor suddenly stopped, just like the way it appeared. Alette then started to panic. Why nothing happened? Zeke also started to explain. You want to know why? The magic seals I drew on those statues are real, you know. It's true that the real magic seals disrupted the ritual. How does that feel, that wonderful, fleeting hope? Zeke said with a bright smile. So the result of the battle is that the ritual was prevented and Alex was arrested. The next morning, everyone in the city returned to their daily lives, unaware that they had just overcome a great danger. At this time, Zeke's group and Lavella's group were preparing to say goodbye. Before parting, Wige began to speak. Thank you, Zeke. Thank you very much, Zeke. I was able to quickly find out that young Miss Lavella was in danger thanks to your notes. I'm glad nothing bad happened before I got here. Zeke quickly replied, I just calculated the time it would take Han to find you. It's mainly thanks to Han, who worked like a dog to find you. Well, we're off, he said, reaching out to shake Lavella's hand to say goodbye. Lavella, still feeling a little regretful, said, you could rest longer at the temple. No, I need to go. My next destination has been decided, and with that, the two groups officially parted ways. Lavella's group returned to the temple. At this time, Lavella also revealed to Wige some information she had heard. I heard from Han that Mr. Zeke is the eldest son of the Steelwill family. This information surprised even someone as calm as Wige. You mean the great descendant of the kingdom, that Steelwill family? Yes, although I'm not sure if he was joking or serious. Wige stroked his chin thoughtfully. I understand, then we shouldn't mention him in the report. If they find out that he taught us the magic seals that disrupted the ritual, Valor will hunt Zeke down. Yes, that's the right thing to do, Lavella said. Then Wige said goodbye to Lavella to report everything to the Pope. And immediately after Wige left, a mysterious dark shadow appeared behind Lavella. Then a voice began to speak. Are you Lady Ain Lavella? Hearing this voice, Lavella turned around and asked, who are you? On the opposite side, this person began to introduce himself with a smile. Hello, my name is Gren Zennard. Hearing this, Lavella vaguely guessed who this person was. Are you the elite holy knight, sent by divine command to help? Gren said, it's an honor that an outsider like me can volunteer for Carwoodman. But at this moment, Lavella suddenly had a question. How do you know me? Have we met before? Other people have told me that you are like this. I was originally planning to introduce myself in a more crowded place, but you look unwell. Me? Lavella asked, puzzled. Yes, forgive my rudeness, but are you perhaps worried about something? If you want, I can listen to your troubles. Lavella quickly waved her hands in refusal. It's okay, thank you, but I'm not particularly worried about anything right now. I think I just look worried because I'm tired. Gren realized that he had only just met this person and was already asking so many questions, so he softened his tone. I didn't mean to keep you when you're tired, please rest, it was nice to meet you. Hearing his words, Lavella left immediately. But because of that, she didn't see Gren's terrifying face darkening. Something has changed, he muttered. Meanwhile, at this time, in the area near the mining city of Seoul, Zeke's group was moving and fighting, mainly training Han to increase his strength. At this time, Han had just defeated a giant monster, although it made him a little tired. After seeing this, Zeke praised, now you can even kill big trolls. Hearing this, Han started to laugh shyly, hee hee. But right at this moment, a cry for help rang out, attracting the attention of both of them. Next, in front of them, there was a small young man being chased by a group of goblins. So Zeke stepped in to save him. With just one sword swing, he killed 4 goblins in one blow. This scene made the small young man who was running stop in his tracks. Then he turned around and said, "Thank you for saving me." At this time, Han, who was next to him, asked, "But why were you being chased by goblins?" Hearing this, the small young man began to scratch his head and said with a smile, "The thing is, I'm in training to be an adventurer." Hearing this, both Zeke and Han were puzzled. Adventurer training. The boy on the opposite side knew that these two didn't seem to understand very well, so he started to explain in more detail, "I'm currently a minor, but my dream is to become an old adventurer. I'm in training now." He had only gotten this far, when a loud shout came from behind. "Hey, get over here, you can't even kill a single goblin yourself." This statement was from a man with a very displeased face. The young man, after hearing the man's scolding, quickly said, "Yes, I'm coming right now. May I ask your name? I'll be sure to repay you later." "I'm Snock." Hearing this, Zeke said only one word, "Zeke." "Alright, see you later." After speaking, Snock returned to the man. At this time, Han was still wondering, a teacher for becoming an adventurer, he's never heard of that profession. Zeke didn't care much about this matter. He picked his ear and said, "Why not? Enough with the nonsense, let's fight that monster." Following Zeke's gaze, behind Han was a giant troll preparing to attack him with a club. Switching back to Snock, both of them were moving into a mine. The man in front then began to speak in an annoyed tone, "Use mana to move, will you?" "Yes," Snock quickly replied. But right after that, his foot hit a protruding rock above. And just like that, his whole body fell to the ground. This made the man in front even more annoyed. "How many more times are you going to fall? I can't take it anymore. Training ends here today." These words startled Snock, who was hugging his knees. "That's it. Get out of my sight," the man said. Hearing this, Snock began to panic. "Wait, I want to practice more." And just as he was about to chase after the annoyed man in front, suddenly, a small mole bumped into his foot. This made Snock start to wonder, where did this mole come from? "That's the collapsed mine, this place could be dangerous for it." Saying this, Snock sat down and said to the small creature in front of him, "It's very dangerous here, so please go back to your family." After saying that, Snock started to turn around and leave, but when he took one step, the little mole also took one step. He took 2 steps, and it followed with 2 steps as well. This made Snock feel uneasy, so he turned around and said, "Why are you following me? Don't tell me you have nowhere to return to." But after he said that, the mole didn't react at all, which also gave Snock a headache. What to do now? "How about this, do you want to come with me?" Switching the scene to Zeke and Han, both were having dinner inside a shop. Han was the first to speak. "Mr. Zeke, I've always been curious about something along the way here. Why did you choose Seoul as the next destination?" "That was where we were going after leaving Porty," Han said while eating. Han's words surprised Zeke a little. "You still remember, unexpected. I'm not stupid enough to forget things that just happened," Han said. He also began to explain the reason. "Well, it's because that day is getting closer and closer after all." Han heard this and wondered, "What day?" "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. But I guess you could call it the day Seoul is destroyed by the god of destruction, Naum." Back to Snock, who was wondering what to name the mole he had just picked up. "Let's see, I should name you first, Marie Nuzi." "No, something more sophisticated, Naum. From now on your name will be Naum," Snock said while raising Naum high. At the same time, inside the mine, the frowning coach was having a meeting with some mysterious guy. First, the mysterious guy threw a bag full of gold coins at the frowning coach. And the coach, after checking, finished, he also started to smile and said, "So our deal is done. Now I guarantee that idiot has encountered the mole. Then I'll end this teacher-student act with him." And the mysterious guy opposite also said, "Thank you for your help. Thanks to you, I think I can carry out the plan." Back to Zeke and Han. The next morning, both were walking down the street. At this time Han was attracted by the boasting words of countless cunning merchants on this street. "Look here, this stone only appears once every 1,000 years. Indeed, these explosive advertising words attracted Han's attention. But just when he was about to ask for more information about it, then behind him, an old lady started advertising. "Hey handsome, you'll look great wearing this," she said while raising a very colorful shirt. Even the butcher next door didn't want to be outdone. "Young man, try this. This is grilled meat marinated in a very special spice," he said while raising a fragrant roasted pig leg that had just been cooked. And as a result, with just a few advertisements, Han was herded by them like herding chickens. Even at this time he was still happily showing off to Zeke. "Mr. Zeke, what do you think? I look very good in this, right? This grill is too great." Zeke saw this scene and darkened his face, not knowing what to say. People like him can bring as much money to the market and it will all be gone. But just as Zeke was thinking this, a voice that caught his attention rang in his ear. I always knew that Snock would be tricked at some point. Then a miner replied to the man's words, you mean the retired Grand Master Adventurer, right? The old man heard this and said annoyedly, don't make me talk about it. The shock from that was too great. Snock didn't even leave the house. Zeke, when he heard this story, started to think, Snock, isn't that his name? Then Zeke also remembered the words and attitude of the coach and realized, no wonder I didn't like him, so he's a scammer. And while only slightly thinking, Han bought a bunch of stuff again. Mr. Zeke, you should try this, it's delicious. At this moment Han had countless foods in his hands. He said try it, but in reality I don't even know which one to try, and Han's interface makes Zeke silent. Looking at this interface, he looks more like a scammer. Cut to evening at some house. At this moment Snock is lying on the bed, looking up at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. It wasn't until he heard Naum's voice that he reacted a bit. What's wrong Naum, are you bored? While talking, Snock reached out and petted Naum, and Naum really enjoyed it. This image makes Snock's spirit a little better. Your life is great, you can be happy without worrying about anything. While saying that, Snock scratched Naum's belly, making the little guy extremely happy, but these mindless words made the little guy, start jumping on Snock's face and scratching his hair. Snock saw this and quickly cried out, are you getting revenge because I said you don't know how to think? But suddenly at this moment, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out, causing Snock to jerk up in surprise. Who is it? But no one answered him. Following Snock's gaze, the door outside was wide open, but there was no one outside. This made Snock wonder how the door opened by itself. Thinking of this, Snock also reached out to close the door, but at the same time he also had a strange feeling. What is this? I feel like someone was just here, or am I mistaken? Snock thought to himself, not knowing that there was a strange shadow standing behind him. As for Zeke and Han, the two had fun to the point of forgetting everything, and by the time they looked again, it was already dark. Suddenly at this moment Zeke spotted a dark shadow rushing quickly over the roofs. There are 4 of them, it looks like they kidnapped someone. Han also saw this scene so he started to worry. Mr. Zeke, what is that? Zeke on the other side calmly replied, can't you see, it's a person. Then suddenly he noticed something that surprised him. Isn't that the boy I saw before? Why are they holding the kid when he was already scammed by that old adventure teacher? Is it kidnapping? They clearly look like a suspicious bunch. Should I chase after them? It might be a chance to do good. Thinking of this, Zeke immediately decided, so he threw the pile of food to Han and told him, Han, go back to the inn first. What about you? Han asked worriedly. I have to go for a bit, he said while using all his speed to chase after those guys, to Han's surprise. With just one jump, Zeke leaped straight onto the roof and continued to chase after them. While chasing he didn't forget to shout, hey, you guys, let's talk a little. I have something to say about the item you're carrying, you see, but the kidnappers had no intention of talking or stopping. One of them even quickly took out a knife and threw it at Zeke. Of course, for these kinds of ridiculous attacks, Zeke could see through them easily. He even grabbed the knife before it hit him, then threw it back forward. And his target was the one holding Snock. The kidnapper, after getting hit by a knife, lost his balance and fell off the roof. The others saw this and quickly chased after. But at the same time Zeke caught up with them. Hey, who are you guys? Zeke said with an emotionless voice. But these kidnappers didn't intend to say much. The leader holding Snock immediately ordered kill him. Right after his words, the remaining 2 subordinates immediately rushed up. Zeke saw that these guys didn't like to talk but liked to chop and kill, so he got so itchy. This damned bunch, when I ask, please answer. While saying that, Zeke also dodged a knife from one of the kidnappers, then immediately punched this guy to the ground. The remaining kidnapper quickly approached from the side, then performed a slash. Unfortunately it was also easily dodged, and so he also gave this guy a knee strike, breaking his nose. The leader, after seeing his 2 subordinates being defeated so easily, immediately ran away. And this also made Zeke a little annoyed. Damn it, they're making things complicated. While saying that, he also jumped on the roof to chase after. So the chase began. At this point they had run deep into the forest, the bastard in front carrying a person, yet running as fast as a dog. Just like that, the 2 continued to chase each other, until they left the forest. The leader immediately ran into the mine and disappeared, just as Zeke was about to run in to chase after. Then he was blocked by 3 subordinates who appeared out of nowhere. These punks just keep popping up, making Zeke's head spin. Who are you guys anyway? Are you clones of those other guys or what? Zeke said with a slightly helpless tone. And these 3 are acting exactly like the previous 3, they don't say a word, just pull out knives and start slashing. But of course, these weak chickens only need 3 sword strikes to send them packing to smell the dirt. But at the same time, he didn't notice anything strange. Something was off. Even if they're assassins, their skills are too good. Where did these guys come from anyway? The reason I came to this city was because of the impending disaster, but I don't know where these guys came from, appearing so coincidentally like this. Or is it possible that? Thinking this, Zeke started asking one of the kidnappers in front. Are you guys related to the god of destruction, Naum? And while Zeke was still interrogating the kidnappers outside, Snock inside had already started to wake up. Awakened by Naum. Where is this? Snock asked groggily, but before Snock could even get his bearings, a hand grabbed Naum. The one who made the move was the leader of the kidnappers. When Snock saw his close friend being grabbed, he hurriedly shouted, "Let Naum go." The leader didn't pay attention to Snock's pleas for help, and immediately used one hand to choke him. Then lifted him into the air. Interesting. I thought you were a coward. Is it because of your special relationship with this little rat? He said, laughing, while Naum in his hand was still squeaking in panic. After that, it seemed like the leader felt his arm getting tired, so he threw Snock straight into the corner of the wall. To be honest, Snock still didn't understand what was happening. He started coughing after the impact and asked, "What are you talking about?" After saying these words, Snock suddenly realized that this was the collapsed mine. At this moment, his hand was also touching each oar as if searching for something. But suddenly the leader's voice rang out, startling him. "What's wrong? Are you looking for something over there?" Hearing him say that, Snock started to turn back with a panicked face, and before Snock could say anything, he explained, "Your face is written all over with the words, how did you know? It's nothing special, it's just that your eyes are full of sadness and despair. It's as if you're looking at your father's grave." "You know my father?" Snock asked. "Yes, I'm very familiar with him. Look closely where the light is radiating from," the leader said, pointing forward. Then he continued, "That's the sealing stone, it's sealing the mythical beast of the mine." Following the gaze of both of them, there was now a stone with strange patterns stuck inside other stones. While working in the mine, your father touched that sealing stone, and he awakened the mythical beast of the mine. That's why this mine and the surrounding area collapsed, and buried your father alive. Are you in pain? Do you feel resentment? Each word of the leader made Snock's body start to tremble, unsure whether it was from pain or awakening. Snock's expression made him extremely satisfied. Now he just needed to add a little more spice, so he started leaning his mouth close to Snock's ear and said, "The thing that stole your father and made you hate being a miner is the mythical beast of the mine." These words really stirred up the anger and rage inside Snock. His face now looked like a rabid dog ready to bite someone. The leader felt that the provocation was enough, so he then started to bring Naum in front of Snock and said, "Now, pass judgment on the monster you hate." Hearing this, Snock started to get confused. "What are you talking about? Why Naum?" The leader started to explain, "This is the culprit who caused the earthquake that killed your father. It's the mythical beast of the mine." It seemed like Naum also understood what this guy was saying, so the little boy's tears started to flow. Snock's expression at this moment was extremely bewildered, shocked, and worried by the sudden news. The leader was still smiling and continued, "It killed your father, and then pretended to be your family. It's probably secretly laughing at you. Now, quickly pass judgment on this damn monster, on the monster you hate." Hearing this, his face started to change. Then, a red light flashed in his eyes. Back with Zeke, he was still cursing those kidnappers just now. That damn guy. Who would have thought that as soon as I asked about Naum, he'd make himself explode. Even the way he spontaneously combusted was flashy. I almost had my clothes burned off. Those assassins also know how to use fire magic and even carry artifacts. Above all, they are also related to Naum, who is ultimately behind them. Thinking this, Zeke had already run to the entrance of the mine, but at the same time, a terrifying power erupted from within. Zeke immediately drew his sword, and got into a battle stance to prepare for any possible situation, but then a little surprised, because the person walking out of the mine was actually Snock. But at this moment his appearance was very different. His hair and eyes were fiery red along with a face full of rage. As soon as he saw this appearance, the word Naum immediately appeared in Zeke's mind. Then Zeke also asked him, "You said your name is Snock. Weren't you captured by the assassin, and what is that aura around you?" Zeke's questions echoed, but Snock just stood there like a statue. This also gave Zeke some judgment. The kid didn't answer. It's like he doesn't have any consciousness, if that's the case. Thinking this, Zeke continued, "Have you ever heard of or known the name Naum?" Immediately after hearing Zeke's question, Snock began to react. Again, he started to bite his lip tightly and then roar angrily. Next, the ground began to shake and countless sharp pillars of stone rushed up to attack Zeke. Luckily he managed to dodge in time. Snock's violent actions also made Zeke think. Strange, does Snock have such a temper? No, he's usually known as one of the very intelligent people. And as for now, it's like he's too angry to think, just thinking and starting to weave through the stone pillars. Then, in Snock's surprised eyes, Zeke rushed in front of him. Hey, if you don't want to see bloodshed, you two better take it, Zeke said while swinging his mana-filled sword down. Immediately, Snock erected a stone pillar to protect himself. Unfortunately, when this thing collides with a mana sword, it's like foam. The stone pillar shattered as soon as it collided with the sword. And taking this opportunity, Zeke also gave him a punch and then stepped back. Strange, the punch from earlier was enough to knock away any normal person. It must be because the kid's body has become tougher. And at this time Snock also knew that the opponent in front was very difficult to play with, so he began to concentrate more power. Next, a few more stone pillars stabbed towards Zeke. But before those stone pillars could grow up, they were all trampled. But through this, Zeke also felt that the power of the stone pillars had become stronger. If he continued to let the kid grow like this, I'm afraid he will awaken into a tyrant who dominates the world. If that's the case, then I need to end this before he gets stronger. Thinking this, the sword in Zeke's hand lit up again, and then Zeke rushed to attack Snock. Snock on this side also didn't want to be outdone. As soon as he saw Zeke rushing in, he created a whole forest of stone pillars to block the way. But this is still not enough to make it difficult. Every time a stone pillar grows up, he just needs to use his sword to chop it off. Thanks to this, Zeke was able to get close to Snock again. And just as Zeke unleashed a decisive move to defeat Snock, then a sword blocked his attack. The person who acted was the leader of the Bat Toads. You should cherish your life. Killing others will lead to hell. After saying that, he also swung his sword to push Zeke back. And at this time he also asked, are you the one who made Snock become like this? The leader heard this and laughed. Isn't it great? Hearing the affirmative words from the leader, Zeke was also certain of his speculation. It seems you have merged him with a mythological creature of the earth. Is it the tyrant of Earth Naum, right? Zeke's words made this guy very confused. How did he know the name Naum that this child gave to the mythological creature that had never been revealed to anyone? Who did you hear this from? Who knows? My livelihood depends on this, so I can't say. The leader heard this and didn't intend to say more and immediately began to use his power. So, I have no other choice, I can only use force to solve everything. After saying that, he also started to put a stream of energy inside his body. Immediately after that, his muscles began to grow, bulging to the point that his clothes tore. Finally, after the transformation process was completed, he became a huge guy like Hulk. I didn't intend to use this form to fight in front of people, he said to Zeke, and maybe because his transformed form was too ugly, Snock in the back after seeing this, immediately flew into a rage and jumped to attack him. But after transforming, this big guy's strength has increased a lot. As soon as Snock charged in, he used one hand to squeeze his face tightly. You feel scared of me, how pathetic. Too bad I don't have time to pay attention to you now. After saying that, he threw Snock away like throwing a toy. His actions also made Zeke next to him a little curious. Is it okay for you to do this? Didn't you put all your effort into him? But the big guy on this side isn't too worried. Don't worry, he's so angry that he doesn't have any sense left. After I'm done with you, I'll go find him. Now that the obstacle has disappeared, we can spend some quality private time together. Having said that, he also rushed up. He threw a punch towards him. Luckily he dodged it in time, but this big guy's attack was also incredibly strong. Just one punch was enough to cause the ground to split open. The shockwave from this attack also made Zeke quickly retreat backwards. But before Zeke could regain his posture, the big guy in front had already charged up to attack. This time, he didn't want to dodge anymore, so he used his sword to block this attack. Executing a slash to counterattack immediately, this sudden attack also made the big guy panic a little. And Zeke clicked his tongue a little because this guy barely dodged it. Then Zeke made a stab with his mana-filled sword, but who would have thought that this big guy would use his hand to block this attack? Seeing that the sword couldn't pierce his arm, he even taunted, haha, it's like you're not even hitting me. Try blocking my attack. Saying this, he was also preparing to launch some attack while his sword was stuck in his arm. But before he had a chance to show off, Zeke pulled his sword back, and immediately after that, an explosion occurred at the big guy's wound. And his left arm said goodbye to its owner just like that. Do you like your new look? Zeke taunted back. After saying that, he sent him to meet his teammates with one sword. Speaking of which, where did the little brat go? Scene changes to Han's place for some reason, but at this time he also started running into this forest. Immediately after that he heard a loud noise, so he stopped. Is it an earthquake? I just heard something. As Han said this, he looked around to find out the cause. Then he noticed that there was a person lying unconscious in front of him. Oh, it's that boy from before. Hey, wake up, are you okay? According to Han's words, Snock also began to wake up at this time, but his eyes were still bloodshot. Of course, after Snock woke up, he continued to go crazy again, and this also made Han extremely scared. Han had to dodge the attacks from Snock while starting to think. What's wrong with him? What kind of training did he get that can do that? At this moment, according to Han's gaze, Snock is using his power to lift a giant rock. If I get hit by that thing, I'll just die. Immediately after that, Snock also threw this rock towards Han at an extremely fast speed. I can't dodge it anymore. If I can't dodge it, then thinking this, Han immediately drew his sword. And in some miraculous way, Han was able to slash this giant rock in half. Until he finished slashing the rock, Han hadn't recovered yet. I thought I was dead. But Snock on this side saw that shooting rocks wasn't working, so he started using the rock pillar move. But thanks to the advantage of being small and agile, Han could easily dodge these pillars, while cutting them off on his way. Easy peasy, I can easily handle things like this. But that was just Snock's feint. His real move is this sand wave. Han is really helpless against this attack. Are you kidding me? My whole life I've been working like a stupid dog, am I going to die? But it seems like Han's luck hasn't run out yet. At the very moment he was most dangerous, a wave of water came flying from somewhere and collided with this wave of sand. Even the power of the wave of water overwhelmed the wave of sand and crashed towards Snock. Seeing this, Snock quickly erected a solid stone pillar. Thanks to it, this wave was split in half. But before Snock could do anything more, then Zeke rushed out from inside the wave, and on the other side Zeke had also thought of a way to calm Snock down. This is the only way to stop him from going crazy. So I beg you, stay awake, and right after that, Zeke's hand made contact with Snock's forehead. At the same time, Zeke also transmitted his mana into his body. At this moment, in the spiritual world inside Snock's head, he was starting to wake up. Where am I? Why? Just as he said this, Snock immediately heard angry growls coming from beside him. These growls came from Naum, whose entire body was now covered in a red mist. When he saw Snock intended to approach, he became more angry. Seeing this, Snock gently began to speak. Hey, someone must be taking over my mind, but in the meantime, I dreamed about you. It's true that my father died in the earthquake you caused, but I understand that you didn't do it to kill my father. You only came out because your seal was broken, and my father was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm sorry for misunderstanding Naum, you must have been hurt. I really want to go back to the days when I didn't know anything, but I don't think that's possible. So Naum, will you together build our future? So with a few touching words and the power of teamwork, comrades, the two made up, and Snock escaped the control of his anger. And the next morning, the soldiers came to seal off the scene of the battle at the mine. People were talking about it, while the experts searched everything to find some trace. Meanwhile, the two key figures in the case were sitting down eating happily together. Did you do as I told you? Zeke asked while eating. Han quickly replied, of course. I testified that I didn't know anything. Just said I went up the mountain because I heard a loud noise. But then Han started to worry and asked, but they really won't find out that we're related to this incident, will they? Zeke calmly said, I've taken care of the body of the person who caused this, so they'll never know. More importantly, they will never imagine that a minor like him is involved in this matter. As they said that, both of them turned to look at Naum and Snock. Then Zeke turned to tell Snock, since the two had made a pact, they wouldn't go crazy anymore. It seems your mana is perfectly suited for Naum. So what are you going to do now? Are you two going to live together? Snock thought for a moment and said, I'm thinking about the fact that Naum killed my father is true, and I can't forget that and act like everything's okay. Zeke listened and pondered for a moment and said, you mean you don't want to accept Naum, if there's nothing to make up for it? So why don't you think of something? This made Snock a little surprised. Something to make up for it. Zeke went on to suggest, you want to be an adventurer, right? So much so that you had to find a con man to learn from. So what do you think about us doing some good together? Zeke said, extending his hand to invite him. Time quickly passed, and the scene changed to the evening in the forest. It seemed that Snock had accepted Zeke's offer, so now the main character was helping him better control his abilities, and the best way was to have Snock spar with him. And the current result was that both of them were evenly matched and indecisive. Turning to Han, he was exhausted, like a bull. But then this young man grit his teeth, and charged to attack again. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Snock saw Han charge to attack so fiercely, and he was startled and quickly used his power to create a stone shield in front of him. But for this flimsy shield, the retainer only had to swing his sword once to cut it in two. In Snock's dazed eyes, while Han saw him standing there so stunned, asked, hey, are you okay? Turning to Zeke, after seeing the two fight, he stuck his sword firmly into the ground and shouted. What are you two doing? You're both not focused on studying. 1 more hour. Really? Oh no, they complained. But not long after that, during dinner, one accidentally discovered that the 2 people in front of me were eating like starving ghosts, so I surprisedly asked, "Is the food that good?" "Yes, it's so good it makes you cry," they said, nodding repeatedly. And Snock, after eating a little, asked, "Where are we going now?" "We're going to Osprin," Zeke replied calmly. But this strange place also made Han look at Snock blankly and ask, "Osprin, do you know where that is?" Snock, hearing this, could only shake his head because he had never heard of this place before. Turning back to Zeke, Osprin was a very familiar place to him in his previous life. Before I regressed, a total of 4 demons had served me. One came from Osprin. I wonder how he is now. I'm so excited, Zeke thought and unconsciously smiled. And this smile of his made the 2 cowards in front panic. He's so scary. They stammered, and according to the gaze of this group of people, Zeke's face really looked like a demon king. Time passed quickly. At this time, the group had approached a fortress of some kind, and although they were not close, they could smell a very strange smell. "What is that smell?" "I don't know, but it's definitely not food," Han said as he sniffed. But the one in front immediately said the answer, "That's the smell of burnt corpses." What, burnt corpses?" the 3 people in the back said with their mouths open, including Naum. And Zeke also felt a little curious and wondered if this was just a fire, or if monsters had invaded, he thought to himself. But before Zeke could think too much, a loud shout rang out from behind them, causing the group to pay attention and turn around. "Who is that? State your name quickly." This statement was from 2 people dressed as soldiers. And Han and Snock, seeing them, freaked out completely, even unable to speak. We are just travelers, we're here to find a place to sleep for the night. Is there a problem?" Zeke said calmly. At the same time, he also observed the soldiers in front of him and thought, what are these knights doing here? Turning back to the 2 knights, they whispered to each other, "They look like travelers. All the roads leading to this village are blocked, so that means they came here through the mountains. We can't be sure they aren't escapees from the village, so let's just take them to the camp first. Maybe they're infected too." "Shoo, speak quietly," they whispered to each other, and Dong heard all these words. "Come with us," the 2 suggested, and Zeke happily accepted this. Just like that, their group was led to some tent area. And more precisely, they were led to the commander's tent. "Young master, we found some suspicious people, bring them in," the person inside said. Then the voice inside asked again, "What's going on?" The young man with the spear, hearing this, explained everything. "We found them in the forest. They said they were travelers. I don't think they came from the village." "I understand. I am Johim Drakel. I am the commander of the army that came to solve the village issue." The noble young man in front calmly introduced himself. And Zeke, after seeing the familiar face on the opposite side, happily recalled the memories of his previous life. "Hey, one of the 4 people who traveled around the continent with me. It feels like just yesterday we were going through all sorts of things together and raising a glass to celebrate." Thinking of this, Zeke stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Zeke. The people behind me are Han and Snock. The little kangaroo on Snocka's shoulder is Naum." Johim, seeing them so polite, said with a smile, "I understand. I apologize for asking like this on our first meeting, but where are you all from?" "We came from Seoul. I was training my subordinates in the mountains, so I didn't know the road had been blocked." On the opposite side, Johim frowned a bit after hearing this. Then he immediately said with a smile, "Okay, I believe you," and this statement immediately caused the guard beside him to remind, "Young Master Johim, maybe they are people who escaped from the village." Johim, hearing this, turned and reassured, "Calm down. Whoever they are, I don't intend to let them leave this place." "Huh, what do you mean?" Han asked anxiously, and before this statement of his, Johim gradually explained everything. "Since you've come here, you'll have to come with us for a while, because there is an infectious disease here, is that right?" Zeke said, and this made Johim a little surprised. "You already knew, the clues were obvious," Zeke said with a smile. And Johim could only sigh and explain everything again. "That's right. There is an infectious disease spreading inside this village, and we were sent here to prevent it from spreading further. Since you've come here, it's possible that you've been infected, so I can't let you leave the village." "I understand," Zeke said calmly. Meanwhile, the attendant Han in the back nodded in agreement. "Even young Master Zeke understands the horror of infectious diseases," I thought he would argue. And just as he thought of this, Zeke in front said a word that surprised him and Snock. "Then is there anything I can do to help?" But before Johim could even reply, a knight suddenly rushed in from outside the door, panicked, and said, "Sir, one of the infected has developed new symptoms." Upon hearing this, Johim's face immediately turned pale. And immediately the whole group rushed to where the infected person was. And when they arrived, the scene before them made even a person like, character name, break out in a cold sweat. Because, according to everyone's view, the infected person was lying in a pool of blood for an unknown reason. Speaking of Johim, after seeing this, he quickly instructed his subordinate, record this symptom and follow the decree. Yes, sir, the subordinate quickly replied. Johim's quick reaction also made Zeke quite satisfied. My subordinate is different, his reactions are very experienced, he thought. Zeke also noticed Johim's pale face and asked, "Are you alright? You look quite pale." "Oh, no, I'm just a bit afraid of blood," Johim said with a smile. And this statement made the Demon King Zeke dumbfounded. "Huh, you're afraid of blood?" "Yes, I have hemophobia," Johim said with a forced smile. And after hearing this, his eyes widened. No way. Before the regression, he was known as a vampire whose ability was blood manipulation, yet he just told me that he's afraid of blood. What's going on? Is he daring to lie to me? No, wait. I think vampires might have actually had personalities like that at this point in time, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, character name, was blaming themselves. I'm so stupid, aren't I? You don't like that hemophobia of yours? Zeke asked curiously. How could I like it? This hemophobia is the only thing that has always caused trouble for me. Johim said in a frustrated voice, then fell silent. And Zeke on the opposite side immediately understood. It seems like he doesn't want to delve into that detail about himself. Well, that's the vampire I used to know. Even before the regression, he only ever told me where he came from. Thinking of this, character name, placed a hand on the shoulder of his old comrade and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get over it. You'll get used to it to the point where you can consider bathing in blood a daily pleasure. Thank you, Johim said awkwardly, while wondering what the whole bathing in blood thing meant. Time passed quickly, after this incident, because we couldn't leave the village, we helped Johim and his soldiers. We did our best to eliminate the disease in the village. But the results weren't very promising. In the end, they had to burn the entire town to extinguish the seeds of the epidemic. From the top of the mountain, looking at the fire below, even a fool like Han could feel the horror of the epidemic. Like that, I don't think anyone could have survived, he said in confusion. And Johim, standing next to him, replied helplessly, so this is the final result, that even effort couldn't change. On this side, Zeke heard this, looked over at him, and asked, you must be very angry. Of course, I feel terrible for the people who died from the epidemic, as well as for this burning village. And I also feel terrible for all of our friends and the effort we put in, Johim said in an emotional voice. This was very different from the Johim he knew before. Turning back to Johim, he bowed before Zeke's group and said, without your help, we wouldn't have been able to get this far. Thank you for everything. Zeke, seeing this, coughed awkwardly a few times and said, of course, the reason I travel around is to do good deeds, after all. As do these guys. You're so noble and kind, Johim said with a smile. Next, he proposed to Zeke's group, we've reported the situation to the Duke's castle, so we'll be ordered to return there soon. If there's no problem, I would like to invite all of you to come with us there. Our Demon King, upon hearing this, readily agreed, I won't refuse. And as if his wish was granted, right after Zeke finished saying this, one of Johim's knights ran over and said, Sir, something from the castle, he said, holding up a letter. And who knows what this letter says? But as soon as Johim finished reading it, his face turned purple. What does the letter say? He looks so tense, Zeke wondered to himself. As for Johim, after finishing reading it, he gently put away the letter and ordered, everyone, prepare to leave. Yes, sir, are we going home? The red-haired guy said excitedly. But unfortunately for his expectations, Johim's order was completely different. No, we're going to another village, infected, Johim said as he turned and left. And this information made the soldiers under his command terrified. This was understandable. After all, going to a place full of disease wasn't comfortable. If I get infected, I'm gonna die. Turning to Zeke, he also sensed a dark odor here. How interesting, they sent him to another infected village even though he is part of a noble family. Usually they wouldn't do this to the nobility, I am almost certain, so there must be a reason to do that here. Infection and death are a part of the mission here. Cut to a luxurious castle. A fat pig has also died inside the mansion. Smashes his seat then yells at the person in front of him, damn it, you said the disease was serious enough to wipe out an entire village. Then how is that bastard still alive, he said, pointing at the butler. In response to this question, the old butler said as he bowed his head, please forgive me, but he got lucky. I heard all the soldiers following him and the doctors in the village died. Why is he still alive? He said as he threw a decorative vase which shattered into many pieces. The nasty pig continued, come up with another plan right now. A plan that will deal with Johim for sure this time. Returning to Zeke's group, after looking at the body that was being burned in front of him, Han muttered, "That's it, with the bodies here. This whole village has eventually died out because of the disease." While Zeke was thinking to himself, "We still haven't received any orders to retreat to the castle," and as he was thinking this, our demon king also felt something and quickly stood up and gripped his sword. "What's wrong, young master?" Han asked in surprise. But Zeke was not too concerned with this question. At this moment he looked ahead with a dangerous look in his eyes and shouted, "Show yourselves." At his request, several men wearing cloaks identical to the guys who kidnapped Snock came rushing out of the forest. After appearing, these men did not say a word, but simultaneously threw the knives in their hands at them. And of course, these silly knives could not cause any trouble for Zeke. With a few simple sword swings, he was able to easily knock all of these knives away. Afterwards, he immediately recognized the identity of these people, hoods. Just like the assassins from before, he thought to himself. Zeke was furious and instructed the two people behind him, Han, Snock, "Each of you take one of them." After saying that, he did not give these two timid people time to react before rushing forward to attack head-on. "I'm going to get a headache if I keep thinking about why they did this, so I'll just capture this guy and extract information from him," Zeke thought as he flew straight for one of the assassins. But before he could control the assassin, this crazy guy started playing the suicide card. More precisely, before Zeke could touch him, this man exploded like a bomb. Although this move did not have much of an effect on Zeke, it made it difficult for him to capture. That is the same artifact as the one from Seoul and also uses the same method of fighting. Why did these assassins come here? Zeke wondered to himself, as an assassin who didn't know life and death rushed straight at him. And as a result, he split the assassin in half with a single sword stroke. Think carefully, their purpose in Seoul was to turn Naum into a demon, so if I assume that their purpose here is the same, then the person they are targeting is probably Johim Drackle, the person who will one day become my close teammate. What does him becoming a demon have to do with these guys? If creating demons is feasible, as he says this, he also remembers something and muttered, "Wait, if it is during this period that demons began to appear on the continent, that is why people call this period the era of demons. If these guys are the ones who created all the demons, it can't be all demons. I'm sure there are people who became demons naturally like me. Wait a moment, what if my journey to becoming a demon king is all part of someone's plan?" The more Zeke thought, the darker his face became. Thinking of this, Zeke took a deep breath to regain his composure and continued to analyze. All the incidents that happened were constant, as if someone was behind them planning everything. Those incidents were like pushing me to become a demon. At that time, I thought it was just normal bad luck in the world, but if all this was really set up by someone, then disaster is coming. If some bastard uses his power to create demons to serve his plans, this will be interesting. I will definitely not spare him, Zeke thought to himself as he smiled hideously. Time passed quickly. The battle with the assassins had ended and he had failed in his attempt to capture one of them. I wanted to capture at least one attacker and find out the mastermind behind them. But who knew that these guys would self-destruct again? Those bastards, if their goal is what I think it is, then maybe they want to turn Johim into a demon. Things are definitely going to change too much now that I've appeared unexpectedly and helped Johim. Johim becoming a vampire. Zeke stroked his chin, thinking, and remembered the gruesome appearance of his teammate in his previous life. Just thinking about it makes me want to throw up everything I ate. It's best not to let Johim in this life become a vampire like in the previous life, Zeke reminded himself. And just at that moment, Johim approached him and said, "Are you still not asleep? Can I sit with you?" "Of course," Zeke replied with a smile. And so, the two of them sat together in silence. During this time, Zeke turned to look at his teammate again and thought, I still can't understand the reason why he became a vampire. How can someone who suffers from hemophobia be able to use the power called blood manipulation? There must be a reason for that I still don't know, Zeke thought to himself and then said, "You don't look so good." Johim, hearing this, sighed and said, "Actually, I'm thinking about my father. It's been half a year since he fell ill, he's still in a coma and hasn't woken up. I wonder if things would be different if my father recovered. Now my older brother has full control of the family and is doing everything. Because he's the eldest son, so, of course, he has to shoulder that responsibility," Johim said softly, while Zeke next to him had already guessed part of the story because he was actually in a similar situation. But before the two could talk for long, suddenly a subordinate rushed over and said, "Young master, there's an order to return, an epidemic has broken out in Osprin." Johim, hearing this, turned pale and said, "What?" Time passed quickly, switching scenes to the Drackle family's mansion. At this time, Zeke's group also followed Johim here. "I'm back, brother," Johim said, bowing slightly before his pig of an older brother. And this dead pig, seeing this, gritted his teeth and said, "So you're back." And those behind, witnessing the appearance of the two brothers, were endlessly surprised. How can brothers be so different? One looks like he's obese, while the other looks like he's malnourished. In short, both of them look like they're sick. Next, Zeke also looked towards the butler and thought, is the old man next to him the butler? Speaking of Big Brother, at this time he also got to the main issue. Are you up to date with the situation? I heard there's an epidemic in Ospren. Looks like you just finished work in another village, right? I'm also a tolerant person, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go and stop the epidemic in Ospren. And don't return to the castle until the epidemic is over. If you let the epidemic spread any further, there will be big trouble. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, this guy said, putting on an extremely arrogant face. And this also made Johim so angry that he clenched his fist. But then he regained his composure and replied, I understand. The next day, Johim's group also began to survey the surrounding situation. What's the situation? Johim asked, and the knight under his command, hearing this, began to report, the areas where patients have been found have been sealed off. Entry and exit to the village have been tightly controlled. The total number of deaths as of yesterday is 60. According to the doctor who examined them, it's highly likely that it's malignant disease. Speaking of Zeke, the strangeness of this disease really made him think a lot. It's a common infectious disease. Something's quite strange. There are different kinds of infectious diseases in each village. It feels like someone is deliberately doing this. Thinking of this, I remembered something familiar from my previous life. Could it be that bastard has started acting already? A disease that terrified the whole world, demonization. But he's not the kind of person who can easily be infected with demonization and then become a vampire like that. This disease is very different from the epidemics in other villages. Could it be a plan caused by someone else? So that means that guy is somewhere around here. No, there's no other way, I have to take action, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Johim, on the opposite side, was still stroking his chin, speculating, there aren't as many deaths here as in the previous villages, so there must still be a chance. What about the antidote? The knight, hearing this, stammered, the doctors have tried to develop it, but they have all failed. The doctors believe that it's difficult for anyone to find a cure in the current situation. Johim, hearing this, clicked his tongue in annoyance. But just when he felt it was most difficult to solve, Zeke's voice rang out. Wait, I can make an antidote for that malignant disease. Next, because there was no other way, everyone had no choice but to agree to let Zeke try to cure them, and of course, our main character wasn't bluffing about this. Before the regression, the epidemic ravaged the world. Scholars worked together to create a cure. At that time, Johim was very interested in the epidemic, so I learned from him. The medicine created at that time was very effective. On this side, Zeke slowly fed the patient the medicine he had just concocted. Is it really effective? Everyone thought to themselves. Then, immediately afterward, they received the answer when the patient in front of them weakly said, water, give me water. It's a success. Now I'll give you a list of the ingredients in the medicine, Zeke said calmly, while the others couldn't believe their eyes. Just a moment ago, they were unconscious, but now they are much better. As for Johim, after hearing this, he also said worriedly, is it okay to do that? This malignant disease is really difficult to create a cure for. If you sell this medicine exclusively, you'll make a huge amount of money. Zeke smiled and said, from the beginning, I didn't care about money, I just want everyone's life to be better. And in response to Zeke's words, Johim could only give him a warm hug. Zeke, thank you so much, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Over here, Zeke felt a little awkward when he saw him hugging him so tightly. I know, let's talk about business. This hug is too embarrassing, he said, patting the back of the blood-shy young man. Time passed quickly, and thanks to Zeke's medicine, the epidemic situation was controlled very quickly. I've created a cure, now is the time to worry about treating everyone, Zeke thought to himself. And whenever things felt like they were going smoothly, sure enough, someone would come to spoil the fun, just like now. While Zeke was talking to a doctor about the problems of the patients, a loud voice rang out from behind them. Who is Zeke? This was the voice of the butler, who was currently bringing some soldiers here. Seeing this, he curiously said, what's going on? The butler didn't answer but asked in return, are you Zeke? Where did you get the medicine to cure the epidemic? Zeke, on the opposite side, secretly assessed this man. His way of speaking is curt. This is the old man standing next to him, right? Knowing that I created the medicine, he immediately wanted to meet me. No way, could this old man be sick? I have to check, Zeke thought to himself. Then, the two of them had a private conversation inside a tent. At this time, the butler arrogantly said to him, I want to ask you where you got the medicine to cure the disease. I've already said, I saw it inside a book, Zeke calmly replied, but of course, this didn't satisfy the butler. "You think I'll believe that?" he said, staring at Zeke, and then, to put pressure on him, this guy slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, tell the truth, what book was it?" Zeke, upon hearing this, continued to bluff, I read that book a long time ago, so I don't remember." The butler, hearing this, eagerly said, "Then did that book talk about other infectious diseases?" "The book only talked about how to treat malignant diseases." On the opposite side, the butler, after hearing this, was a little silent and prepared to say something. But before he could, Johim rushed in from outside and shouted, "Salam, what are you doing? This is very rude to the person who saved the lives of the people of Osprin." The butler almost ignored his words and calmly said, "I'll take my leave now." After speaking, this rude fellow immediately left, and this also made Zeke a little uncomfortable, just leaving like that without saying anything. Turning to the young man Johim, after seeing Salam's attitude, he didn't dare to do anything but sigh and turn to apologize to Zeke. "I'm sorry, Zeke, my family member has bothered you again. It's okay, I've met him at the castle too." "You know him, I remember I once saw him standing next to the eldest son," Zeke calmly replied. At this time, Johim also explained the origin of the rude butler, that Salam, the butler of our family. Originally, he was the commander of our family's night squad. But later, because he was injured, he had to retire. My father brought him back to be the butler. Zeke, hearing this, was a little confused and asked, "Why is he so upset with me?" "Perhaps it's because of the medicine you created. He came here because he's afraid that my power will exceed the limit." "Salam is my brother's ally," Johim laughed awkwardly. Meanwhile, Zeke continued to think, looking at the way he cares about the medicine, it's possible that he's also sick. I don't know the reason why Johim appeared in the middle of all this. Turning to Johim, he remembered something and introduced, "Oh, I heard that you're short of manpower to treat the disease. Someone wants to help us, so I brought her here to introduce her to you, Ms. Vargot," according to his words. Then, a beautifully dressed girl began to lift the curtain and step inside. "This is Greta Vargot, the owner of the Vargot Trading Company." Next, she smiled and introduced herself, "My name is Greta Vargot." Zeke hurriedly replied, "I'm Zeke." After speaking, he looked at the outfit this girl was wearing and wondered, "Wow, she's really beautiful, but why is she wearing morning clothes?" And while General Zeke was still wondering, Johim spoke up, "Ms. Vargot is the owner of the Vargot Trading Company. They are very concerned about the epidemic and have contributed a lot to the research. Because she also knows a lot about infectious diseases, she will definitely be helpful in the current situation." "Okay," Zeke happily agreed. Ms. Vargot, seeing this, asked, "I think you won't have enough medicine, so I brought some with me. Can I learn how to create the cure? Because you are very knowledgeable about infectious diseases, I think I still have a lot to learn from you," Zeke said. Then the two of them whispered and discussed it. "The treatment isn't anything special, just this and that. The spread of these kinds of diseases is mostly through water sources like wells, so we need to prevent that to avoid the spread." "You're really good, you're much better." Turning to Han and looking at the pink atmosphere in front of him, he made some guesses and said to Snock beside him, "I'm probably not the only one who finds the atmosphere a bit strange, right? Anyone who sees them would think they're lovers. Just listen and know." "Okay, yeah, Snock quickly nodded and said. As for Vargot, she picked up a herb and said, "Do you know anything about this herb? It seems to be good for people with colds." "Zeke, you're so knowledgeable, I still have a lot to learn from you." "Your knowledge is also very broad," Zeke complimented. "Well, over here," Vargot started to reminisce a bit about the past and said, "At first, I was only interested in infectious diseases because of my family, but I didn't expect I'd go this far." "Does your family study infectious diseases?" Zeke asked, puzzled. No, that's not it," Vargot quickly said. Then she bit her lip tightly, as if making a decision, and proposed, "If you agree, I want to introduce you to my family. Would you be willing to come with me?" When Zeke heard this, his face went blank. Time passed quickly, and in the evening, in Father Johim's bedroom. At this moment, someone poured a purple liquid into his mouth. Just looking at it, you could tell it was toxic. And sure enough, as soon as he finished drinking it, he frowned and his whole body trembled. And the one who did it was none other than the butler, Salam. After poisoning his patriarch, he said coldly, "Sir, this is your karma." After accepting Vargot's offer, she led him to a cemetery, which made our protagonist very curious. She said she would introduce me to her family, but why are we going to a cemetery? Zeke thought as he turned his head to look around. Meanwhile, Vargot looked at the two tombstones in front of her and said sadly, "This is my family, they all died from the epidemic. That's why I care so much about infectious diseases, because I don't want anyone else to lose their loved ones to epidemics like I did." So you're wearing mourning clothes for your deceased loved ones? Zeke asked, and Vargot bluntly admitted, yes, I swore I would. When all kinds of epidemics disappear, I will take off these mourning clothes. That's why I wanted to bring you here to meet my husband and child, at least now you've found a way to cure one kind of infectious disease. Saying this, Vargot realized that she seemed to have said a little too much, so she became flustered. It seems like I've said too much, let's go back now, let's work together to destroy the malignant disease. After speaking, the girl turned around and left immediately. But at this moment, he looked at her with suspicious eyes. Did her family really die from the epidemic? Time passed quickly. The next morning, Han and Snock looked at him with very strange expressions. This made Zeke feel a bit uneasy, so he asked, is something wrong? If you have something to say it quickly. Han smiled and said, Zeke, are you sure that you and Ms. Vargot don't have anything going on? Snock added, the other soldiers all think you two are in love. On the opposite side, Zeke was surprised and asked, so what would you do if that were true? Wait, is it really true? The two of them said in shock. But immediately after, Han understood the problem and muttered, thinking about it, what man wouldn't like such a beautiful woman? Zeke is also a man, I thought he was gay before. Han said this innocently, not knowing that these words had really angered Zeke behind him, and as a result, he took a punch to the head. Looking back, Han's words made him think a bit. A couple, I guess everyone misunderstood. I went everywhere with Vargot to observe her, so that's why there are rumors like that. She appeared out of nowhere when I found a cure for the malignant disease. And she's also knowledgeable about various epidemics. I guess it's possible that she also has an infectious disease, but she seems even more suspicious than that guy Salam, but she hasn't shown any signs of being a demon yet, so I'll keep observing her. If I had known this was going to happen, would have asked Gren Zennard before I died. Before the regression, the only person who knew about him was the one who eradicated the epidemic. Zeke thought to himself, but at that moment, Johim's panicked voice rang out from behind him, Zeke, Lady Vargot has been arrested at the castle. Huh? Why? Zeke asked, puzzled, and Johim then stated his guess, I think they arrested her to check the patriarch's medical condition, but I'm planning to go to the castle now to check the exact details. On the opposite side, Zeke heard this and made a connection. Lady Vargot, an important figure in the work of treating infectious diseases, has been arrested. Could it be that there's an epidemic in that castle? It's definitely that guy Salam. Thinking of this, Zeke immediately spoke up and suggested, I'll go with you. And in response to Zeke's words, Johim immediately refused. No, Zeke, you stay here. Without you, there will be no one to monitor the patients. Moreover, this is my family's business. If Lady Vargot was arrested for some nefarious purpose, I will definitely bring her back safely and resolve the issue with my big brother. Johim said with a resolute voice, and Zeke, seeing this, agreed and didn't forget to instruct. Then I'll stay here and wait for news, but if anything happens, contact us immediately, Zeke said, grabbing his teammate's hand tightly. Scene changed to the butler, Salam, who is now reading some kind of document. Then suddenly a soldier from behind announced, Salam, the young master is looking for you. It'll be difficult to serve the young master tonight, Salam mumbled. Time quickly passed, and a few days later, Zeke's group was standing in front of an abandoned building. Zeke, this is the only building left. I don't know if there are any villagers here anymore. It looks like a haunted castle, Han and Snock said, frightened. Zeke, meanwhile, looked at the building, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Bad news, Zeke, people are saying that an infectious disease with the same symptoms as this one has spread to a nearby village. Is this virus going to break out again? I need someone with medical knowledge to go there and check it out. That's what Johim requested, the soldier said calmly. Zeke, on the other side, cheerfully replied, all right, I'll go there and check it out, but did he still get to the castle safely? Zeke said, staring ahead. The soldier, after hearing his question, was a little startled. But immediately after, he smiled and said, well, then I hope you stay healthy and return to the village quickly. Back to reality, Zeke had already guessed that something bad had happened to Johim. Johim had been at the castle for a few days now. It seems like they won't leave Johim alone unless they meet me. Thinking this, he slowly opened the door to the building. And the scene inside really scared Han and Snock to death. Because, according to their eyes, countless sick people of unknown life and death were lying all over the floor. But before the group could think much, a loud shout came from the front. Who are you? You can't come in here. Zeke, hearing this, calmly explained, I came to investigate the epidemic. Oh, you're a doctor, I didn't know. The situation here is hard to explain, let's go to that room first, he said, pointing to the room behind him. Meanwhile, Zeke, in the back, had grasped everything. I understand the situation roughly. After saying that, for some reason, Zeke immediately used magic to control his sword. and aimed it directly at the young man in front of him. This terrified Han and the others. "Zeke, what are you doing?" But before the young man Han could shout a few sentences, the man in black in front seemed to know he had been exposed, so he gritted his teeth and knocked away Zeke's sword. And right after that, this guy, not knowing whether he was living or dying, directly grabbed a knife and rushed to attack him. And the result was not surprising at all. Zeke, with just one sword stroke, sent this guy's head flying. Speaking of Snock, just a few seconds ago everyone was still happily chatting, but a few seconds later they were engaged in a bloody fight, which made it impossible for him to understand, "What's going on, what's happening?" Zeke, hearing this, enlightened the inexperienced young man. "You still don't understand." After saying that, Zeke also controlled his sword and launched it straight towards the door in front, causing it to shatter into many pieces. And the person inside the room was none other than Salim, who had been waiting. It seemed like they had planned to trap our protagonist. And Zeke, after seeing this butler, said coldly, "Don't even try to play stupid tricks, I'm not a fool who easily falls into your trap." Then, he clenched his sword in his hand and instructed the two people behind him, "Everyone, prepare to fight." Meanwhile, the butler in front frowned, and then ordered the subordinates behind him, "What an impudent guy. Everyone, go and take care of him," he said, pointing straight ahead, and following the orders of their master, the hounds began to rush up like crazy. But unfortunately, these guys are all talk but have little ability, with just a few simple sword strokes. Zeke's group was able to easily send these nonsense guys to their death. But during the fight, they also realized the identity of these people. These are the residents of the town. I guess they were threatened by him. Just looking at his appearance and actions, he must have caught the infectious disease. He's using the townspeople who have no fighting skills as a shield for himself. What an evil guy. He sacrificed the townspeople just to protect himself. Thinking of this, Zeke turned back and said to Han and Snock, "You can't kill those who aren't assassins." "What, you can't kill them?" Snock thought to himself, but while this young man was still surprised. Han next to him did a great job, immediately twisting a guy's arm behind his back and said happily, "Zeke, is this enough? You just need to knock him out," Zeke said wearily. Meanwhile, Han was even more surprised. "Oh my god, he's actually doing what Zeke said. They don't kill ordinary people, but there's no time to think anymore. Now that old man is at a disadvantage, it's time to take the next step." Turning back to Zeke, he had already taken down all the small fries. In front, the butler named Salim. Seeing this, he could only grit his teeth and shout angrily, "Krobet, get out here now." And following his words, there was a heavy footstep, and the owner of this sound was a large, blue-skinned man who looked incredibly muscular. Just looking at this terrifying figure was enough to make Han and Snock turn pale with fear. Meanwhile, the appearance of this blue-skinned man also reminded Zeke of some memories. Although he had never seen the face of the person who created the plague, he definitely remembered that this monster had appeared in his previous life. Proving that this old man is the one who created the plague or is related to it will be a bit difficult to deal with him, Zeke thought to himself. At the same time, Snock, who was behind him, pointed forward in fear and reminded him, "Watch out, Zeke, he's charging." According to his eyes, this time the big guy started carrying weapons straight towards the group like a tank. Just like that, the battle began, and as Zeke predicted, this big guy really made him feel a bit indigestible. With every swing of the axe, he could easily push Zeke back. Damn it. It's like dealing with a boulder. How annoying, he thought, grinding his teeth. Meanwhile, the butler Salim, seeing this from behind, laughed, as if he had won. "Haha, how about it? Krobet is strong, right?" Back to the battle. This time, he concentrated all his strength into his palms and swung his sword forward powerfully, temporarily pushing Krobet back. But the big guy Krobet also reacted very quickly. Immediately after that, he managed to regain his balance. Then he slammed his axe forward with great force, causing the floor to break into countless pieces. Fortunately, Zeke managed to jump back in time to dodge. Next, Zeke also took the opportunity when this big guy didn't have time to regain his posture, and immediately took momentum to rush straight towards him from behind, and gave this Krobet a horizontal slash. But unfortunately, as soon as his sword collided with the blue-skinned man's biceps, it immediately rang out with the sound of metal clashing against each other, and his sword couldn't even scratch this body a little. Meanwhile, in the back, Han and Snock were also struggling to resist the attack of the rest of the group. "If this goes on, it won't be good. I'm going to run out of energy soon. If I keep fighting like this, I'll definitely lose a lot of magic. But I can't handle it either, so if I resonate my magic, the lack of magic will be compensated by physical strength. I just need to find an opportunity," Zeke thought as he wrapped his sword in magic. Next, he also closed in on Krobet, while dodging this guy's axe swing. "It's time." This mumbled and immediately he pierced his sword into Krobet's chest when he had just attacked. And to make sure this big guy goes die, while Zeke's sword was still stuck in Krobet's chest, he also used a special technique called the Spiral Storm, which caused magic to explode violently and devastate the blue-skinned man's body from within. As for the butler Salim, he couldn't maintain his smiling appearance anymore. This guy, what is he doing? Salim said worriedly. But before he could think much, the stream of magic released from Zeke's sword created a vortex, flying straight towards Krobet, causing his body to be torn into pieces in an instant. While the guy Salim sat down on the ground and looked mindlessly at the scene in front of him, when the entire floor of the building had been blown away before Zeke's attack. Speaking of Zeke, he also slowly retracted his sword and said, "Is it you, the culprit who spread the plague? Looking at the weapons of the assassins under your command, they are exactly the same as those who kidnapped Snock. What is your relationship with the man in the black cloak?" Salim heard this and gritted his teeth and said, "Why should I tell you? What I'm doing is punishment for them." "Punishment, yes, just a little more and the Drackle family would be over. It's because of you that my plan was ruined. I should have dealt with you first," he said, his face becoming extremely fierce. Then this guy took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, and continued to boast, "But it doesn't matter, now it's no use even if you escape from here. Because the plan taking place at the chief's castle has succeeded." After saying this guy threw the bottle in his hand down forcefully, causing it to create a cloud of smoke that obscured everyone's vision. Han and Snock, seeing this, were afraid that it was poisonous gas, so they hurriedly covered their mouths. But Zeke immediately explained to them, "It's just a smoke bomb, don't be afraid." Han, seeing this, immediately spoke up and asked, "Do we need to chase after him?" "No need, they've already taken the castle," Zeke said calmly. Meanwhile, the young man Johim, who had loudly proclaimed that he would take care of everything, is currently imprisoned in jail. Back to Zeke's group, this time he spoke up, "We need to go to the Lord's castle right away." "Yes, sir," the two of them quickly replied. "I guess the number of cards has been transferred," Zeke thought as he looked towards the corpses lying below. And accidentally, he discovered that there was a certain sign on the earlobes of the side below. Cut to the dungeon of Drackle Castle. This time the young man Johim is also cursing his big brother, Bjorn Drackle. "How dare you put me in jail? How did they take the Lord's castle? Yet I confidently proclaimed that I would bring back Madame Vargot. It's really miserable, now I can't even protect my own life." Johim discourages thinking, but also right now a voice rang out from outside, "Johim, you have worked hard." Johim heard this, his face turned serious, looking out into the corridor and said, "How dare you step into a dangerous criminal's prison like this?" The mysterious figure outside, seeing Johim's demeanor, didn't hesitate to praise him. "Excellent, even at this hour, your eyes haven't drooped. Stop beating around the bush, get straight to the point," Johim said coldly. Hearing this, the mysterious figure reached into his sleeve and took out something that looked like a devil fruit, then introduced it. "I'm here to help you. This is called a blood vessel, please absorb it. After that, you'll gain immense power. Your big brother, he wants to kill you. Use that power to destroy all those who follow his orders." Turning to Johim, even though the mysterious figure's offer was extremely tempting, he remained remarkably alert and refused. "I won't do it. Do you know who I am, telling me to swallow that thing? I'm not stupid enough to listen to someone I don't even know." And his refusal caused the mysterious figure to clench his fist and think, if things had gone according to plan, he should be filled with hatred right now, and willing to swallow the blood vessel for revenge. But is the person who created the cure for the epidemic the reason why Johim isn't as angry as I had predicted? Thinking this, the figure came up with an idea and started to bluster. "To be honest with you, Johim, there's someone behind the scenes who can control infectious diseases at will. Don't you find it strange that infectious diseases suddenly appear continuously? The Lylon epidemic everywhere is his doing. He and your big brother have colluded. Only to kill you. Bjorn Drackle has ravaged the surrounding villages with the pandemic just to kill one person. Of course, Osprey is where the Lord's castle is located, so he only let the weakest epidemic, evilization, break out. That's why he's keeping you locked up here, because if he can't kill you, all his efforts will be in vain. Do you agree now? Knowing everything, you still don't change your mind," the figure said, wearing a devilish smile. On this side, Johim clung to the prison bars and gritted his teeth, saying, "Aren't you an ally of my big brother?" Hearing this, the mysterious figure happily replied, "I'm only on his side when necessary, not a permanent ally. Bjorn becoming Count Dracun is only a matter of time before Osprey, no, the whole world turns into hell. You are the only key to changing that, but you don't want to seize this opportunity. I will help you, if you want to save everything. Quickly absorb this blood vessel, Johim Drackle." As he spoke, he brought the devil fruit to Johim's face, and the young Johim was truly wavering. His hand slowly began to reach towards the blood vessel. But just at the moment when everything was about to succeed, Zeke's voice rang out from behind him, the plan sounds pretty good. But do you want to sell it to me? On the opposite side, after seeing Zeke appear, the mysterious figure clicked his tongue in annoyance and quickly put away his devil fruit. Meanwhile, Zeke in front was still happily haggling. I want to know more about this blood vessel. Could you explain it to me in detail? Even if I did, you wouldn't understand anything. Don't say that, have a little mercy on me. Because of your attack, I've suffered quite a bit of damage, Zeke said with a smile. But the mysterious figure didn't care at all. I don't care, he said coldly. And this made Zeke a little frustrated. Talking to straightforward people is really boring. The ally of yours I met earlier wasn't so boring to talk to. After meeting your ally, I figured everything out. You guys are an organization that wants to capture some people and turn them into demons, right? And the person who's going to turn into a demon this time is Johim, right? Probably through absorbing the blood vessel in your hand. The more Zeke spoke, the paler the mysterious figure's face became. Because he hadn't said anything wrong, he had spoken completely accurately about their plan. It's come to this, I have no other choice, he clenched his fist in thought, while Zeke's eyes in front gradually became colder. He's really tight-lipped, maybe I can't get anything more out of this guy, maybe I should just let him die, he thought to himself. But before he could act, incessant noises rang out from behind the group. Seeing this, the mysterious figure was overjoyed. You guys just wait here to die, he thought happily, while Zeke, who was imprisoned inside, had a slight suspicion that it was Bjorn's reinforcements. But unfortunately, completely contrary to the thoughts of these two people, the people who arrived were Han's group. As soon as he stepped inside, he said loudly, Zeke, we've taken control of the entire castle and prison. On this side, the mysterious figure who had been overjoyed just now, his face now looked like he had been bitten by a dog. On the opposite side, seeing this, Zeke didn't forget to tease him. What's wrong? Looks like you wasted your time. Things didn't go the way you wanted, did they? What's wrong? Wasn't the short-lived hope at the last minute sweet? Zeke said with a gleeful look. As for the mysterious figure, by this point he knew that he couldn't expect anything from reinforcements, so he immediately turned around and ran. But how could he escape this entire group of people? As soon as he turned around, Zeke turned to Snock and said, Snock. Do it. Snock on this side, hearing this, immediately used his skill, and caused countless rocks and stones above the ceiling to collapse, crushing the mysterious figure, his fate unknown. It's just a pity whether that blood vessel devil fruit was crushed as badly as he was. That's terrifying, Zeke said as he looked at the pile of rubble in front. And a close knight of Johim said in a panic, Lord Johim. But he was worrying a bit too much, because Snock had anticipated this, so he had created a stone golem to protect the blood-fearing youth. Well done, Snock. Zeke praised him, and then turned to look at Johim and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, luckily, I wasn't hurt anywhere, Johim replied calmly. Seeing this, Zeke immediately suggested, Then let's go. Hearing this, Johim said, Now I want to punish my big brother, who is the mastermind behind this. Alright, but is Bjorn Drackle really the mastermind? Zeke said. Then the whole group quickly moved to the Lord's room. But at this moment also look at Johim and think first. When I regressed I never saw how he commanded Johim army. If it weren't for this disease, the position of heir would have belonged to him then. And just as the main character was thinking this, they had already arrived at the Lord's office and encountered the butler Salam inside. Salam, why are you here? Where's big brother? Johim shouted. Meanwhile this butler, seeing himself surrounded, could still calmly smile and say, You appearing here means that idiot has failed. You're still alive and helping Johim. On the opposite side, Johim at this time also began to guess what was going on and said, Salam, are you behind everything? Are you the culprit who caused the Lylon plague? Only now do you realize it. That's right, it was me who did it, and it was also the reason why your father got sick. All of that was because I wanted to take revenge on your family, Salam said while laughing maniacally. But this also made Johim a little confused. Revenge, but Mrs. Vargot has nothing to do with this. Where is she? On this side after hearing this, also replaced Salam to explain, That's not the case young master. He's not the real mastermind, the real culprit who made Lylon plague is. But before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind the group. Sure enough, just as Salam predicted, You're still not dead, Zeke. This voice is Vargot's. Next to Johim after seeing her appearance, also turned around in a daze and said with that the real culprit you're talking about is. That's right, Mrs. Vargot is the mastermind who made the Lylon disease. And Salam is a subordinate of Mrs. Vargot. Johim hearing this could not restrain his anger and shouted, How can you repay my father's kindness with revenge? What is going on, Salam? Salam on the opposite side heard this and shouted, Johim Drackle, do you know what your father did when he had the power of the Lord? 10 years ago there was an epidemic outbreak in Osprin. Your father did everything to prevent this epidemic. And it really worked, but soon after, because of that, he had to shoulder a huge debt. Your father had to endure pressure from the burden of money. So he started looking for the people he owed money to and infecting them with the plague. How can that be? My father is not that kind of person, Johim said in confusion. And on this side Salim continued to tell the story. Many people trusted him, so they lent him a large sum of money so that in the end they had to die from the disease. My only friend, the husband of Mrs. Vargot, also became his victim. So I decided to punish your family along with the wife of my dead friend, Mrs. Vargot. After saying that, Salim immediately got into a ready position to attack. But before he could act, Zeke on the opposite side yawned boredly and said, "This is nonsense, old man. If you want revenge you have to think. The innocent villagers have no grudges against you. Why did you harm them? As you said, just punish the Drackle family, because the villagers are the fools who praised Count Drackle without knowing anything. That is their crime," Salim coldly replied, and this sentence of his also made Zeke almost die of laughter. "In my opinion, you are no different from him." On the opposite side, the old man Salim heard this and his face darkened, and began to go crazy. "What do you know? What do people like you know that dare to judge me?" he said while gathering energy into the sword and directly rushed up to attack like a mad dog. Zeke seeing this immediately slightly hunched over and assumed a fighting stance. But before Salim could touch him, Zeke looked blankly ahead. When the butler was stabbed in the back by the person he trusted, and until it was about to log out, he was still confused as to why she did this to me. Vargot hearing this said coldly, "Perhaps you misunderstood. I'm not taking revenge, Salim. I simply want as many people as possible to get the disease." "Is there any other reason besides revenge?" Zeke asked curiously. And Mrs. Vargot at this time slowly explained, "Of course, until my family contracted an infectious disease, I knew the reason. Everything happened so suddenly. My husband and children were fine yesterday, but today they suddenly had a high fever and vomited blood. Because it is very easy Lylon, so even the doctor does not want to get close. I endured the fear of being Lylon disease while taking care of my husband and children. Because I love them very much, I looked at them dozens of hundreds of times every day. Looking at those faces that were getting thinner and greener, an idea suddenly appeared in my head. How beautiful are the faces of those who died from the epidemic. I secretly thank Count Dracula for helping me see such great beauty," Vargot said, revealing a very excited face. But the soldiers on the opposite side could no longer bear to listen. They couldn't listen to her anymore. "Young master, please give the order. We need to arrest this madwoman. How can she see her dying husband as a source of amusement?" the knight said, gripping his sword tightly, as if waiting for Johim to give a shout to immediately rush up and tear Vargot to pieces. But facing the threat from these people, Lady Vargot could still smile and say, "Haha. Haven't you realized yet? Do you think I would do this without any preparation?" Johim, hearing this, asked in a stern voice, "What kind of devilish trick are you playing? The people infected with the plague in Oprin are all infected with a disease called evilization, right?" Vargot said calmly, and Johim, hearing this, guessed something. "Could it be that you took them as hostages? It feels so good to talk to smart people," Vargot said with a smile. "Consider that as an agreement." But Johim on the opposite side still had some doubts. "Who are they?" Hearing this, Vargot also gave a crazed smile and said, "It's all the citizens of Osprin." You infected all of them," Johim said in a daze. "Have you forgotten that my specialty is studying infectious diseases?" Vargot replied with a smile. And this also made Johim helplessly shout, "Damn it." Turning to Vargot, after seeing Johim's expression, she began to get to the main point. "All right, let's negotiate." But before she could finish her sentence, Zeke's cold voice rang out, "That's enough, let's end this now." After speaking, Zeke drew his sword and prepared to finish off the mastermind. And this also made Vargot on the opposite side a little confused and said, "Zeke, I never thought you would be so stupid. You don't believe I did it?" "No, I believe what you said," Zeke replied calmly. And his answer made Vargot even more puzzled. "So you intend to sacrifice all the people of Osprin?" "Yes, if I have to choose, I will accept sacrificing Osprin to kill you," Zeke declared, and this also scared the attendant Han next to him. "Hey Zeke, didn't you want to save everyone? Why are you doing this?" Zeke heard this and turned to look at him and explained, "Yes, because I want to save everyone. That's why I want to deal with Lady Vargot." "But if that's the case, the citizens of Osprin will have to die," Han said anxiously. But in the face of his worry, Zeke gave a blunt answer, "That is an unavoidable sacrifice." "Han, these words may be a bit cruel to you, but people will always face crossroads in making choices. There will be situations like this in the future. If you want to become a warrior, you must make decisions, even if it brings pain. If she escapes, do you think she'll run to the mountains, or will she wander around spreading the plague everywhere?" Then the number of people who will have to sacrifice in the future will be many times the citizens of Ospren. Moreover, I said I wanted a good life, but I didn't say that no one would have to sacrifice, Zeke said, pointing his sword forward with determination. Meanwhile, Vargot on the opposite side began to play the emotional card. In the end, you still want to end me. That's right, Zeke said with a smile. But at this moment, Johim stepped forward and dissuaded, hey Zeke, no matter what, we can't sacrifice the people of Ospren. Don't worry, young master, because the number 5 citizens are safe. Johim was overjoyed after hearing this and said, ah, that's how it should be, how could you do such a thing? But before this guy could be happy for a few seconds, Zeke asked in a serious voice. But one thing is for sure, if it's between the people and Lady Vargot, you have to think about which side to give up. What are you saying? Johim said in surprise, and Zeke on this side slowly explained everything. There's one thing that wasn't in her plan. That is, the citizens have been treated. Are you okay with that, lady? Isn't the little bit of hope at the last moment sweet, he said, giving a devilish smile. And his words made Vargot unable to maintain her calm expression. You're lying, how is that possible? She said in a panicked voice. And Zeke at this time also began to explain it to her. The infectious disease caused by the lady will have a red mark appear behind the ear, and the name of this disease seems to be Galdurm. The first time I learned about it was through the people near Ospren that you are controlling. And on the way to the Lord's castle, I witnessed with my own eyes that the villagers of Ospren also had similar red marks behind their ears. So before coming here, I treated them. On the opposite side, Vargot, after hearing this, regained her confidence and asserted, even if you know that, you can't treat everyone. The ginseng root contained in the medicine to treat Galdurm is a very precious medicinal herb. You can't have enough medicine to treat all the people of Ospren. Zeke on this side heard her words, wiggled her ear, and said puzzledly, ginseng root, I only used helcum. It's a type of purple grass that grows by the roadside, or also known as weeds, so the medicine to treat this disease is not difficult to find at all, it grows a lot. Vargot heard this and lost her composure again and shouted, you're lying, how can the disease I created be cured with weeds? Do you think you're so great? Zeke said scornfully, while thinking to himself, helcum is very effective in treating the plague. Speaking of Vargot, she had regained some composure at this point and said, well, fine, even if you created a medicine. How could you possibly treat all the citizens within half a day? Zeke, hearing this, smiled and said, I did it secretly, didn't you know? This medicine is in liquid form and has almost no taste. Vargot, hearing this, remembered her previous words with Zeke and thought about keeping the Lylon disease wide is due to the water source in the Dark Umbrella ruins, as we need to start from there. After speaking, her face turned pale and she thought, could it be? Zeke, seeing this, nodded and said, that's right. I put the medicine down the well. I informed the people there about the plague you were doing to Lylon and created a medicine. Right before arriving at the Lord's castle, and people have confirmed that the red spots disappeared after drinking the medicine. I'm sure everyone has been cured. Of course, I can't say that all the citizens have recovered, but that reason alone is enough for me to kill you. Turning to Vargot, hearing this, she knew she had lost. I didn't expect you to be such a large obstacle, my enemies all think that way, Zeke admitted. Well, then, there's no other way. I didn't want to do this, she said, pulling out a vial of purple liquid. Then, immediately after, she crushed the vial, causing the liquid to begin covering her arm. And then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Vargot's body was covered in a black mist. And when the mist disappeared, Vargot appeared with a completely different appearance. That's a witch, someone exclaimed in surprise. And soon after, the crowd finally started fighting when Johim ordered, catch that witch immediately. The knights, hearing this, immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Vargot, on the opposite side, immediately transformed one of her arms into a plant form and thrust it forward. But before this attack of hers, the brown-haired knight could easily swing his sword and cut off this vine arm. Die, you witch, he shouted. But before he could do anything further, his body suddenly stiffened up, and knelt down, to the bewildered eyes of those around him. Vargot, seeing this scene, laughed triumphantly. This is a special kind of blood. Soon, red spots will cover your face, then you will cough up blood and die in pain. Turning to Zeke, after hearing Vargot say that, he was scared stiff. Does this mean that anyone who touches the blood of a sick person will also get infected? Thinking this, he quickly shouted, Johim, we need to evacuate everyone immediately. You too, go out and evacuate everyone from the castle immediately. Johim, hearing this, glanced at his father along with his pig-headed brother, and gritted his teeth as he said, soldiers, evacuate immediately. Knights, fight the witch, but don't touch her blood. Zeke, you also retreat, Johim said, beginning to retreat from the place. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Vargot saw the group leaving and didn't stop them, instead focusing on Zeke. "Oh my, are you planning to face me?" she said, controlling her plant arm and launching an attack. Zeke, seeing this, quickly raised his sword horizontally in front of his chest to block the blow. "This is a pain, if only there were a mage in this situation," Zeke thought to himself. At the same time, he also started dodging the barrage of attacks coming from Vargot, and this made her feel even more triumphant. Come to think of it, you're a good guard, so this is all you've got. That's nothing. In return, I'll give you a little more spice to fight me," she said, cutting a wound on her own arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Then, she swung her arm forward forcefully, sending countless blood flying straight toward Zeke. But Zeke was very alert. As soon as he saw her do this, he enveloped his sword in mana and slashed forward forcefully, preventing the blood from reaching him. "If I come into contact with the blood of someone with the plague, I will get an unknown disease. If I carelessly slash at her, I will definitely get blood on me. Furthermore, if I slash her, she will still be alive and keep fighting. This is not easy at all. The place where I slashed her earlier hasn't recovered. I need to destroy it." Thinking this, he switched his attribute to fire, then directly rushed forward and slashed straight at Vargot's shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. Just like that, her left arm bid farewell to its owner forever. "How do you feel, madam?" The burning sensation close to the wound, Zeke said with a smile. And on this side, Vargot, after feeling her body, gritted her teeth. "Isn't my body supposed to be able to regenerate? But why?" she thought, waving her remaining arm to push Zeke backward. But even so, this woman's situation was extremely suffocating. "Right now, my body can't regenerate anymore. Do I have to die in this place?" Thinking this, Vargot rushed straight towards the window and flew outside. Meanwhile, Zeke quickly chased after her. "She wants to escape from the castle. No, I have to deal with her before she gets outside. Only then can I reduce the danger to the people. If the Demon King sees her, he will probably click his tongue," Zeke thought to himself, and continued the chase, while Vargot was running for her life, not forgetting to curse. "Damn it, stop following me, get out of here. That rude tone suits you better. Honestly, you're disgusting," Zeke teased. Before long, the two chased each other to the end of the road, and now, Vargot had no way to escape. Seeing this, Zeke coldly said, "Now, let's end this game of cat and mouse." After saying that, Zeke once again enveloped his sword in fire mana. Seeing this, Vargot hurriedly turned around and proposed, "Wait, Zeke, let's make a deal." But before she could finish her sentence, a beam of sword light pierced through her chest, causing her body to slowly burn. But the special thing here is that the one who made the move wasn't Zeke. Where did that fire sword come from? Zeke thought to himself, then hurriedly ran over to check. She was dead instantly. Is it magic done by that person? But who is that person? Zeke thought while glancing towards a beautiful figure not far away. Thinking of this, Zeke couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Who are you? Is she a mage of the Drackle family?" On the opposite side, hearing Zeke's voice, the mysterious girl slowly stepped out of the shadows, and took off her hood to reveal the face of an extremely beautiful girl. Her beauty was so great that even Zeke felt a little surprised. "Oh, so it's a beauty." But before he could think much, the girl in front spoke. "Zeke Steelwill, is that you?" "You know me?" Zeke asked, pointing at himself. Then he used all his brainpower to think if he had ever met her at a lord's castle. "No way, how could I forget this face?" he said to the mysterious girl. At this time she also lowered her head and muttered, "Never mind, you are not Zeke Steelwill." Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? Zeke wondered in his heart and asked, "I thought you knew me." Then the mysterious girl said a very unexpected name, Zeke Moore. And our protagonist, as soon as he heard this name, he immediately rushed to attack without any hesitation. However, his attack was blocked by an energy shield. "It's a magic shield." Then, the white-haired girl expanded this shield, causing Zeke to be pushed back. And at this point, Zeke had some time to calmly think about everything. How does she know my name when I was the Demon King? I don't even exist in this world with that name anymore. Who is she? Should I continue talking or not? What do you think? Zeke then spoke up and asked, "Hey, how did you know that name?" The white-haired girl heard this and remained silent, saying nothing, causing Zeke to feel a little frustrated. I guess she doesn't want to talk. So, thinking of this, Zeke came up with a good idea and said, "If you don't want to answer, would you like to go on a date with me? I'm very interested in you," Zeke said with a smile. And sure enough, this really angered the girl in front. "What a terrible pickup line," she said, creating 4 magic circles around herself and immediately firing streams of magic at Zeke. Seeing this, he hurriedly tilted his head to the side, but the speed of her casting really surprised him. But before Zeke could react, the girl in front started reading some kind of ridiculous incantation, and continuously attacked. causing Zeke to feel numb all over his head. Is she using a shortened chant to reduce the spell execution time? Thinking back, he remembered that she had created a magic shield in an instant, so it was understandable that she could shorten the chant. Zeke thought to himself, while he was thinking randomly. The protagonist was hit by a magic strike across the shin, causing him to frown in pain. The alliance leader is gone, Zeke muttered, then turned his face forward and speculated, she must be a high-level mage, but how can she use high-level magic at this age? And while he was still guessing, the white-haired girl in front began to use a super-level magic, gathering countless energies together and firing straight ahead, accompanied by countless energy blades. Seeing this, Zeke hurriedly swung his sword like a machine to knock away all of these attacks. Then Zeke jumped straight towards her and prepared to execute a sword slash. But the mage girl was not a pushover. Immediately, she thought of a way to respond. By using a type of magic to create a sturdy stone shield, it was so hard that even Zeke's ghost sword Nana couldn't penetrate it. She's really good at fighting, Zeke thought, gritting his teeth. And at this moment, the mage girl poured more magical power into the magic stone wall, causing this wall to rush straight forward and blow Zeke away. Then, not giving our protagonist a chance to react, the white-haired girl immediately created a magic fireball and fired straight at him like a rocket. This is really troublesome, Zeke thought as he saw the fireball rushing towards him, and to deal with this magic, he immediately assumed a stance and hurled his sword straight forward. And the instant the sword struck the fireball, it created a massive explosion, and Zeke's sword shattered into pieces. But at least it diminished the fireball's power, so Zeke focused his magical energy into his right arm, and with a single punch, he sent the magic hurtling back toward its caster. And with the magic being reflected, even the energy shield created by the white-haired girl couldn't withstand its power, and the shattered sword fragments combined with the fireball slightly injured her. It didn't work. Great, she's pissed, Zeke thought as he saw the white-haired girl's scowling face ahead. And then the girl once again mumbled an incantation. But right in the middle of it, she suddenly paused for a beat in pain. And Zeke instantly seized this moment. But immediately afterward, the girl completed an ultra-level magic spell, creating a massive pillar of ice, aimed straight at Zeke. However, this attack wasn't enough to trouble him. With a single punch, he shattered the entire giant pillar of ice. At the same time, he also had a thought. She just paused for a moment. How strange, a skilled mage would constantly attack the enemy. But why is she hesitating like that? Of course, there were a few times when I first regressed that I did too. But that was because my body hadn't adapted to my battlefield experience yet. But this attack is too precise. And she even knows my name. Wait, could it be? She's also a regressor. That's right, also a regressor. It all makes sense, but her movements are a little strange for someone who's regressed. She doesn't have any damage resistance either. Someone with fighting skills as strong as hers should be used to getting injured. It's hard to put it all into words, but it seems like she's using her body to absorb it. And right at the moment when the battle was partially still going on, Johim's group quickly rushed over and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Zeke waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, don't get caught up in this fight, fall back, over there." The knight beside him also saw the charred corpse ahead and spoke up, "Johim, over there." Johim, upon hearing this, hurriedly turned his gaze and shouted, "Zeke, did you kill her?" Our protagonist immediately denied it. "It wasn't me." As he said this, he glanced at the white-haired girl, and Johim immediately caught this glance and asked, "If it wasn't you, was it her?" "That's right, with just one attack, she's a high-level mage." Upon hearing this, the knight stepped forward and bravely said, "I don't know what the situation is, but if she attacked you, then she is our enemy, right?" "Well, of course, oh, no, it's because I attacked her first," Zeke said awkwardly after rethinking everything, which made the knight in front of him completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Zeke had no choice but to explain, "It's because she was saying some weird things." After saying this, Zeke thought about everything again, realizing that the reason he hit her was only because she knew he was Zeke more. She even helped me deal with Vargot. And thinking about this, everything became clearer, and he said loudly, "This is my fault, I'm sorry. So tell me your name." On the other side, the white-haired girl, after hearing this, didn't immediately answer but asked in return, "Are they your comrades?" "No." "So they are comrades," the girl said in surprise. "Yes. First of all, thank you for helping me deal with that woman, now this village is at peace." "It should be," but before Zeke could finish his sentence, the girl in front said in a doubtful voice, "No way. You actually care about the villagers, you," turned toward Zeke. After hearing these words, he could finally be certain of his thoughts. "She really does know me from before I regressed." Zeke Moore, the demon lord, and while they were both growling and sizing each other up, This knight suddenly shouted, "How dare you be disrespectful to Osprey's hero like that?" The white-haired girl, hearing this, said in a daze, "Osprey's hero, him. That's right, Lord Zeke helped this village, but how dare you," the knight said with a voice full of resentment. And this also made the girl in front start to doubt her own thoughts. "Are you really Zeke? What's your last name? Does that matter? I'm just Zeke. I don't know how well you understand me, but the image of me in your heart isn't the me in real life," Zeke said calmly, while telling himself, "The me now isn't Zeke Steelwill or more." Turning to face the other side, the white-haired girl, after a moment of silence, then muttered, "That's not right, it can't be that different," and this strange action of hers also fell into Zeke's eyes. "I can't understand what she's saying anymore, the more she talks, the more I feel like I'm wasting time." Thinking of this, Zeke didn't want to waste any more time, so he went straight to the point. "If you don't reveal your identity, we'll consider you an intruder." And before his words, the white-haired girl gently reached out and clenched her necklace. And then immediately afterward, a violent surge of energy erupted from her body, causing everyone to hurriedly cover their eyes. "Heavens, what is that light?" someone cried out. And in the moment when everyone was distracted by the light, this girl disappeared right before their eyes as if she had teleported. Speaking again of Zeke, at this moment he also stepped forward and looked at the magical residue it left behind and speculated, using high-level magic to create items is already terrifying, and then to use the highest-level magic to teleport. How curious, I wonder who she is. Time quickly passed. The next morning, at some giant bell tower, the group was standing and listening to Johim mutter, "My father and brother probably can't go to heaven." The knight next to him, hearing this, agreed and said, "They have to pay for their sins, they must have been prepared to atone for them." Atonement, Johim thought for a moment. Then turned to Zeke and said, "Thank you for coming to the funeral." "Oh, it's nothing," they hurriedly said. And over here, Johim also remembered the incident last night and said regretfully, "We should have sent a group of people to chase after that mage, what a pity." "It's okay, she used an item to escape, so we couldn't have chased after her anyway," Zeke said calmly. At the same time, he was also considering his next plan. "It seems like she knows who I was in the past, I have to investigate." Speaking again of Johim, at this moment his eyes were a bit sad and he said, "I heard you're leaving soon." "That's right, we're just passing through here, of course, we have to go." "Are you sure you don't want to work for us? The benefits are guaranteed to be super good," Johim tried to persuade, but he refused immediately. "No thanks. I don't like being tied down in one place, and you can still handle things without me here," he said with a smile. But Johim didn't think so. "No, if it weren't for you, Osprey would have fallen into danger. I can endure the bloodshed on the battlefield, but when it's all over, I'll pass out immediately. The Count of the Dracal territory is afraid of blood, how pathetic, isn't it?" Johim said dejectedly. And before his words, Zeke reached into the bag at his side and took out the devil fruit from before, and asked, "Johim, would you like to try this?" And over here, Johim, after seeing the devil fruit, said in a daze, "Isn't that the artifact inside the prison cell?" Zeke, hearing this, nodded and said, "I picked it up from the wreckage. One day, your fear of blood will be an obstacle for you on your path to becoming the Lord of the Dracal House. You'll need this. The bloodline will help you receive the power of blood." "The power of blood, doesn't sound too good, does it?" Johim muttered. And Zeke also explained the power of this thing. "It will help you freely control the blood in your body, but if you become too greedy, it will make you go crazy for blood." Johim, seeing this, his eyes were a bit scared and he said, "It would be terrible if I started craving other people's blood. Is there a way to prevent that?" "Don't worry, if you become a bad person, I'll take you down myself," Zeke said with a confident smile. Time quickly passed. Cut to the Lord's office. At this moment Johim's close knight carried a pile of documents in and said, "Lord, there are more documents you need to review." "Ugh, just leave them there," Johim sighed and said, and the knight, seeing this, asked worriedly, "You must be very tired. If it was still the same, I would have been on the altar a long time ago. I never thought I would miss the days when I was still weak. So the bloodline really works. I'm glad to see you gradually getting better. How is the feeling of bloodlust?" On the opposite side, Johim, after hearing this, his face became brighter and he said, "Sometimes I feel a little craving, but it seems to be okay, as long as I don't try to control other people's blood," he said while tearing out a few drops of blood on his hand and controlling them to float in the air. "So that's blood manipulation, how interesting," the knight said in surprise. And down below, Johim thought to himself, "I've always practiced it thinking there would be a day I would need to use it for self-defense. But I wonder how Zeke could know these things. He never reveals his true identity," the knight said curiously. But Johim didn't pay much attention to this matter. "Does that really matter? He saved our town, that's all I need to know. Anyway, Broad, there's something I need to figure out." The mage who attacked Zeke and the black robes who helped Fest, go find them, he said coldly. Back with Zeke, they are currently camping somewhere. And in the meantime, he still couldn't forget about the mage girl from before. Who is that woman, after all? She knew I was Zeke more before my regression. Have I ever met anyone who looks like her before my regression? That skill proficiency, she's on par with the Demon King of Sorcery. The Demon King of Sorcery, like Zeke, he brought terror to this world. He could freely use all kinds of magic. We fought each other a few times, but that old man was a man, and an old one at that. I can't remember who she is at all. How could I forget such a beautiful face? Man, if that woman regressed like me, she must be related to the key to bending fate. Maybe she was the one who implanted that item on me. But anyway, that's just speculation. However, I can't get her face and expression out of my head. Why did she look at me like that? The more Zeke thought about it, the more curious he became. Meanwhile, Han, who was next to him, stuttered. Mr. Zeke, about what you said last time in the Osborne case, you prioritized dealing with Lady Vargot first, he said, scratching his head. And when Zeke heard that, he immediately understood the problem. You care that much? I see. It's hard to justify such a sacrifice. But let me ask you a question. Do you want to be a hero or a god? Even I, a super genius, can't achieve everything I want, and from the start, that was impossible. It's hard to accept, but you don't need to force yourself when making decisions at first. That will only make things worse. On the other side, Han, after listening, asked, do you really think I can become a hero? And before his question, the main character paused for a moment and then answered. Just do what you want, because you are my subordinate. I will do my best to help you. So there's no way to save more people? Han asked anxiously. There is, you just need to become stronger. So you mean practice more, you idiot, Zeke said with a laugh. Time passed quickly, thus, the journey of the group continued. And while moving, Zeke also didn't forget to train his two teammates. Like now, Snock is facing a pack of wolf monsters. And it seems that after going through many battles, this shy boy has become much braver. Even when facing the monsters, he can still remain calm and wait for the right opportunity. And on the other side, the wolves couldn't stand their hunger and started jumping straight towards him to ask him for some meat, but unfortunately for them, that is, Snock is also waiting for this opportunity, as soon as they jumped into the air. Then Snock used his magic to create sharp stone pillars that pierced straight up from the ground, piercing through the bodies of these ferocious monsters, causing them to faint instantly. After doing this, Snock and Mouse breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there are still 2 wolf monsters left. However, it seems that they also feel a bit scared, so they don't dare to rush to attack immediately. They are still hesitating, and this is also the opportunity for Han to take action. While they were still hesitating whether to advance or retreat, he secretly approached these monsters from behind and finished them off with just a few blows. After doing this, Han also sat down and panted for breath. Meanwhile, seeing this, Zeke slowly approached and asked if everything was done. Han quickly turned his head and said, they're definitely dead, but why are there so many monsters here? Snock nodded and said, I was wondering the same thing. There's a village over there too. Back with Zeke, after hearing these two say that, he noticed and thought, it's true that there are a lot of monsters here. Could there be something nearby? Zeke looked down at the corpse under his feet and began to speculate. But at this moment, rustling sounds suddenly rang out in front of the crowd, catching the attention of all three. Then, from inside the bushes, an old man fully equipped stepped out. It seemed like he had observed the battle of Zeke's group, so he began to suggest, you guys look strong, can you give me a hand? And the request that this old man gave to Zeke's group was that he wanted them to help deal with a group of orc monsters. That's right, the orcs live on that mountain. Can you get rid of them? If they are not dealt with thoroughly, those orcs may harm people passing through the mountain. Next, according to the request of this old man, Zeke's group also began to search for the green-skinned monsters, and it didn't take long for them to find the first trace, which was a giant footprint imprinted on the ground. At this time, everyone quickly focused on the footprint and began to examine it. Look, Naum, an orc must have passed by here, Snock said worriedly. And next to him, Han glanced at Zeke and asked, could there be a whole orc pack nearby? I don't know, we still need to find more of their footprints, Zeke calmly replied. At this time, Snock raised an issue, can you track them with just this footprint? Zeke shook his head and said, I'm not very good at tracking. Then how are you going to find them? Han said curiously. And before their expectant gazes, Zeke gave an unexpected answer. Then just go, look, listen, and feel, come with me. On the opposite side, Han and Snock sighed like deflated balloons when they heard that, so basically, he doesn't have a plan at all, they said dejectedly. But of course, Zeke had his own calculations when he said this. I can't say I'm close to the level of a pro, but I still know the basic skills when it comes to tracking. My senses can trace a pretty large area. Han and Snock are moving pretty fast, so I'm sure we'll find the orcs in the next few days, Zeke confidently thought. But right at this moment, he witnessed something in front of him and was slightly startled. Is that a zombie? According to his gaze, there was a twitching figure moving forward in front of him. Snock, who was behind, said worriedly, "That's a child. What is he doing in this place?" "Yeah, he looks so skinny, like he's about to fall to the ground," Han said. And at this moment, Zeke glanced at him and signaled. Han quickly understood Zeke's intention and took out some food. Then Zeke gave the boy in front of him a piece of bread, and said, "This is pretty good, kid, do you want to try some?" Time passed quickly, and then we continued our search, while spending a night at an inn near town. After a few days, we found the orcs and their lair. And of course, with the strength of the whole group, defeating these monsters was extremely easy. The old man made an offer to the group after seeing a mountain of orc corpses piled up, and hurriedly said, "Are you sure you don't want to take the money? It's okay, it wasn't that difficult." Zeke waved his hand and said. And to thank the group, the townspeople hailed us as saviors and cooked us a feast. And the boy we met on the mountain was now lurking outside the dining hall. Of course, this could not be hidden from Zeke's eyes, so he went outside and met the boy, Zo. Zeke put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said, making him startled. "You startled me, why do you always do that?" he said, frightened. But right at this moment, Zeke in front of him handed him a huge piece of bread and said, "Here, take it. The kid has been helping me do good deeds," Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, the boy opposite him didn't take the piece of bread, but gently refused. "I'm not here to beg, I know it's rude to refuse things adults offer," Zeke said with a smile. "But my mom said not to take things from other people, that they are bad people." "So, are you a good person?" the boy asked curiously. And responding to this question was a smiling face. "No, I'm a bad person but trying to do good." Then, the two of them found a hidden corner and continued talking. "Eating so fast, be careful you get a stomach ache," Zeke reminded him. At the same time, he tossed the boy a bottle of water, which he drank and drank. And at this moment, the main character also noticed the piece of bread in the boy's hand again and asked, "Are you taking the rest home to your family?" "Yes, my parents have been working very hard, so," he said, taking out a towel and carefully wrapping the bread. Seeing this, he praised, "You're very kind. But they didn't say anything about you accepting food from me." "No, they didn't say anything. Everyone in this town knows you're a good person. I heard you took care of all the orcs on the mountain too." Beside him, Zeke got goosebumps when he heard that. "A good person, huh," he muttered. Then Zeke remembered something and turned to remind the boy beside him, "Oh, by the way, next time just go straight into the inn, okay, don't stand around outside like a thief." Hearing that, the boy bowed his head sadly and said, "If I go to places like that, I'll get scolded. I already told them about you, so it will be okay." "Why are you so nice to me? Everyone hates me. Why are you being so nice to me? Ah." As he spoke, he began to think, maybe it's because of what Timmy told me. That was the first time someone reached out to help us without expecting anything in return. It was quite amazing. Thinking of this, Zeke calmly said, "Because I'm a little better than those people, I guess." The boy next to him felt confused after hearing this. "But you said you're a bad person trying to do good." "Then let's just say I'm a bad person trying to do good better than a good person," Zeke defended, and this also left the boy next to him speechless. But then he burst out laughing. "That doesn't make any sense." Seeing this, Zeke patted the boy's head and said with a smile, "There are always very strange people in this world, you know what I mean, kid. I hope there are more people like you in this world. If so, this world would be an amazing place. It's late, I'm going home now, see you later," the boy said, waving goodbye. At this moment, Zeke also smiled and replied, "Yeah, see you later." "Oh, right. He's fast, that kid," Zeke said awkwardly when he realized there was no longer anyone behind him. Turning to the boy, he was happily thinking, "I bet Mom and Dad will be so happy. But I only took things from Big Brother. See you again tomorrow. I should at least ask for his name, so that one day I can repay him." Thinking this, the boy also noticed some strange figures ahead and quickly stopped. "I don't recognize that person. Is that a passerby? What is he doing with that person, I wonder? Something is strange. It's best to leave," the boy thought to himself. "Because it seems like these people are having some shady dealings and he should probably leave before trouble happens." But unfortunately, something bad really happened. When the bald guy in front started glancing at him with an excited look and said, "There's a scared little mouse watching us." On the opposite side, the boy was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't even hold on to the bag of food in his hand and it fell to the ground. Back on the other side, the benefactor was remembering the boy from earlier. "Maybe next time I should give that kid something other than bread. Now that I think about it, I don't even know the kid's name. we're pretty close now, aren't we? Well, I can ask that kid tomorrow, Zeke said to himself. And the kid he was thinking about was now crying and running away from the bald guy. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Zeke's group had just taken down another group of orcs, and it seemed like this was the last group, so Han cheerfully turned around and said, "That's it, right." Snock, who was next to him at the time, also added, "We have also examined the place we set off from, but only found these monsters." Turning to the back after hearing this, he also thought a bit, it doesn't seem like they will come any more. The number of predators must have decreased, perhaps the monsters had to migrate here because of the power imbalance in the surrounding areas. The village will be safe from monsters and wild animals for a while. Thinking this, Zeke happily said, "Alright, then let's get ready to go." Then, before continuing the journey, they went to say goodbye to the villagers and the mayor. And the old man, seeing this, quickly grabbed their hands and thanked them profusely. "You saved us, I don't know what to do to repay you." Han, hearing this, puffed out his chest and said, "Ahem, that's nothing, showing off and all that," Zeke said with a laugh. And on this side Snock also looked around a bit and asked in wonder, "But I don't see that child today. Every time we come to the village that kid is always around here. I also want to meet that kid before leaving," Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile the villagers, hearing this, started looking at each other and said, "Are you talking about the kid who lives on the other side of the fence? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen that kid in 2 days, the boy often comes here to help with chores." Han, hearing this, guessed and said, Maybe that kid went to another village to help out, but no one has seen the boy, so that's really worrying," Snock said anxiously. As for Zeke, instead of thinking too much, he decided to go find out. "Let's go," Zeke said as he turned to leave. And the two people behind him still didn't know his intention, so they wondered, "Where are we going? Do you have a place you want to go already?" "No, let's go to that kid's house." Then, following the guidance of the people inside the village, Zeke's group found the boy's place, but when they found the place, they said in astonishment, "Did we come to the right place? Does someone really live here? This place is a mess," Han and Snock said with astonished voices. And in the front Zeke also started using his magic to sense, but he couldn't feel any presence here. Could something have happened to that boy, he thought as he started increasing his magic and spreading it everywhere. Then right after that, Zeke suddenly realized something and rushed forward in the surprised eyes of the two people. "Han, Mr. Zeke, where are you going?" they said as they hurriedly chased after him. Then not long after, under his senses, Zeke stood in front of some dilapidated house. "Someone is dying," he thought, and then kicked open the door in front of him. And the scene inside really horrified people when there were 2 bodies lying still in pools of blood. 2 people are dead. The remaining person, he thought as he turned his eyes towards the remaining life force, and the remaining person really surprised him. When that person was none other than the boy they were looking for. At this moment the kid was sitting quietly with his back against the wall like he was sleeping, and on his chest there was also a strange tattoo. And Zeke, seeing this, quickly ran over and called out, "Hey, wake up." While saying he also quickly thought, "The boy is still breathing, if I give him medicine then I think." Reaching here, also noticed the tattoo on the boy's chest, and our main character immediately felt an evil energy starting to emanate from this tattoo. Meanwhile, the kid, after hearing someone else's voice, slowly woke up and said, "Sir." "Yes, it's me, I came to see you because I couldn't find you anywhere." "I see," the kid said with a smile. And Zeke on this side also started asking the cause of the event. "What happened? Who caused this?" The kid, hearing this, welled up with tears and said, "I don't know, a stranger I had never met before suddenly appeared at night. And he murdered my father and even my mother. He said he would let my mother and father live if I didn't scream. I was in great pain but I tried to endure it. So he said he wouldn't kill the boy's parents if the boy didn't scream while being tortured, but in the end, he still killed them both. He enjoyed this tragedy." The more Zeke thought about it, the colder his eyes became. Meanwhile, the boy really couldn't hold back his tears anymore. His body started to tremble with each sob. "After killing my parents, he killed other people too. That person said it was all my fault," the boy said, tears streaming down his face. And faced with this situation, Zeke simply stroked the boy's head and comforted him. "Don't worry. It's not your fault. Did you see his face? He has no hair, he has strange tattoos covering half of his face." Saying this, the boy's voice trailed off, and he quickly clutched his chest. On the opposite side, Zeke, seeing this, quickly enveloped his right arm in magical power, and touched his tattoo, and then, I don't know what method Zeke used, but the tattoo on this boy's chest completely disappeared. "You did very well, I'll take care of the rest for you, thank you, sir," the boy said softly, and then his eyes slowly faded, and his arm went limp. The boy's current situation is unclear whether he is alive or dead. Zeke, seeing this, took out a set of bread. from inside the food bag and placed it in his hand. And behind them, Han and Snock had also arrived. When they looked at the scene inside, both of their faces turned pale. Speaking of Zeke, at this time he had also decided on the next goal for the journey. Get ready to go, we're going to see someone who will help us avenge that child, Zeke said, recalling the image of a blonde girl. Back with Zeke's group, that evening, before their eyes was a raging fire. And the people lying inside were the entire unfortunate family. Rest in peace, Snock said sadly. Meanwhile, Han turned to glance at his master and thought, I didn't expect him to hold a memorial service for a kid he's only met a few times. Even avenging that kid, I don't think he's doing it just for justice. He says he wants to do good things, but Lord Zeke isn't the kind of person motivated by something like that. However, that kindness became meaningless after the death of that kid. The person he cherished was tortured to death. I think those two things have hurt his ego. Just like that, time quickly passed until the next morning. At this time, Zeke personally collected all that remained of them into a jar and carefully closed the lid. After doing this, he also turned to Han and Snock and said, let's get going. Scene changed to a tree inside the Carwoodman church. After finishing her prayers inside, the Saintess Lavella calmly stepped outside and was surprised to find the old man, Wige, in front. Wige, seeing her appear, spoke up and asked, how was your prayer session? Pretty good, what's going on? She asked, and the old man replied with a smile, a friend has come to see you. Who is it? She asked curiously. Back with Zeke's group, they were now inside a small dome built in the middle of a garden. Looking at this architectural style, Han had to exclaim in surprise in his heart, the Carwoodmen are much grander than I imagined. Lord Zeke really has good connections. However, before they could think much, a voice rang out from behind, you really came to see us? Hearing the familiar voice, Zeke stood up and greeted, it's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been? Lavella spoke up. Meanwhile, the old man Wige ran over and shook his hand, saying, I'm so glad to see you're still doing well. Ah, yes, Zeke replied awkwardly, a killing machine is smiling, I'll never get used to this sight. He thought in his heart, speaking of the Saintess Lavella, at this time she also noticed Han and nodded, saying, it's been a while, hasn't it, Han? But who's this? She wondered, looking at Snock beside him. Han quickly introduced, his name is Snock, and the mole accompanying him is named Naum. It's a pleasure to meet you. Snock and Naum bowed. Ignoring them, Zeke turned to Lavella and said, I've heard the news. I heard about it not long before you were given the name Primel, the name reserved only for saintesses. What? Lavella exclaimed, her face flushing red with embarrassment. And the old man Wige beside him burst out laughing as if he found something extremely interesting. So you already knew? Actually, she only needs to complete one more achievement to receive that title. She's ready. On this side, Zeke wasn't too surprised by that, so he nodded and said, basically, she's almost achieved it. Since this is the final achievement for her to be recognized as a saintess, then let's choose something truly grandiose. Grandiose? She asked again. And Zeke nodded and said, that's right, for example, purging the branch of the Valor-worshipping religion in the north. Then he began to recount the events he had experienced to both of them, and after listening, the saintess's face turned pale. As for Wige, he could no longer restrain his murderous aura, so the ones who killed the boy I was taking care of were those bastards. Returning to Zeke, he took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table, then continued, that's right, this is the symbol engraved on the boy's chest, I'm sure you'll recognize it, this is one of the Valor bastards' tricks, dark magic that makes a person unable to die. Dark magic can't kill a person? Han asked, puzzled. And Zeke explained further, it's a type of spell that transfers dark energy into a person's life force to keep them alive even when they sustain fatal wounds. It's often used when they torture someone. I've heard that they use it to play with people, Zeke said coldly. And after listening, the old man Wige also voiced his question, do you have any information about the one who killed the boy? The boy said it was a bald guy with a tattoo covering half his face, Zeke replied. And as soon as she heard these descriptions, Lavella on this side muttered, Colin Trisloa, do you know that name? Zeke turned to ask. And the saintess nodded and said, he's one of Valor's cardinals. The cardinals are just one rank below their pope, he's infamous for committing all sorts of evil acts. Turning to Wige, after listening to Lavella, he turned to ask, you mean he was in that village? Answering this question, Zeke calmly replied, that's right, I believe he stopped at that village to get supplies. And to carry out what he calls pleasure. The people who were killed were those living in the slums, so the village won't make a big deal out of it. Bastard. Wige angrily slammed the table when he heard this. Ignoring that, Zeke continued, the strange thing is that the mountains near the village were suddenly overrun with monsters, and there are even new orc territories. Something's not right. Wige stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, all right, Zeke, if the enemy is Valor, I and the Carwoodman Guild will fight to the end. But we don't have any information about the location of their bases, he said awkwardly, but Zeke on this side had already prepared everything. I know the location of the northern branch of the cult and other places too. On this side, the old man Wige had just heard this and excitedly stood up. Really, I'm sure Karna's grace led you here to us. Unlike Wige's cheerfulness, Lavella began to look at Zeke with curious eyes. But how do you know them? It's very difficult to get any information about those Valor guys. It's just a coincidence. From before my regression, Zeke thought to himself. You must know a lot of things, right? Just like the magic seal incident, she said with a smile, causing Zeke to just look to the side and give a forced laugh. Haha. That magic seal is something she created before I regressed, Zeke thought to himself. Ignoring this issue, then, to be sure, Wige also spoke up and asked, could you lead us to the northern branch first? I want to start by checking that place first. Okay, Zeke replied. And according to Wige's speculation, if that place is indeed the location, then that guy Chai Slow must be there too. Your goal is the Avenger, isn't it? Because of that bastard, I can't even know that kid's name. Zeke wore a painful smile. Switching scenes to a desert area, at this time, as discussed beforehand, Zeke also brought the old man Wige here for him to check, arriving at a stone that looks like a gate on top of the desert. The two of them stopped, and Wige said in amazement, this world is indeed full of wonders, isn't it? I didn't know a place like this existed. On the side, Zeke replied with a smile, I guess even you haven't seen everything in the world. I was quite confident that I had seen many great things in the world, but I guess that was just my own arrogance. I can't believe I acted as if I knew everything that the goddess had created, Wige said, placing a hand on his chest. I guess that's how people think when they believe in gods. Zeke nodded and said, if you develop faith in the goddess Karna, I'm sure you'll think the same way, he explained. Then, immediately afterward, this old man's eyes became sparkling and began to entice Zeke. What do you think? The door to the Carwoodman Guild is always wide open to welcome you. Thank you, but I decline, Zeke bluntly replied. Ignoring this matter, then they observed the desolate scene around them and said, is the northern branch of the Valor cult really in a place like this? It's not that I'm doubting you, but the god that the Valor cult worships is the water god, so I heard that their temple needs to be near water. While this place, he said, looking towards the towering sand dunes in the distance. And without him saying much, Zeke understood. I understand, this place looks extremely arid, but that's because people haven't been able to find them here yet. That makes sense, but, the old man stammered. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Zeke quickly spurred his horse forward. We just need to go a little further, he said with a smile. Just like that, the two of them traveled until they reached a rocky gorge. Here, the two of them tied their horses to one side, and began to move deeper inside. And before long, Zeke led Wige to the front of a large pit and said, this is the entrance. On this side, Wige, although a little surprised, quickly followed Zeke down below, and after going deep into the cave under the ground. Then he had to be amazed by the scene before his eyes, when he saw a large lake. I can't believe that there would be such a lake under that barren land. No wonder no one can find this place, Wige exclaimed inwardly. Just then, a red light suddenly flashed ahead, startling them both and making them quickly hide behind a rock. Then, an old man and a young one cautiously peeked out to observe. And following their gazes, what lay deep inside this cave was a colossal structure built who knows when. And the important thing was the symbol carved at the entrance, the mark of the Valor sect. Seeing this, Wige's eyes changed, so they really do have a temple in this location. Back to Zeke, seeing the old man's expression, he turned and said, do you believe me now? In response, Wige tightly grasped Zeke's hand and affirmed, I will prepare for you the best that the Carwoodman Guild has to offer. Time passed quickly, and after returning to the Carwoodman, Wige quickly reported the situation, leading to this conversation. It's an honor to meet you. The owner of this voice is the Pope of Carwoodman, over there. Before, Zeke heard that then nodded and smiled. But in his heart, he was thinking something completely different. Damn it. I didn't think I'd see the one who created the living dead back when I was still the Demon King like this. He can heal the holy knights from afar, and no matter how much they're attacked, the knights won't die because of him. Back then, seriously speaking, I almost bit the dust. I didn't think I'd actually get to meet him. The Pope of the Carwoodman is known to be a very difficult person to meet in person. Unaware of these thoughts of Zeke, the Pope at this moment placed a hand on his chest and greeted, Zeke, thank you very much for telling us the location of the heretics. I'm only cooperating because there's something I want, Zeke said calmly. I heard you want revenge. Are you planning to participate in this battle as well? He asked. And Zeke nodded in affirmation, of course, but I intend to infiltrate the temple while your forces are attacking them. Are you planning to kill the one who murdered that boy? He asked further. And at this moment, Zeke gave a truly demon king-like smile. He, I don't intend to let him get away that easily. Looking at his expression, the old pope felt a slight headache. Haha, how terrifying, how did you make this old man's heart skip a beat? I let my emotions get the better of me, I'm truly sorry, Zeke said hastily, but the old man didn't pay much attention to this. It's okay, I understand, Trisloa is an extremely cruel person. But he is also very strong, he is said to be as strong as a high-ranking priest in Carwoodman. Are you sure you'll be okay, he said in a very serious tone, and Zeke used a similar gaze to affirm, I won't get in anyone's way. So you're not going to change your mind, so be it, he nodded in agreement. And turned to everyone, this plan will be carried out in secret, we can't let them realize what we're doing and run away. Hearing this, Wige, who had been silent until now, spoke up and suggested, I think it would be best for these three to stay in the temple to prevent any unexpected events. That would be great, the Pope said with a smile. Meanwhile, Zeke on this side remembered something and spoke up, Your Holiness, I have a sphere, I don't know if I can have it. What do you need? I want to receive the title of Honorary Holy Knight. Zeke stated his purpose. The Pope on this side, after hearing this, didn't rush to agree but turned and asked, May I ask why? I don't have any particular reason, I just think that it would make that bastard Trisloa even more pissed off if I had that title, Zeke said, showing a villainous face. And then after the three of them left, the Pope sighed and said, He really is a person with a special personality, isn't he? He seems a bit strange but is very skillful, Wige said with a smile. Even the Saintess Lavella affirmed, That's right, he won't embarrass us even with the title of Honorary Holy Knight. Alright, I'll allow it, it's done, he said with a smile. And suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, That's right. There's someone as strong and good as Zeke among the Honorary Holy Knights. Why not let him participate in the battle as well? Who is it? Wige asked curiously. His name is, right, Gren Zennard. Hearing this name, the Saintess Lavella's face suddenly became a little flustered and she asked back, Do you mean Sir Zennard? Yes, is something the matter? The Pope asked back, causing her to remember Zennard's actions before, but she quickly shook her head and said, No, it's nothing, but every time he looks at me, he asks me, if anything happens, just tell him, even though I always answer that there's nothing. It seems like he's interested in you, haha, the old Wige burst out laughing as a follower of the god Karna. I will never date or marry anyone, you know that, she quickly explained. Ignoring this matter, then he also turned to the Pope, Sir Zennard won't be able to participate, he's away on business elsewhere so it's very difficult to contact him, I understand, the Pope nodded. Then, Wige turned to look at Lavella and witnessing her slightly worried expression, he spoke up. If you're not comfortable, I'll tell them to stay behind, okay, no, it's okay, she shook her head in refusal, causing the old man to realize something and ask, or is there something that's bothering you? Responding to this question, Lavella's face fell slightly and she said, I don't think he would do that just because he's interested in me. I don't know either, it feels like he has other intentions, Wige asked again. Yeah, it feels like he's looking for something. The holy maiden spoke her thoughts. Time quickly passed. At this time, the Carwoodman Church's punitive army had set off towards this desert area. Meanwhile, the priests of the council were still taking the opportunity to pray for the journey. And after arriving at the large crater leading down to the cave below, Wige signaled everyone to stop and said, Here it is. Behind him, the holy maiden Lavella also stepped forward, looked into the deep cave below the ground, and muttered, Finally, it has begun. That's right, it's finally time to pass judgment on those bastards, Wige said in a serious tone. And at this time, as agreed in advance, Zeke would also split off from the group to go solo. Well, I'll go first. He spoke to announce, so you still haven't changed your mind about wanting to break into the temple? Wige asked again and nodded, saying, That's right, we talked about that before. Beside her, the holy maiden Lavella, although she knew it beforehand, still couldn't hide the worry on her face, but, she stammered, causing Zeke to reassure her, Don't worry, even if I get caught, I won't have any valuable information to give up, that's not what I meant. The maiden exclaimed, knowing she was worried about him, I know what you're thinking, I won't get caught, so don't worry. Finishing speaking, he turned to look at Snock and Han. Oh, keep an eye on those two kids too, I've trained them, so at least they can take care of themselves and won't die easily. If they die, it's just because they're too noob, Zeke said with a smile, causing the faces of the two kids to turn purple. After speaking, he jumped straight down below, saying, See you later. Turning back to Lavella, seeing Zeke go down, she turned to look at Wige and asked, Are you sure he'll be okay? Responding to this, Wige could only sigh, I think the best thing we can do right now is trust him. Then it's our turn now, right? He said sternly. Switching scenes to inside the Valor Temple, they quickly discovered that their base was under attack and immediately panicked. Emergency, emergency, the Carwoodmen are on the other side of the lake. Once we get over there, you guys are done for. Advance, White shouted loudly, and the knights immediately led the people and charged forward. Quickly stop those heretics, someone shouted. At the same time, there was a religious follower who still didn't understand the situation. Seeing the people panicking, he calmly said, what's going on? As soon as he finished speaking. Before he could do anything else, a hand suddenly appeared from behind, covering his mouth, and pulling him into the darkness, and the person who made the move was none other than our main character. Zeke looked at the religious follower who was unconscious below. He thought to himself, there's nothing here either. I was worried that things would be different from my previous life. But nothing has changed. I sneaked across by swimming because I was alone. I'm sure the Carwoodmen will be fine. Just focus on my own business first. Thinking this, he had reached the front of a large room. This must be the prayer room. Since this is a temple, they will definitely keep the most important items in the prayer room. Thinking this, Zeke quickly threw open the door in front of him, and discovered that inside, there was hidden an item that looked like a miniature pyramid, with all kinds of runes engraved on it. Seeing it, Zeke's eyes showed a bit of surprise. That's it, so it was created here. This thing is valuable enough to make Trisloa come here first. His priority must be to protect this thing instead of stopping the Carwoodmen. Then I'll sit here and wait for my prayer. After thinking, he unconsciously smiled, as if he had thought of a plan. At the same time, outside, the battle was also taking place extremely fiercely, and of course, with their strength and preparation, the knights from Carwoodmen were able to easily eliminate the Valor religious followers. The damn Carwoodmen are crossing the lake, someone shouted. And at this time, the bald Trisloa also appeared and said worriedly, how many of them are there? I don't know, but at least there must be 1,000, the long-haired person quickly replied. And this also made the bald guy a little worried. My people here are also about 1,000 people, but the main problem is, thinking this, he also asked again, are they all holy knights or high-ranking priests? It seems so, the long-haired person behind him said through gritted teeth. And just hearing this was enough for Trisloa to know how strong the force the Carwoodmen group had brought for this raid, making him unable to help but slam his hand on the railing. Damn it, how did they find us? They are too strong compared to my branch forces. It's too late to wait for reinforcements. There's no other way. This guy started turning to speak to the remaining people. Command the forces, stop the Carwoodmen bastards from crossing the lake. Yes, sir, the long-haired person nodded in agreement, and quickly commanded everyone, focus on stopping them from crossing the lake. Turning back to Trisloa, seeing that the people had stabilized again. The organization, he quickly turned around and left. I have to protect that thing first. He thought to himself, no need to worry, I just need to protect that thing and pray to receive the blessing of victory. Just like that, he started walking quickly to the prayer room, but when he arrived at this place, his eyes became blank. When inside the prayer room there was a dark figure standing waiting for him from before, along with the bodies of the shrimps and crabs lying scattered on the floor. However, what caught his attention the most was that the item that was supposed to be displayed on the shelf had now vanished into thin air. It wasn't there. He screamed internally and then turned his gaze to Zeke, his face full of anger. Who are you? Are you a dog of those Carwoodmen bastards? Is he the one behind this? The bald man thought to himself, and in front of him, Zeke shook his head and replied, no, I'm just someone with a personal vendetta against you. How dare you? Trisloa exclaimed and began to get into an attack stance. But before the man could make a move, Zeke in front spoke again. Colin Trisloa, the Cardinal of Valor. It's you, isn't it? Zeke said, looking at him with eyes like he was looking at a dead man. It's you, you're the one who murdered that kid, aren't you? Zeke asked, and the question made Trisloa a little dazed, but very quickly his face turned to anger. The kid, did you sneak in here just to say that nonsense? You expect me to remember all the people I've killed? Trisloa spoke, his face full of bulging veins. At the same time, his other hounds had fully gathered behind him. Seeing this, Trisloa ordered, eliminate this guy. Turning to Zeke, he calmly stood up and continued, pathetic, I want to hear your reason. Reason? Trisloa asked, as if he didn't remember, causing Zeke to explain more clearly. Don't you remember murdering the residents of the slums? You even tortured a kid. Hearing this, the bald man finally remembered. A smug smile appeared on his face. Ah, you mean that kid? Yes, I killed him. I wanted the town's food, so I approached him. That's when I came up with the idea to deal with everyone there. The kid's family and neighbors were just collateral damage. If you want to know the reason, it's because of that kid. It's because of him that everyone there died together, since they were killed by me, one of those blessed by Valor. I'm pretty sure they think it's an honor. As he said this, he glared at Zeke and grinned in a very twisted way. Speaking of Zeke, after about 3 seconds of contemplation after hearing the bald man say this, he finally asked, "Is that the reason you told the kid it was all his fault?" Hearing this, Trisloa smiled and admitted, "I wanted to teach him what true responsibility is." "Responsibility," Zeke muttered. However, this conversation was interrupted when the ground suddenly began to shake violently. "We don't have much time. How did those Carwoodman bastards know we were here?" Trisloa said through gritted teeth. And Zeke calmly said, "It was me. I brought the Carwoodman here to put an end to you, Trisloa," Zeke said, looking straight at him. And as if hearing something extremely funny, the man laughed out of anger. "Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Who are you to demand to kill me? I liked that kid, and you killed him," Zeke replied coldly, making the Trisloa almost go crazy. "You're doing all this just because of that kid," he said angrily, while Zeke calmly said, "You said everyone in the slums died because of that kid. We wouldn't have met you if you had stayed here and never left. But now I'm going to put an end to you," Zeke said with a satisfied smile, making the bald man grit his teeth. "Trisloa, all this is because of you." On this side, Trisloa was truly like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. You bastard," he roared and began to wave his hand forward, creating a giant pillar of water aimed directly at Zeke. Seeing this attack, Zeke sensed the danger and quickly jumped into the air to dodge. "He's really strong, just one hit is enough to kill me," he thought to himself, and conveniently grabbed onto the horn of the skull hanging on the wall, while Trisloa saw that Zeke was safe after his attack and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Next, Zeke looked down at him below and teased, "I think you understand, right, because you're the one who taught that kid what responsibility is. Didn't Valor tell you that you have to take responsibility for what you've done? You serve a god like that." Below, Trisloa was so angry that he was shaking. "Die," he roared and began to control the giant pillar of water behind him. Aimed straight at Zeke's position, the attack was so strong that the wall behind him shattered into many pieces. Luckily, Zeke used his ultimate climbing skills to jump between the walls, and successfully clung to a nearby window like a gargoyle. Seeing this, the bald man had no choice but to turn and yell at his subordinates, "What are you doing? Attack him." Hearing the command, these hounds began to use daggers and throw them directly towards him. However, this was not enough to make things difficult for our protagonist. With this attack, he simply drew his sword from his side and slashed wildly forward, being able to easily slash away all these attacks, leaving Valor's dogs to only watch helplessly below. And after doing this, Zeke calmly sheathed his sword and said, Hey, don't get so agitated. What will happen if you destroy this?" As he said this, he took out the mini pyramid to show these people, and sure enough, as soon as he witnessed this item, the bald man Choi Slow Watch changed his expression and shouted, "How dare you!" Ignoring his shout, Zeke on this side continued to laugh and tease. "This is the artifact that controls the monsters. It is called the evil spirit of the pyramid, right?" Seeing that Zeke was able to say the identity of the item, Trisloa's eyes also changed color and asked, "How did you know that?" Again, speaking of this item called the evil spirit of the pyramid, it is an artifact that allows the user to control any monster. It requires the negative emotions of innocent souls, indeed a condition that fits its name. Before he regressed, Valor used brutal methods to complete this pyramid, just like how he tortured the boy before. I think he tortured to fulfill part of this thing's request. The monsters that appeared in the village were because Trisloa was there with this thing. The monsters just instinctively followed this artifact. After thinking, Zeke also spoke up and continued, "I know more than you think. Are you scared yet? If you do anything, this will be destroyed." Zeke spoke up threateningly. Back to Trisloa's name, it seems that Zeke's threat doesn't have much effect since he can still smile. "Haha, the pyramid won't be destroyed like that, but people's bodies can be. I will kill people in the most painful way I know." Saying this, once again, this guy starts using his power to shoot a column of water towards, and the general just swings on the window to dodge. However, Trisloa isn't too worried. "How long will you dodge my attack?" he says with a laugh. Back to Zeke, while jumping between the walls, he also considers his situation. "I can deal with his soldiers, but I can't defeat Trisloa in this state." If that's the case, thinking of this, as if he has thought of some plan, he turns back and says, "It's easy to see that you are stronger than me. It would be foolish to try to fight you head on. I'm thinking of running away." "Do you think you can escape from this place? Where will you go?" the rat Trisloa wonders. "Where can I go?" Zeke mumbled, then he punched the wall in front of him a few times, making this bald guy just laugh foolishly. "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, his smile froze when this wall actually broke, revealing a secret passage that even Trisloa himself didn't know existed there. He said in astonishment. And at this moment, he jumped into the secret passage and turned back. "I say goodbye to them before leaving. Now I will escape through this passage, haha." After saying that, he even stuck out his tongue at this guy. making him furious. "That bastard, chase after him," the bald guy yells. Cut to the underground prison of the Northern Valor Wind Branch. After escaping through the secret passage, Zeke went to this prison with the bunch of keys in his hand. And as soon as they saw him with the bunch of keys, the prisoners inside had their eyes glowing red with excitement. "Do you want revenge?" Zeke asked. On the outside, the battle between the Carwoodman and Valor sides is still extremely intense. "Stop the Carwoodman people, don't let anyone get inside the temple, kill them all," someone shouted. Immediately after that, suddenly the lake's surface began to bubble and shoot up. 2 columns of water, flying straight up into the sky, aiming at Old Man Wige in the back. Seeing this, the Carwoodman priests also didn't give in. Immediately, they clasped their hands and prayed, "Karna, please protect your loyal servants." As soon as the words were spoken, a divine light was gathered, forming the symbol of a cross in front of Wige, protecting him from this attack. Then, some knight ran over to report, "Sir, the soldiers we sent over there have been wiped out." On this side, Wige listened and clenched the sword in his palm and gritted his teeth. "Those dirty bastards, take this," as he said, his body began to radiate a halo. Then immediately after that, he swung his sword forward, slashing out a stream of power, aiming straight at the temple, and creating a considerable explosion. However, this temple was also protected by some red energy, so it didn't suffer too much damage. Seeing this, Wige's eyes narrowed. "It's not working, that energy barrier is stronger than usual, it can withstand my ultimate attack." He thought to himself. However, the attack just now was not without some effect. "Sir, the attack just now wiped out all the Valor soldiers near the lake. This is our chance, prepare to cross, we must finish before they send reinforcements." Following this sound, the soldiers quickly carried some logs. And very quickly, they created a bridge across the other side. Then immediately after doing this, the whole group rushed over. "Knights, advance bravely," they said excitedly. While on the opposite side from inside the temple, the Valor's rescue force had also poured out. "The Carwoodman people are rushing over, stop them, our reinforcements have arrived." Someone shouted, "We can handle it, cross the bridge they built, and fight them." A Valor priest spoke up and started using his water control ability, making the bridge shake violently and the soldiers lost their balance and fell. On this side, the knights also hurriedly stood in front of Lavella. "The energy barrier seems to be stronger again." Young Miss Lavella Danger is again referring to the Saintess Lavella. Knowing that the situation is a bit difficult, she must directly take action. "Karna, please grant your loyal servant strength," she mumbled in prayer. Meanwhile, Old Man Wige at this time also put his strength into his 2 legs, jumping strongly towards the bridge. Then immediately after landing, he directly swung his sword and slashed out a stream of sword energy, aiming at the wind elements in front of him, directly cutting them into 2. And of course, when the stream of sword energy collided with the energy barrier, it also quickly dissipated without leaving a scratch. This oppressive aura is from Valor. "They don't pay attention to the other knights because they are aiming at me, although this aura can't do anything to me, just standing here is enough to help the knights." After saying that, he glanced around the battlefield and thought, "Our side is still at a disadvantage. But if the energy barrier disappears, allowing us to attack and cause damage to their base, then our side can gain the upper hand. Zeke, I hope you can destroy the energy barrier," he prayed silently in his heart. Cut to the group of Trisloa. At this time they are still dragging their butts to chase after checking. Around him there is the relic of the pyramid's vengeful spirit. "At all costs we must get back the relic," the bald guy yelled like a house on fire. It's just a pity that no matter how hard they try to search from what time, they still can't see Zeke's shadow. "Cardinal Trisloa, we have turned over every corner and can't find him." A soldier ran up to report, making this Trisloa's face wrinkle up like a monkey's butt. Then he thought, "That bastard, how could he know about a secret passage that even we don't know about?" This guy thought through gritted teeth. Then this knight also spoke his mind. "I think he's just running around in circles to throw us off." In response to this, Trisloa's eyes narrowed, and he kicked the soldier straight in the stomach and yelled, "You idiot, he has the vengeful spirit of the pyramid. It's the vengeful spirit of the pyramid, got it." As he spoke, his face was bulging with veins, making the Black Knight tremble like a leaf below and quickly beg for mercy. "Apologize, I'll send people to keep searching," he said. He quickly turned and left before this Trisloa could kick him a few more times. Putting that aside, then the bald guy also stroked his face, to calm himself down a bit and analyze. "Let's think it through carefully again." He said he came here to seek revenge. Min will probably try to support those Carwoodmen when they fight. If you pay attention to his reaction to the relic, it seems he didn't come with the intention of stealing it. Then what does he want to do in the temple? Thinking of this, suddenly the bald guy's eyes widened as he thought of something and said, "Energy barrier." Cut to a large hall, where there is a statue of the evil god Valor placed in the center of the hall. and around the statue there are countless zealots muttering incantations that no one can understand. While these people are concentrating, Zeke is secretly sneaking inside. However, he was also discovered by two knights. "Who are you?" they shouted, while Zeke was a little surprised. "Why are there even knights here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately felt a dangerous aura appear behind him, and this aura was also emitted by Trisloa. "Your end is here, you brat." As he spoke, he unleashed a palm strike forward, sending Zeke flying away. As a result, he suffered a not-so-small injury on his waist. "Damn it," Zeke growled. And Trisloa on the opposite side laughed like he had struck gold. "Deal with him now, he can't run far, he's seriously injured." "Relic." After catching him, find the relic first. Hearing the order, these black knights rushed over like hunting dogs. Seeing that, he immediately turned and ran. However, they didn't know that when they chased after Zeke, the chanting cultists would be left unprotected. Right now, while they were still entranced in prayer, someone had sneaked inside. This story has to be told from the moment Zeke went to the prison below. I will give you guys a chance to take revenge, a chance to retaliate against the bastards who deliberately sacrificed you to the terrible Veiler, just like that. These cloaked people are no different from fish on a chopping block in front of these prisoners. Back to the position, because he was injured, he couldn't run anymore. Behind him, Trisloa saw this and calmly stopped. "Is that all?" He ran quite far, but that's the end of it. He smiled smugly when he saw that he could finally catch Zeke. Or at least that's what he was thinking before the entire temple shook, as if it had been hit by an extremely powerful attack. What's going on?" he yelled. "Right now, we need to make sure they can't restore the barrier, destroy their base," he shouted, and the Karwoodman priests also moved forward in unison, using their power. "Oh God Karna, please pour down punishment on the heads of the enemies." As they spoke, they began to accumulate streams of power in their palms, and release it forward, causing cracks to appear on the temple gate. Back with Trisloa's group, the sudden movement of the temple also made him unable to understand what was happening. The entire temple was shaking. "What's going on next to him?" Zeke kindly explained to him. "There's nothing to worry about, the barrier protecting the temple just disappeared, so it's under attack," he said with a smile as if he hadn't suffered any damage. And looking at his appearance, Trisloa's face became completely dumbfounded. "Yes, I lied to you guys, I need to buy time while the others take down the wall," Zeke said as he started to stretch a bit. "Are there other intruders?" Trisloa asked. "Well, I'm the only one who made it this far. But it's true that we still have people on our side, people you imprisoned just to sacrifice." On the opposite side, hearing Zeke say that, Trisloa's face showed disbelief. "No way, the brothers who protected my barrier were murdered by those weak sacrifices." "You don't believe me? Then try to catch me again," Zeke said as he started to turn and run away again. "And of course this Trisloa guy can't let him off so easily. Where do you think you're going?" As he spoke, this prick started to accumulate a stream of magic power on his palm, and shot straight at him. Luckily Zeke dodged in time, so he was fine. But this blow was strong enough to make a large hole appear in the wall. "This is getting interesting," Zeke chuckled inwardly. While the Trisloa saw that Zeke had run to the corner, he also ordered the knights behind him to chase him. "You damn mouse, how far can you run?" After saying that, this guy also, using his magic, shoots out several energy balls that chase after Zeke. But maybe because of this guy's squint, he can't see very well, so Zeke directly kicked the door in front of him and rushed into the room. "Sir, he is entering the sacrificial chamber," someone spoke. "Only the high-level paladins follow me. The rest of you close all the entrances for me." "That cowardly rat at last," Trisloa said with a laugh when he thought he had cornered him. But as soon as he stepped inside the room, his smile suddenly disappeared. While at this moment inside the room, the corpses of the believers who were praying were lying in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Trisloa's face also turned pale. "What?" he stuttered, speechless, and Zeke slowly stepped out from behind the wall and said, "How does it feel, Your Eminence?" His voice was full of teasing, making Trisloa's face darken even more. "Where are the bastards who did this?" "Who knows," Zeke said with a shrug. "At the same time, I'm pretty sure they escaped through the secret passage I told them about." Back to Trisloa, this time he also pointed straight at Zeke and shouted, "What is your purpose? Why did you do this?" In response to the question, Zeke also said the opposite. "You still don't understand. So why don't we ask the fish head that has been watching this whole thing?" he said as he turned to look at the statue beside him. Meanwhile Trisloa saw his god insulted like that and was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. "How dare you talk about God Veiler like that?" Before he could finish speaking, Zeke on the opposite side interrupted. "Oh great Veiler. You must have seen everything that happened here. Whose fault is this?" he said while raising his hand to the sky. Then very quickly, the general adjusted his voice again and ran behind the statue, making the prankster confused. "What is he doing?" he wondered. Before a sound was heard, all of this was Cardinal Trisloa's fault. He killed an innocent boy in a village, that led to another person's desire for revenge. This was the consequence of that action. After saying that, Zeke also stuck his head out and asked again, "Did you hear that, Trisloa? Is it really all because of that?" He said, "It's all because of you." He darkened his face and thought. At the same time, outside, the sound of the Carwoodman Knights rang out, searching every corner of the temple, finding and dealing with those bastard Valor, killing all of them on this side. Zeke heard the sounds and smiled. "It seems like the killing machine Wige has arrived. Are you okay? And if you dare to attack me, this fish head will explode with me," Zeke threatened. However, this guy Trisloa was too angry to keep calm. "Bastard," as he spoke, his two palms also caught fire and directly released two energy sources towards Zeke, making this fish head get shot to pieces too. Luckily Zeke was prepared, so he jumped to the side in time to dodge the attack. "So brave," Zeke smiled wryly. While the Black Knights beside saw Trisloa act like that, they also turned to look at each other. Sir Valor, without waiting for them to finish speaking, Trisloa on this side explained, "Brothers, I will bear all the sins I have committed, chase and deal with that bastard right away." "Yes sir," they said in unison. As for Zeke on this side, knowing that he was cornered, he gave up on running and drew his sword to prepare for battle. From now on, it would be a race against time. "I just need to buy time until the Carwoodman's forces arrive," Zeke said, also covering his sword with energy. At the same time, there were also daggers covered in magic aimed at him, and with just 2 or 3 sword strokes, Zeke was able to block all of these attacks. Zeke even deflected a gam knife aimed straight at a Dark Knight's head, causing him to get headshot in one move. Seeing this, the Trisloa behind him also gnashed his teeth. "That bastard. Die." After saying that, he also used his water control ability, controlling a column of water to surge from the ground and stab straight towards Zeke, causing him to constantly do backflips to dodge. However, very quickly Zeke was cornered and had nowhere to dodge. And at this moment, this Trisloa's eyes also showed a happy expression. "The time has come, brothers, advance. Quickly deal with him, dismember him and bring me the revengeful soul of the pyramid," Trisloa shouted gleefully. Before the voice of the Saintess Livella rang out, "Zeke, dodge." Hearing the familiar sound, Zeke quickly ducked down. Then immediately a wave of golden energy appeared inside the room, rushing to blow away all these Dark Knights. "Are you okay?" she said worriedly, and at this moment, the killing machine Wige had also arrived. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Zeke breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and walked towards them. "I'm fine, sorry for being late," Wige nodded. Returning to Livella, she looked at the item Zeke was holding in his hand and asked, "But what is this?" Hearing her ask that, he smiled and replied, "It is Valor's relic, the revengeful soul of the pyramid. If it is completed, it will grant the user the power to control all monsters in the world." Over here, the Saintess Livella, after hearing that, her eyes showed a serious expression and said, "Why are you keeping it? Destroy it immediately." "That's the best thing to do, right?" Zeke agreed and threw the mini pyramid down below. Then, he also covered his sword in a stream of magic power to prepare to destroy it. Beside him, Trisloa, seeing this, his face was covered in sweat, like he was being chased by Chow Chow. "Stop him." This guy shouted loudly, and the other 2 knights, seeing that, also rushed to stop him. However, they were also blocked by the Knights of Carwoodman. And the old man Wige in the back at this moment also directly rushed up. With one sword he was able to finish both of them off. "This is your fault," Zeke muttered. Then, he directly stabbed the sword into the pyramid, causing Trisloa to scream in despair. Then kneeling down to the ground, "No. Trisloa, you filthy heretic," Wige said disdainfully and directly swung his sword and chopped off one of his arms, causing the bald guy to scream like a house on fire. Up ahead, the remaining knight, seeing this, also shouted worriedly, "Your Eminence." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't realize that his unguarded action in front of the Carwoodman Knights also had put him in a dangerous situation. As a result, immediately, these knights seized the opportunity, directly gave him several swords on his body, sending this guy off with his previous comrades. Meanwhile, Wige at this moment also announced his judgment on Trisloa. Colin Trisloa, Valor's cardinal, faced the judgment of the god Karna, just saying that the old man started to swing his sword to finish this guy off. However, before his sword could reach him, suddenly the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. In the back, the Saintess, seeing this, rushed over and asked, "Sir Wige, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he calmly replied. And waiting for the smoke to clear, Trisloa had already evaporated. Trisloa, he escaped, created a barrier at the last minute. He said regretfully, and Livella could only sigh, "Oh gosh, if we had all worked together to search the temple then." Saying that, her eyes widened when Zeke also evaporated. Wait, where did you go? Lavella said blankly. Returning to Trisloa, he was now outside the cave. Luckily no one knew about this secret passage. I didn't expect this branch to be taken down so easily. I even lost the revengeful soul of the pyramid. It's all that bastard's fault. Chowas gritted his teeth as he thought of Zeke's face. Unable to contain his anger, this guy started punching the wall to vent a little. I'm going to kill him. No, I'm going to make him taste pain worse than death. He secretly swore to himself. Before his eyes widened, when the voice of Zeke rang out not far away. Why are you so late? I miss you so much, Your Eminence. Following the direction of the sound, Trisloa discovered that Zeke had been waiting for him up above for who knows how long. How did you know about this place? He said in astonishment, with an unbelievable look that he would appear here. Come on, don't be so surprised. Zeke said with a smile and directly jumped down in front of him. I know a secret passage in the temple that even you don't know, Zeke teased. And when enemies meet, there is no need for many words. Immediately, Trisloa gathered magic power into his remaining hand and rushed to attack Zeke like a mad dog. Die. He roared loudly, but because this guy was already so weak, our protagonist only needed to gently raise his hand to block the attack. Even after that, he used his other hand to push the bald guy's arm away, and gave him a palm strike to the stomach, causing him so much pain that he vomited blood in front of him. Zeke, seeing this, immediately pinched his nose and looked at him with disgust. How disgusting. Ignoring these words, Trisloa knew he had no chance of escaping, so he spoke some words of honor. Even if I die here, I will die as a proud follower of Valor. And I will drag you down to hell with me, he said through gritted teeth. However, Zeke's next words truly shocked him. I don't intend to kill you, my goal is to make you suffer. You can't feel pain if you're dead. That would be merciful. Instead, I want to play a game where you avoid all the traps I've set up to reach the entrance of the valley before all the sand in this hourglass runs out. Then I'll let you go. What do you think? Simple, right? Zeke said with a smile, while Trisloa didn't easily trust his words. You bastard, are you underestimating me and mocking me now? The bald guy yelled. However, not wanting to waste any more words, he immediately flipped the hourglass and said, get ready to start right now. Seeing Zeke so decisive, Trisloa could only grit his teeth, turn around, and run. Because this was his last chance to survive, he had to seize it no matter what. Just like that, very quickly, Trisloa arrived at the first obstacle, the first trap with a 1-star difficulty. Its simple characteristic, it's a spike trap. Speaking of Trisloa, while frantically running, he didn't forget to curse Zeke in his heart. That bastard, I'll get revenge on him. As he thought this, he ran headlong, and it was as if his eyes were somewhere else but in his head. He didn't see the sharp spikes that Zeke had scattered on the ground, and so he directly stepped on them, causing them to pierce through the soles of his feet, causing him to scream in agony. That bastard, he said through gritted teeth, and then struggled to drag his battered body forward, and after getting hit by the first trap, this guy became a little more cautious. I won't be fooled again, he whispered, or at least that's what he thought. But the reality was very different from his thoughts. Soon after, he got a harsh slap in the face from reality. Even though he was trying very hard to observe the ground, he only accidentally stepped on and broke a branch, which triggered the second trap with a 3-star difficulty, its characteristic being that you can avoid it if you just look where you're going. In short, this falling rock trap hit Trisloa straight in the face, making him hurt so much that tears welled up in his eyes. This piece of trash, Trisloa said through gritted teeth, and then continued to move forward once again, and after getting hit by 2 traps, this guy was completely terrified. I wonder how much time I have left. This time, I won't be fooled again, he swore to himself, and then turned left and right to observe. But he clearly hadn't stepped on any traps when suddenly a bucket of water was poured directly onto his head, making him irritated. Damn it, what is this? On Zeke's side, there was no way he would let him escape so easily. At this time, he jumped behind Trisloa, and put out his leg, tripping him and causing him to fall sprawling to the ground. There's nothing to get wet, because he's bald, Zeke said calmly. And Trisloa, even if he was stupid, knew that he had been completely played. You damned bastard, this is the last trap, with a 5-star difficulty. The characteristic, Zeke is the trap. Next, time slowly passed, and finally, Trisloa reached the exit, but he didn't easily let his guard down. I finally reached the exit, but what about the hourglass? As he spoke, he also turned to look at the hourglass in Zeke's hand, when there was still a tiny bit of sand that hadn't fallen. Seeing this, he grinned. Haha, I won. On the opposite side, hearing this, he conveniently threw the hourglass behind him and admitted, you won, so let's get this over with. As he spoke, he quickly rushed forward and stabbed his sword through Trisloa's chest, causing him to immediately fall to his knees on the ground. After finishing, Zeke laughed so hard that he squinted his eyes. Who told you to trust me? I'm a good liar, you know. Saying this, Zeke also raised his foot and kicked Trisloa down to the ground. Then, he took out the badge for the honorary Holy Knight of Carwoodman that the old Pope had given him. Now, should we proceed with the atonement for this poor soul who will meet God? I will bless the path you will take, in the name of Karna, the one you hate the most. As he spoke, he pressed the badge close to his face, causing Trisloa to tremble all over. Get it away from me. Not complying with this request, Zeke continued to preach, I hope you will go before the poor boy, his family, and the people in the village. He will have a bright path leading to Karna. Don't be afraid, kid. Karna will protect you under her halo, and the bright path will lead you to her. All the worry and fear under their sins will free you, and your loyalty and faith will accompany you along the path. The more he heard, the more madness appeared in Trisloa's eyes, and he shouted loudly, until he suddenly realized that he was lying in a white space with some shadows of whales and manta rays flying in the sky. Am I dead yet? So, where is this? Trisloa asked himself, when he suddenly noticed a dark shadow appearing not far from where he was lying. And as soon as he saw this being, he burst into a satisfied smile. Valor has come to pick me up, the great Valor has come to take me away. My choice was indeed correct, he chuckled to himself in his heart. But after looking closely at the strange appearance of the creature in front of him were the eyes of the Trisloa. Everyone was stunned. Then the creature's neck also grew longer, making its face move closer to the front as it said, It's all your fault out there. At this point, Trisloa officially kicked the bucket. And after seeing him collapsed on the ground, Zeke turned to look at the jar containing what was left of the little boy's family and said, Can you see it? I put a lot of effort into that revenge, so go to a good place, kid. Time quickly passed until the next day. At this point, after wiping out all of Valor's followers, they directly blew up the temple. Looking at the temple blazing in front of him, Zeke had some thoughts in his mind. Together with Carwoodman, they had destroyed Valor's northern church. After seeing Trisloa's corpse, Wige wanted to display it before the Carwoodman church. However, after hearing the plan to ensure the corpse wouldn't receive Valor's funeral rites, which was a water burial, he backed down. Just like that, after cleaning everything up, the group set off to return. And while traveling, Han turned to ask, Will Zeke be okay going with Carwoodman like this? Why not? We're going the same way anyway. They're also very well prepared for camping and eating. Zeke shrugged in response. And then the young man's face became serious. To destroy the northern branch of Valor, I had to rely on the power of Carwoodman. I have to find out what's behind it all, Zeke said to himself before a voice suddenly rang out in front, startling him. Welcome, Lord Wige. At this moment, a group of soldiers appeared in front of them, like reinforcements. Over here, Wige also recognized who was in front of him and greeted, Oh, welcome, Lord Twen. I brought troops to assist you by order of the Holy City, but it seems I'm late. I heard you destroyed the northern church of those Valor scum, Twen said with a smile. While Zeke was still yawning until he saw a familiar figure in front and remembered his past life. Demon King Moore hopes you'll become a good person in the next life. Gren Zennard frowned thoughtfully. Time quickly passed to the evening. At this point, the group stopped to set up camp and rest, and they had a small party. I didn't expect you to take care of those Valor scum. We also have blessings from Carwoodman. How wonderful, Uncle Twen said with a smile, and then turned to look at Zennard and Zeke and said, With two trustworthy honorary knights here, what could be luckier? Isn't that right, Lord Wige? That's right, Wige replied with a smile. Only Zeke was disheartened. After all, few people could be happy seeing the one who killed them in their past life. I didn't expect us to meet like this, he lamented internally. On the opposite side, Zennard slightly bowed and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, I am Gren Zennard. Hearing this, Zeke was silent for about 3 seconds before speaking. My name is Zeke, sorry for being rude, but can I ask you something? Of course, Zennard nodded in agreement. Become a good person in the next life. What do you think about that saying? Zeke frowned. At the same time, he secretly observed every expression of Zennard in front of him. Let's see, I'm not sure what you mean. Can I ask why you're asking that question? He asked in return. However, Zeke didn't answer and just stared at him with a very scrutinizing gaze, causing the guy to get a little nervous. And it wasn't just him, even the others sitting at the feast seemed to sense the somewhat strange atmosphere and all turned to look. And after a while of observation, Zeke burst out laughing, It's nothing, it's a line from a hero in a novel, and you reminded me of that hero. Hearing him say that, Uncle Twen then put his arm around Zennard and laughed, Is that so? It's true that seeing you, Lord Zennard, anyone would think you're a hero. In response to this statement, Zennard could only laugh awkwardly. You flatter me, there are many more capable honorary knights than me. At this moment, the voice of the Saintess Livella also rang out, Exactly, Lord Zeke here is the same. Although Lord Zenard's achievements in Carwoodman are irreplaceable, I think Zeke is also a great hero. As she said this, she looked at Zeke, making the general's face puzzled. Of course, he's not what he seems, she said with a smile and glanced back. Have you forgotten the trouble of judging others by their appearance? You've forgotten my advice, do you need to remember it? She complained, and while the two of them were chatting happily, Zenard's face on the side became a bit darker. Then he said, excuse me, you too. But as someone who's becoming a saintess, shouldn't young Miss be more careful with her words? After all, young Miss represents Carwoodman, he gently reminded. This startled Lavella a bit. Oh, sorry, don't worry, it's okay. No one forbids the saintess from having fun with her friends. Twin smiled faintly. But old man Wige next to him also turned to agree. That's right, these changes of young Miss Lavella have shown her strength. The opinion surrounding young Miss will only get better. Seeing the two of them say that, this Zenard could only scratch his head. I made a mistake because of my arrogance, I apologize. No, I can't change like this if I'm alone, it's all thanks to Zeke's guidance. What happened at 40 was the deciding moment, she spoke up to explain. I also have a reason to change and that's why I can help young Miss Lavella, Zeke added, making the Zenard in front a little curious and asked, can you tell me what that reason is? I'm a bit curious. Hearing him say that, Zeke also stroked his chin thoughtfully and spoke up to answer. Let's see, in the past someone told me to become a good person and because of that word I did my first good deed. Who was that person? Zenard wondered. A person covered in justice, actually personally. I find it uncomfortable and don't like that style, but if I could meet him again, I want to say this. I have lived according to his advice and surprisingly living like this is not bad. What do you think? Was that answer satisfactory, Mr. Gren Zenard? Zeke said with a smile. Time passed quickly. After the party ended, Zeke also tiredly lay down on the bed and pondered. Gren Zenard more than anything. It seems like he didn't regress. I don't think he will understand the meaning of these words. If the reason for my regression is the key to challenging fate, then it is possible that Zenard is also a regressor. However, it is possible that the key to challenging fate from the beginning had nothing to do with my regression. As I thought, or he is pretending that he is not a regressor for some hidden purpose. That's all. Now is not my concern anymore, whether he regressed or not. I have no intention of getting involved with him anymore. I just want to tell him that I'm fine and following his advice. I think it's really helpful. Living like this is not bad, so my relationship with Zenard in this life ends here, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, like Zenard, after returning to his tent, was also pondering the same issue. Zeke. Who exactly are you? He looks exactly like the Zeke I remember, but his behavior and personality are completely different. And one thing is for sure, he is not the Demon King Zeke Moore. Or the heir of Zeke's steel will. Could it be the brave Zeke? Zenard speculated. But then he shook his head in denial. No, it doesn't feel the same at all. Then there is only one possibility left, that is a variable. Thinking of this guy started to hold his head and grit his teeth again. But why now? That guy hasn't changed until now. If he acts in his own way, not too dangerous. I have lived for thousands of years so I understand, even if Zeke's appearance changes depending on the situation. The overwhelming destructive power is still the same, even becoming stronger, enough to pose a threat to me. Should I deal with him now? Zenard bit his lip and thought, and after a while, this guy decided to give up. No, I need to know why he changed first. I also want to know why a person who was innocent like her also changed, before she said that Zeke was the reason for her change. That bastard, how dare he do this? Zenard thought and revealed an extremely crazy face. And it took a few seconds for him to calm down and think further. There are too many variables in this regression. Must be calm and plan ahead. I will send someone to observe Zeke's actions and then come up with a countermeasure, he said as he began to lie down on the bed. But as soon as he closed his eyes, Zeke's previous words rang in his ears. I hope you will become a good person in the next life. Do you understand the meaning of these words? Why did he say that to me? Zenard wondered in his heart. Time passed quickly. A few days later. At this time, Zeke's group was preparing to leave the Carwoodman church. Goodbye, young Miss Lavella. Well, be careful on your way, brother Zeke. She nodded in response, while the two young men, Han and Snock, also bowed to her. Brother Zeke is really like a gust of wind, gently blowing and passing by, freely flying as he wishes, she said admiringly, and old man Wige felt the same way. That's right. It would be better if he rested a bit. I don't know if we will ever see him again. Take care of yourself, brother Zeke, she said to herself. Back to our main character. At this time he also looked at the two children in front of him and asked again to make sure, have you brought everything yet? Of course, Han said confidently. Then he also withdrew this expression and asked, but Mr. Zeke, where are we going this time? Hearing this, Zeke also began to hesitate and think a bit. It seems like We need to go there to find the sword symbolizing the Demon King. After thinking, Zeke also said the next location. We will go to Vialuan City, a tourist city. Scene changes to Vialuan City. This is a beautiful city filled with tourists from all over the world to visit. And here, the white-haired sorceress who had attacked before, was also gazing at a food stall with longing eyes. However, after checking her purse, she had to sigh and accept that she was penniless. But just at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed her hood, and pulled it down. Seeing this, she turned around and discovered that this person was none other than Zeke. "Hello, long time no see," he said with a smile. Going back to a few minutes before, Zeke, along with Han and Snock, had arrived in this city. Here, he decided to reward his two subordinates with a day off. Vialuan is a small but famous tourist city known for many attractions. For one day, from now on, you two will be free. Feel free to have fun from now until tomorrow, Zeke calmly said. And the two subordinates were overjoyed. "Oh freedom," they exclaimed excitedly and immediately went off to explore the city. Meanwhile, Zeke's stomach started growling, making him find a way to fill it. "Should I go find something to eat?" Zeke muttered, before he noticed a cloaked figure attentively watching a food stall not far away, until her hood was blown off, revealing a beautiful, familiar face. Zeke saw this, went over and greeted her. "Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Then, Zeke also conveniently bought a few skewers of grilled meat and handed her one. Across from him, the sorceress didn't take the skewer but turned to look at him with a suspicious look and asked, "What are you doing?" "Doing what?" Zeke asked while eating, making her point directly at him and remind him, "Have you forgotten what happened between us?" Hearing that, Zeke started to remember a bit. "Let's see, about what happened between us. Is it about how we used to be madly in love?" Zeke said with a laugh, making her go crazy and immediately turn around and leave. "Come on, I was just kidding," he quickly said. "Just say what you're planning," the sorceress snapped, and Zeke replied with a smile, "I already said, let's go on a date." Hearing him say that, her eyes narrowed slightly. "You think I'll believe that? That's not your real intention." "Come on, I'm curious about you too. I don't want to talk to you," she said with a frown, but Zeke didn't give up. "That's why I suggested going on a date, so I can be with you and learn about you." "You think I'll agree?" she asked again. "I don't know, but I understand how you feel right now," he said. And he handed her 3 skewers of meat and tempted her. "Right now, you really want to eat these grilled meat skewers," and indeed, it was as he said. She really couldn't resist the taste of this and started eating like a whirlwind, making Zeke, sitting next to her, feel amazed. "She eats a lot, she must be really hungry. If it wasn't grilled meat skewers but something else, I'd probably go bankrupt," Zeke thought while looking at the pile of skewers next to her. Thinking about this, he asked, "So, what's your name?" After saying that, he thought a bit. Is it too early to ask for her name? In response to the question, the sorceress stopped eating, turned to him, and said, "Layla, that's my name." Just like that, the two of them started exploring the city together, from trying different kinds of drinks, to taking her to a clothing store and having her try on all sorts of things. And for some reason, after trying on a long white dress, her mood suddenly became a little embarrassed. "Hey, cheer up, that's why I told you to buy clothes when you had the chance. After all, this is a date, and a dull cloak isn't really appropriate." "Right," Zeke advised, but Layla's face still hadn't stopped frowning. "Is that why you're playing dress up with me?" "No, you look beautiful in anything. I just want you to try on different outfits. Blame yourself for being too beautiful," he said, stroking his chin. At the same time, the waiter brought out a glass of beer, and Zeke brought it to Layla, and said, "Drink it, you'll feel better." Hearing Zeke say that, Layla directly picked up the glass of beer and chugged it in one gulp, long and sighed in satisfaction, and right after she finished drinking, Zeke's eyes suddenly changed and he said, "You drank it, what now?" "I put poison in it." In response to his words, her face didn't show a hint of fear. "Oh, clever, beer has to have a little poison to taste good." After saying that, the two of them started having a staring contest. And finally, she gave in and stopped this **T, then started getting to the main point. "Alright, who exactly are you?" Turning to Layla, after listening, her eyes also showed a serious expression and she asked back, "What about you, are you really Zeke? I remember I never changed my name, so have you ever changed your last name?" "Which last name? Don't tell me it's that one you mentioned, more, right? Brave is my last name. If you were to change your last name, I think Steelwill would suit you better." "Zeke Steelwill," he muttered, before suddenly, noisy sounds started to come from the side, causing both of them to pay attention and turn to observe. "Try it, let's see how a hero punches. You dreamed of becoming a great hero, didn't you? Come on, punch." Some provocative sound rang out. "This is a matter between the two of us, what are you interfering with?" someone replied, over here. Zeke, hearing the familiar sound, immediately stood up and moved forward, and discovered that Han and Snock were having an argument with some guys inside this inn. What are you two doing here, he said, while pushing through the crowd to move forward, while the guys on the opposite side, seeing Zeke's appearance, also started to laugh mockingly. What's this, the great hero's companion? Hey, Punch, what, are you scared already, they said provocatively. And his friend Snock also turned to explain everything. Those two eavesdropped on us and started causing trouble. We didn't want to cause any problems, so we ignored them, but they kept pushing forward. You two handled this wrong, Zeke said, shaking his head. At the same time, the thug in front noticed Layla's beautiful face behind Zeke and started to act like a pervert. Ah, the girl standing behind that guy is quite pretty. Saying this, he stepped forward, pushed Zeke aside, and started flirting with her. Hey, wanna hang out with us? Back to Snock, seeing this thug acting like that, he also gently reminded Zeke, Mr. Zeke, isn't that the woman from before? Maybe we should stop this. Just stay still, Zeke signaled, then pushed him aside, preventing this young man from blocking his view. At the same time, the pervert continued to flirt, even putting his dirty hand on her shoulder, then showing a very disgusting face. Oh, what's wrong, pretty girl? We'll make you happy, he said innocently, not knowing that he had officially flipped the switch to unlock her battle mode. At this time, she coldly raised her hand and directly brushed the thug's hand aside. But her tough action only made this pervert feel even more excited. What's wrong, are you being aloof with me? But girls who are too easy aren't interesting at all, he said, laughing. And Layla also knew that if she didn't teach these perverts a lesson, they probably wouldn't give up, so at this time, a bolt of lightning began to spread from her body and directly shocked the thug in front of her, causing him to convulse and collapse to the ground. What idiots, Zeke chuckled to himself on the side. Next, a lackey, seeing his companion on the ground, immediately rushed forward, waving his arms and legs at her and not forgetting to threaten, do you know who we are? Seeing this, Layla's eyes on the opposite side also began to emit streaks of lightning. However, before she was about to turn this group into grilled fish, Zeke stood in front and directly grabbed his fist. Next, while this guy didn't have time to react, he gave him a punch in the chin, causing the whole guy to fly backwards, falling right in front of the other two lackeys. And by this point, these two had also directly taken up weapons and rushed to attack. Don't even dream about surviving and leaving this place, they roared. It's just a pity that their strength wasn't proportional to their mouths. As a result, Zeke only threw a few punches, causing these two to lie on the ground like dead dogs and weakly beg, please spare us. Ignoring this, after leaving the restaurant, Zeke also turned and asked, answer me, how did you grill him just now, rare, medium, or well done? Turning to Layla. After a little contemplation, she suddenly stopped and asked, why didn't you kill them? Hearing her say that, he also looked at her with a questioning look. How could you say such a terrible thing to someone who is trying to be a good person? Shouldn't we avoid using force if we're trying to live righteously? She asked back and also had her reasons. If it's self-defense, it's not recklessness. I think I understand you, she nodded and said, then paused for a moment. So is it over now? I'm leaving, Layla said, preparing to leave, but was pulled back by Zeke. Wait, I'm busy tomorrow, so I can't. Or in 10 days, let's meet again at the place where we first met. It would be a pity to part like this. You're also curious about me, aren't you? I've noticed your probing eyes, Zeke suggested. And the sorceress Layla happily agreed, okay, don't go back on your word. Looking at the beautiful figure walking in front, Zeke at this time also had some thoughts. Well, I didn't expect to be able to close the distance in such a short time. What exactly is it because of? First of all, it's suspicious that a high-level sorceress is so dirt poor. She also seems unfamiliar, even shy with many things, but when ordering food or talking about fashion sense, it's not like she doesn't know anything. In short, it seems like she has knowledge but lacks experience. Plus, the fact that she called me more means she must be from the future. Zeke stroked his chin, thinking. At the same time, his friend Han turned and asked Zeke, Mr. Zeke, do we have any special plans for tomorrow? If not, I think I'll go visit some tourist spots. Okay, I'll go with you. I know a very amazing tourist spot, Zeke said with a smile. Time quickly passed until the next morning, switching scenes to the ruins of Vialuan. At this time, Zeke's group was also present in the ruins to conduct a tour. Looking at the ruins inside, Snaka's face also became astonished. Who would have built a place like this, and for what reason? It seems like it was built a long time ago, Han speculated, while Zeke didn't pay much attention, because he was still busy thinking about where his previous life's weapon was now. Where's Tornium? I used to smash everything back then, so I'm not too sure now. Just go as far as I can remember, Zeke thought to himself, and quickly moved forward. Until they saw a sign warning not to enter. Looking at this, Han's footsteps suddenly stopped. Mr. Zeke, is it okay to go deeper inside? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, the space around them experienced an unclear tremor. And about 2 seconds after the tremor passed, he turned to ask them, did anyone touch anything? What was that sound? Responding to this, Snock pointed forward and said, the sound came from over there. At this moment, in front of them was a wall with a lighter colored section than the rest. We're blocked, huh? Could there be something behind this wall? Snock speculated, while Zeke had some thoughts of his own. The path to Tornium also had a secret passage like this. But did this door exist back then? As he thought this, he reached out and touched the wall. And immediately after that, the wall suddenly split in two, revealing a secret passage inside, and this also greatly surprised Han. Wait a minute, this door, it only reacts to you, Mr. Zeke. When we touched it earlier, it didn't open. That's right, it didn't budge at all. Snock nodded, saying, even our main character can't understand what's happening. Why does it only react to me? It's so different from before. And this energy, something around here is disturbing my senses. What's causing this? He frowned, thinking, and then all three of them quickly stepped inside. It feels familiar, but it's not from Tornium, Zeke speculated before Han discovered something and hurriedly called out, Mr. Zeke, it's over there. Hearing the call, he turned to look forward and discovered a sword deeply embedded in the brick floor, and as soon as he saw its shape, Zeke recognized it as the holy sword of the hero Gren Zenert, the Estelade. Why is it here? Zeke wondered in his heart. If the symbol of the demon lord Zeke Moore's power is the demon sword Tornium, then the sword symbolizing the hero of the sun, Zenert, is the holy sword Estelade. That's right, one is stuck here, this powerful sword. Zenert even dealt me a fatal blow with this sword. But why is it here? The sword is different from the demon sword Tornium in the way it chooses its master. Those who are unworthy will not be able to lift it from beside. Han, at this moment, looked curiously at the sword and asked, Zeke, do you know what it is? It's the holy sword, Zeke calmly said, causing both of them to startle and exclaim, what, a holy sword? After saying that, Han asked somewhat hesitantly, if I can pull this sword out, can I become a hero? That's right, Zeke nodded in affirmation, causing both of them to start having some strange thoughts and looking at each other. Next, Snock also raised his hand to ask for an opinion. Mr. Zeke, can I also try? Responding to this question, Zeke calmly said, it's up to you, but you probably can't, because you've already signed a contract with Naum. Its conditions for choosing a master are very strict. I understand, Snock said sadly. However, Zeke seemed a little curious, so he encouraged, but just try. Hearing his boss say that, the young man also raised some fighting spirit and stepped forward, reaching out with both hands to tightly grasp the holy sword. Under the encouraging gaze of Naum, Snock began to use all the strength of his body to pull this sword up. However, after a while of trying, this sword didn't budge at all. Then he had to give up and go down, saying, as expected, it's impossible to pull it out. Seeing this, Naum on his shoulder also turned to comfort his master, causing Snock to feel a little better. Naum, that's right, I don't need the holy sword. As long as I have Naum, I'm fine. Not paying attention to the master and disciple, Han began to turn to Zeke and say, Zeke, why don't you try? No need. Zeke shook his head in refusal, because he knew that it wasn't the right sword for him. After thinking, Zeke asked back, do you want to try, Han, over here? Han, hearing that, just scratched his head. No, I don't think I can pull it out. But at least you should try once. Zeke frowned, saying. At this moment, rapid footsteps began to ring out not far away, causing all three of them to pay attention. And Han even gripped his weapon tightly to prepare for any situation. There's another passage over there, Zeke thought as he paid attention to the passage not far away and speculated in his heart, who are they? Are they here to find the holy sword? Based on the footsteps, it seems like they are well-trained fighters. Impossible, could it be Zenert? Just like that, they began to silently wait for the other party to come. And after walking out of this corridor, the person who ran out was none other than the girl Layla. Hey, what are you doing there? Zeke said in surprise. But before Layla could answer, countless black-cloaked figures rushed out from inside the passage. Catch them, they're trapped, someone inside the crowd shouted. And when Zeke saw that the other party had no good intentions, he directly swung his sword, slashing out a wave of sword energy, aiming at them while shouting, "Get down!" Seeing this, the girl Layla also hurriedly bent down to avoid being ripped apart, and the sword energy, after flying forward, then created a huge explosion. Over here, Zeke now also reached out to pull her up, while asking, "Are these new acquaintances of yours?" They're not my friends, they're pursuers, Layla said. Why are they chasing you? Zeke continued to ask. And before his question, Layla was a bit silent, as if she didn't want to answer it. Seeing that, Zeke understood and didn't pry any further. She's quite famous, isn't she? He muttered, then turned his face forward, noticing that the cloaked figures seemed almost unscathed after the attack. There are quite a few of them. Saying this, Zeke pointed his sword at them and questioned, are you accomplices of those who harm others? You're all wearing the same clothes, so I assume, on the opposite side. The leader of the group, after seeing Zeke, his expression darkened slightly and he said, we'll change the plan. Keep that one and the core alive. Kill the rest. Hearing the order, the black-cloaked figures drew their weapons and charged forward in unison, on this side. His friend Han was having difficulty raising his sword to block the attacks from two black-cloaked figures. Their attacks were strong enough to make his body tremble. Meanwhile, Snock in the back was using his power, controlling countless sharp pillars of rock to erupt from the ground, aiming straight at the two cloaked figures, catching them off guard and sending them flying. Those two are doing well, but they'll soon realize the difference in skill. They're all experts. This place is too small for Layla to use large-scale magic. Zeke thought silently to himself. At the same time, Layla used a spell called Thunderstrike, firing bolts of lightning at the cloaked figures, causing them to twitch like dying fish. Back to Zeke, he was now paying attention to the leader, especially that guy. He's on a demon level, his skills far surpass mine in the present. Without the demon sword, I can't compare to him. Thinking this, the leader unleashed an incredible speed, circling behind him and delivering a slash. After doing so, the leader contemptuously sneered, compared to your blabbering, your skills are truly disappointing. Next, he swung a powerful sword, sending Zeke flying towards the holy sword. Captain, he's near Estelade, someone said worriedly. However, the captain's face showed no concern. Don't worry. Someone like him won't be able to pull the sword out. Let's end this here. Kill those two and keep the core alive, then deal with Wildcard and Estelade, he ordered coldly. Before a powerful burst of magic erupted behind the leader, causing him to stop in his tracks. What is this energy? Impossible. Thinking this, he hurriedly turned to look behind him. But the only thing they witnessed was a blinding golden light, followed by a loud explosion. Then, after the explosion subsided, the remaining three people stared in disbelief at Zeke. He pulled it out, Layla thought to herself as she looked at the sword in Zeke's hand. Speaking of our protagonist, Zeke, to be honest, he couldn't believe that he had drawn the holy sword Estelade. Damn it, after hearing his story that I couldn't possibly draw the holy sword, I really wanted to stab him, so I tried to draw the sword. Who would have thought I could actually draw it out? I never thought I could do something so amazing in my life, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, the sorceress Layla dazedly stepped forward and asked him, how did you pull the sword out? Hearing her question, Zeke rested the sword on the ground and turned to her. Didn't you see, if I hadn't drawn it out, we might both be dead? No, what I mean is, how could you pull it out? That sword is, Layla hurriedly explained. But without her saying much, Zeke already understood. It's the holy sword Estelade, only those who are worthy can lift it. Zeke said calmly, and at this moment, the sorceress, after 3 seconds of contemplation, looked at Zeke with a suspicious look and asked, are you worthy? I have no idea, Zeke shrugged. Next, he stuck the sword back into its original position, causing Layla to be extremely surprised. Why are you putting it back in? I don't want to use it, it doesn't suit me, Zeke explained. You know what this sword represents, right? She reminded him. And of course, Zeke was very clear about this, but he had already intended to use his old sword, Tornium. I don't care, I plan to use a different sword. After hearing this, she vaguely guessed something and asked, don't tell me you plan to use the Tornium. You know about that sword? Zeke asked in surprise. Then he cheerfully waved to the two guys in front. Oh, you're still alive. Is the work here done? Let's move on, he said with a smile. However, at this moment, Layla reached out and pulled Zeke back and dragged him towards the holy sword, while demanding, pull it out. I said pull it out. Use this sword instead of Tornium, Layla said with a voice full of seriousness. However, Zeke still refused coldly. No, this sword is predestined for someone else, I'll just use Tornium. Responding to this, Layla's face began to show a hint of anger and questioned, you said this time you would live a decent life, so what you hold must be Estelade, not Tornium. Was she worried that if I used Tornium, I would be corrupted? Zeke thought in his heart and replied, to live a decent life, I don't necessarily have to wield Estelade and Tornium. It's true that the sword is cursed, but that doesn't mean its owner is always corrupted. On this side, after Zeke's explanations, Layla started to become a bit pensive. Then she reached out and grabbed Zeke's arm, and said in a pleading voice, no. Use Estelade. Back to Zeke. Before he could even answer, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Why does my finger suddenly hurt like this? At this moment, an image of something that looked like tree roots was appearing at the fingernail of his middle finger. At the same time, the holy sword Estelade beside him suddenly unleashed a violent surge of energy, forming an energy storm that made Zeke even more confused. What's going on now? Outside, the pressure created by this storm made it impossible for Han and Snock to even get close, so they could only anxiously say, "Mr. Zeke." Inside, Zeke pointed at the storm and asked, "Did you do this?" "No, this isn't magic, it's possible that this sword is trying to transport us to another dimension." Layla voiced her thoughts, making Zeke just sigh. "Damn it, it looks like there's no other choice." After thinking, he turned and shouted at the other two, "Han, Snock, stay there, wait for me a bit, if you don't see me back for too long, just go back first, just wait for me at the inn." "Yes sir, but you're the only one who can open the secret chamber door," Han said anxiously, and quickly remembered Layla's path from before and said to them, "There's still another path that Layla went in from." "That path is blocked," Layla added. "Let's see, this is difficult," Zeke muttered, and at this moment, knowing that Zeke was worried about his two subordinates, this girl used some kind of magic to create a hole in the energy storm, and then threw a ring out, at the same time instructing, "This might help." "Looks like there's nothing you can't do," Zeke nodded in praise. "Mr. Z's, be careful," Han called out. "Don't worry about me, worry about yourselves first," Zeke replied, and immediately after, the bodies of both Zeke and Layla disappeared in front of Han. Seeing this, Snock couldn't hide the worry on his face. "He'll be alright, right? Of course, he'll be safe and sound," Han said reassuringly. "But Senior, what should we do while we wait for him to come back?" Snock continued to ask. "Let's see, I don't know either," perhaps thinking. He glanced at the cloaked figures lying scattered below and said happily, "Let's go loot the spoils, they look like they have a lot of money." Just like that, after searching for a while, the two of them actually found a small pile of gold coins, along with countless bottles of medicine with unknown effects. "Mr. Zeke will be very happy when he sees this stuff," Snock said with a smile. "That's right, we collected a lot of gold coins and medicine. Should we take that whole pile too?" "Yes, let's just stuff it all into the magic pouch," Han nodded. Next, he looked at the holy sword in front of him and thought for a moment, "I wonder if I can pull out the holy sword Estelade. There's no harm in trying once, right?" Thinking this young man couldn't suppress his curiosity and began to move towards the sword. "Oh, Senior, are you going to pull it out too?" Snock said in surprise, making the young man a little embarrassed. "I want to try it out," he said, and he put both hands firmly on the hilt of the sword and prepared to pull it out. However, just at this moment, suddenly a group of people in black cloaks rushed into the room, found them, they shouted, making the two of them extremely panicked. "Snock, get ready for what? To run, what else?" Han shouted, and the two of them quickly fled from a rain of daggers coming from the black cloaks. However, very quickly the two of them were surrounded by these people on all sides. "Did these bastards kill the captain?" "Looks like no, don't kill them yet, we need to interrogate them," they discussed among themselves. While Snock whispered to Han, "What should we do, Senior? They think we killed their comrades." Responding to this statement, a serious look appeared in Han's eyes. "What else can we do? Fight, of course. Support me from behind." After saying that, Han took the initiative to charge forward to attack first in order to gain an advantage. Next, he swung the sword in his hand forcefully, sending a black-cloaked figure flying backwards. But immediately after, he had to quickly raise his sword in front of him to block an attack from another black-cloaked figure, and after only one collision, Han knew that these people were not ordinary. Speaking of the Snock, he also used his powers this time. "Control a few stones to rush straight towards the bad guys in front. If I can hold off one of them," Snock thought to himself. However, this black-robed man also used his sword and successfully blocked the stone. Han, who was fighting, also witnessed this scene and gritted his teeth thinking, "Damn, the space is too narrow for Snock to fight comfortably. If this continues then both of us will." Just as he was thinking this, because he was busy observing the Snock, his enemy took the opportunity to slash his bicep. Then, he also directly raised his leg, kicking straight into the blonde guy's stomach, causing him to vomit blood in pain. "Damn, I let my guard down." "Senior," Snock said worriedly as he saw Han being kicked away towards the holy sword. Meanwhile, the figure in the black cloak continued to rush in for another attack, giving Han no chance to even catch his breath. And as the two sides struggled against each other, he spoke up and asked, "Aren't you the one who killed the captain? Is that right?" Ignoring the question, Han was gritting his teeth, enduring the pressure from his strength. "This isn't good, the power gap is too big," he thought as he was pushed back. Until this young man began to pay attention to the holy sword next to him and came up with an idea. "Estet, if I pull it out, could I be as strong as Lord Zeke, he thought to himself. Because he had nothing left to lose, Han put all his strength into throwing the cloaked figure in front of him backward. Then he reached out and gripped Estelade tightly. I can save both Estelade and myself, Han thought. Meanwhile, these villains saw that he intended to draw his sword, so they stopped and didn't rush to attack anymore. Draw it, of course someone like you isn't worthy of Estelade, nearby said. The remaining men in black cloaks laughed out loud after hearing that. Ignoring their taunts, Han now began to grip the hilt of the sword with both hands and began to pull it up. Yeah, I don't think I can do it. But I have to try until the end. Giving up is only for the dead, no matter what the situation. Use every possible way to resist until the last breath, no matter how faint the hope is. Zeke's previous words began to echo in his heart. And it seemed to be giving him more strength to pull out this sword, and at this moment the sword really was slowly pulled out of the ground by Han in the eyes of the crowd. No way, Estelade chose that guy, they all said with their mouths open so wide you could fit a whole egg in them. At this moment, according to their eyes, Han's whole body was covered in a brilliant aura. This feeling, the power of Estelade is flowing into my body. On the opposite side, the black cloaks also knew that this was not the time to joke, so they rushed up to attack together. He's not used to the sword yet, kill him immediately. In the back, Snook shouted at this moment, Senpai, swing the sword. Without him having to say much, Han immediately went into the sword-swinging position. All right. I'll swing the sword, he thought, and he put all his strength into swinging the sword forward. Speaking of Zeke and Layla, after appearing again, they found themselves in a place quite similar to the previous area. What is this? Isn't this still the same place, or is it not? Zeke wondered. Meanwhile, the body of the sorceress next to him began to overflow with a source of magic. Then she shook her head and said, we can't teleport, it seems like we have to wander again, Zeke complained. And while moving, Zeke now had the opportunity to ask, but why are you inside these ruins, and who are the people chasing you? Hearing the general's question, Layla still decided to remain silent, which annoyed Zeke. More silence, you're really difficult. Anyway, I'm the one who saved your life. Hearing this, Layla finally spoke up and said, I'm not sure what you mean, that's your memory. Zeke asked again, yeah, my memory, it's true that it's my memory, but she was frustrated and couldn't say anything. But just at this moment, the pain from before struck again, making Zeke's face contort. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Layla turned to ask. It hurts too much, Zeke replied, making her a little confused. But you're not injured. Where does it hurt? My fingers are like they're burning up, over here. Layla also took Zeke's hand and examined it a little, then said, if the outside is fine, then could it be an internal injury? Maybe something is stuck inside here. Speaking of which, she suddenly noticed something and widened her eyes. Wait a minute, it seems like there's something here. Hearing her say that, Zeke quickly brought his hand up close to his eyes to observe and exclaimed, this is the seven-branched key of fate. Shifting the scene to Han's position, at this moment he was empowered by the holy sword Estelade. His strength had completely reached another level. With each swing of the sword, he began to create streaks of sword energy, shooting towards these villains, causing them to run away like ducks. Unable to do anything, and even Han himself was surprised by the power of this sword. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and thought, this is the power of Estelade. It gives me the feeling that I can defeat anyone. Thinking this, he looked at the villains who were getting up in front of him and calculated, dealing with these guys alone is more than enough. No, I have to calm down. Lord Zeke has told me many times. Being crazed in battle is very dangerous. Alright, calm down. Calm down, Han thought to himself, silently reminding himself. Meanwhile, a man in a black cloak on the opposite side also realized that their weak power couldn't do anything to Han, so he began to use items to support himself. This is too troublesome, just because of this brat I have to use this thing, he thought, and he quickly took out from inside his sleeve a bottle of potion containing a purple liquid and quickly drank it all into his stomach. Immediately, his body began to be covered in a source of black-purple magic, like it was increasing the power of this villain. Not far away, the boy Snook witnessed this and became panicked. Senpai, watch out. His words immediately caught Han's attention. He noticed the figure in the black cloak, and immediately his eyes widened as he shouted, it's just like the monster we encountered in Osprin. As Han watched, the small figure in the black cloak transformed into a massive one, looking like the Hulk. His whole body was constantly overflowing with dark energy, causing Han's face to turn pale. Then, as if confident in his strength, the monster began charging aggressively, like a tank. Seeing this, Han quickly threw his fear behind him, gripped his sword tightly, and rushed to meet the attack, thinking to himself, now, with this sword in my hand, I can do it. With that, he directly swung his sword forward, creating a golden blade of light, striking straight at the massive monster. This caused a significant explosion inside the underground palace, with rubble flying everywhere. However, it still wasn't enough to trouble this evil villain. After the dust slowly settled, his body reappeared before Han without a single scratch. Seeing this, a drop of sweat involuntarily trickled down the blonde-haired guy's face. Sure enough, I can't compare to Zeke. He defeated them all with a single blow. However, this guy seems much stronger than those guys back then, Han thought to himself, before realizing something. Zeke is an entity beyond even the heavens, there's no way I can compare to him. Unaware of these thoughts in Han's mind, the massive monster in front of him had begun to attack again, with just a few stomps. He lunged right in front of him, shouted something, and then unleashed his powerful fist, aiming straight for Han's body. Seeing this, Han hurriedly raised his sword in front of his chest to block the blow. But before the weight of the attack, his body was constantly pushed backward, his feet began to form large grooves in the ground. The immense power of the sword began to give Han a little confidence in his heart. Maybe I can do it now. My failure was because my abilities hadn't reached that level. Countless skills that Zeke had taught him. As this thought emerged, a tremendous source of power appeared in Han's body. The giant monster's fist was slowly being pushed back by him, and then, both of them broke free from their deadlock and jumped backward to keep their distance. Seeing this, the monster cursed loudly, "You arrogant man!" on the other side. Han didn't have time to argue with him. While this loudmouth was flapping his lips, he gripped the holy sword tightly and charged. "I can do it," he said to himself, and swung his sword with wind-ripping speed. The sword glided across the villain's throat with extreme sweetness, causing his head to be evicted immediately. Not far away, the figures in the black cloak saw this and inhaled a cold breath. Their faces couldn't hide their fear. But they didn't need to be afraid for too long, as Han targeted them. With just a quick swipe, the sword in his hand cut across their bodies. Desperate screams began to ring out, and in Han's mind, the words of exploiting the enemy's weaknesses appeared, and that when you can destroy them, you must be sure to finish them off. With this thought, Han began to wield his sword wildly, slashing the figures in black cloaks to shreds. And after cleaning up, all of these villains had kicked the bucket. Then the blonde-haired youth couldn't contain his joy and shouted, "I won!" Beside him, SN saw this and hurriedly ran over to celebrate with him. "Senpai, you deserve to wield the holy sword," Han replied with a face full of pride, his nose practically growing longer. "That's right, isn't it? Ha ha ha." In the back, there was still one surviving figure in a black cloak. Hearing the joyful sounds of the two, he said, trembling, "Hee hee. You think you've won? In the end, you'll all die with the nightmare that's descending on this city. Everything will be annihilated." As he spoke, he looked at both Han and Snock with resentful eyes. This made the two young friends feel a little confused in their hearts. Cut to the location of Zeke's group. At this moment, Layla spoke up and asked, "How's your finger? Does it still hurt?" Zeke replied, "It's okay, I took medicine, so it's fine now." As he spoke, he looked at the branch that was emitting a faint blue light in his hand. Looking at it, the mage Layla seemed to notice something, and her complexion changed slightly. Seeing this, Zeke turned and asked, "Do you know anything about it?" Layla replied with a shake of her head, "Something about it makes me uncomfortable. But I'm not sure what it is right now." Saying this, her face was a little confused, while also showing some speculation. "So you knew about it before?" "I'm not so sure about that either." Layla shook her head again. Seeing this, Zeke determined that based on her expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Then, suddenly, the branch in the protagonist's hand pointed to one side, causing him to pay attention. "It's telling us to go that way," Zeke thought to himself and said, "Layla, looks like we're going to have to walk a bit far. Just the two of us. I have a lot of things I want to ask you. Even if it's something small, I want to know what you've been doing." Hearing this, Layla glanced at Zeke and nodded. "Okay, if it's something I can answer." "Alright, shall we get going then?" Zeke suggested. Following that, while moving, Layla turned and said, "The thing you want to ask me, have you decided yet?" Zeke replied with a hesitant look, but Layla, seeing him hesitate, said, "Just ask then, but in return, I'll only answer 3 questions. Hearing this, Zeke immediately asked, "Where is it?" Layla replied with a cold face, "What if I said I didn't want to answer that question?" Seeing that, he shrugged. "If you can't answer, looking at your condition, your memory must have issues." To Zeke's skepticism, Layla admitted, "That's right, but don't worry, anything I can't answer won't count." Hearing this, he began to state his issue. "Alright. So, the first question is, what is your real name?" At this question, Layla couldn't help but be surprised, turning to ask in confusion, "What, didn't I say my name is Layla already?" Zeke explained, "Isn't that a fake name? I thought you just quickly made one up when I asked your name." "Ah, or is that one that they mentioned your name?" Zeke said, recalling the black-cloaked figures he'd previously dealt with. Meanwhile, the sorceress Layla was extremely annoyed. She shouted, "No, that's not my name. My name is exactly Layla." Returning to Zeke's perspective, he started stroking his chin, pondering how to explain this. It seemed the name they mentioned had a different meaning. Does she want to reject her real name? Or maybe she doesn't have a name to begin with. If I've already touched on a sensitive point, should I ask more forcefully in the second question? Thinking this, Zeke chuckled and continued, "How did you know all the information you've mentioned so far?" Hearing this, Layla's face became a bit somber, and after a few seconds, she replied, "I dream dreams about the future of two people. One is the sun hero who wields the holy sword and protects the world, and the other is the powerful demon king who uses the demon sword and destroys the world, and me. I've experienced what they see and feel through those dreams," Layla said with a somewhat melancholy expression. Meanwhile, Zeke, upon hearing this, couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "So, how do those dreams end?" Layla shrugged and said, "A lot of things happen. Sometimes the demon king wins, but sometimes the opposite happens, and the sun hero wins. Sometimes both of them die, and sometimes a completely different future unfolds, leaving both of them confused, but most of the futures ultimately end with a conflict between the sun hero and the powerful demon king." Zeke asked, "Do you have any specific information about that future?" Layla replied, "I don't know the details, because my memory isn't perfect." Thinking this, Zeke felt even more curious and asked, "Why isn't it perfect?" To this question, Layla didn't answer but quickly walked forward. She said, "The 3 questions are over." Seeing this, Zeke hurriedly reached out and grabbed her shoulder from behind, reminding her, "Wait, hold on, there's still one question left." Returning to Layla's perspective, at this point she seemed a bit annoyed and said through gritted teeth, "Why are you so obsessed with questions? Aren't you in a similar situation as me? You also get information by dreaming about the future, right? Aren't you trying to deal with something with the Demon King?" On this side, Zeke, after listening, was a bit stunned and thought, "So, that's what she's been thinking all this time. Just like I thought Layla had regressed, it seems Layla thinks I've seen the future in a dream." The future in a dream. Hearing what she said, it seems like this is a story between me and Gren Zennard. If what Layla saw is really just one of many futures, that means there are many other possibilities in the future, right? Because she said that there was a time when the Demon King defeated the hero. Then before the regression, I was in the midst of many real futures. Unfortunately, I came to a future where I had to face death. Thinking about that, Zeke's face became quite unpleasant, which made Layla, who was beside him, feel a bit embarrassed. Following that, Zeke also sighed and calmed down. "There's still one question left, right?" Layla nodded and replied, "That's right. Have you decided which question to ask?" At this moment, he suddenly pushed his face close to Layla's, making her a little embarrassed. Zeke said, "This time the question is about you. What is your favorite color?" This question was completely outside of Layla's expectations, making her face blank as well. "What?" Layla exclaimed unconsciously, while Zeke reiterated, "What is your favorite color? Could it be that you don't even remember that?" "White," Layla replied blankly. On this side, Zeke stroked his chin and said nonchalantly, "Maybe that's why you took the name Layla. Alright, the questioning is over." In the back, Layla, seeing this, turned around and asked, "Really, it ends here, right?" Zeke replied with a nod, "Yeah, that wasn't a question, I was just curious. You said you've seen the future, is that right?" "That's right, however, I don't remember most of the details," Layla replied. Then Zeke's face became serious, and he asked in a solemn tone, "So, now do you think I could become the Demon King?" On the opposite side, Layla narrowed her eyes and looked at Zeke, taking a few seconds. She shook her head, "Probably not, however, I can't be sure. Are you entering one of the futures I've seen, or I don't know if I'm entering a completely new future, but among the futures I've seen, I don't remember any future mentioning the case of you using Estelade." Hearing that, Zeke also smiled and said a sentence, "In short, just because I chose Estelade, you mean I'm heading towards a future you've never seen, is that right?" When saying this, Zeke's face was a bit smug, making Layla a little uncomfortable. She pointed directly at his chest and reminded, "That's right, so when you leave this place, take Estelade with you and don't go near Tornium." Responding to her words, Zeke just shrugged, turned around, and left, as if he didn't pay much attention to her words. This made Layla furious but unable to do anything. Following that, the two of them started moving again, but they hadn't gone more than a few steps. Zeke suddenly stopped and cautioned, "Wait a moment, there's something here." Zeke frowned, and said something. According to his gaze, they had now walked to the end of the hallway and entered a cavernous area. In another development, on a high mountain peak, a figure in a black cloak was also observing the city below, and then mumbled, "You are the only ones who made it here. It seems the results aren't very good, are they?" As he spoke, he turned to look at his subordinates. And in response to his questioning words, the subordinates hurriedly explained, "We apologize, sir, the search team couldn't return, and we couldn't contact them." The words of the underling caused the brown-haired man to become somewhat thoughtful, but very quickly. He dismissed the matter and continued to order, "Phase 1 has failed, we will proceed to Phase 2, yes, sir," the two subordinates replied and quickly left. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man continued to observe the people inside the city with his reddish eyes. He muttered, "They are probably experiencing happy times without knowing anything. It's truly unacceptable, ha ha ha." With that, the man broke into a villainous smile. Switching scenes to a certain inn located inside the city, at this time, his friend Snock was gazing dreamily at the ceiling and suddenly said, "Senior, are you asleep?" Next to him, Han replied wearily, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Snock expressed his concern. "Will Zeke be alright?" Han replied with a firm voice, "He'll probably be fine, I've never seen Zeke injured or having any problems." Snock knew this too, but he couldn't suppress his worry and said, "But it's been over a day." Hearing this, Han turned to reassure him. "But our worrying won't change anything, right now, we should rest to prepare for any surprises. Zeke will know how to handle things, so don't worry, the girl next to him isn't weak either." "Yes, sir," Snock replied, his face becoming a little lighter. Following that, Han lay back down and said idly, "To be honest, I'm more concerned about what I heard at the ruins." A black-cloaked figure said before dying that a terrible nightmare would engulf this city. Replying to his words, Snock didn't seem to pay much attention to the threat. He said, "I just think those were words to scare others because he wasn't willing to die." Han replied, "If that's the case, then great. But hey, Snock, if a real nightmare comes to this city, what will you do, if you end up in a situation where it's difficult to protect your life?" Han's sudden question made Snock's face show a slight hesitation, but then he honestly admitted, "To be honest, it would be very scary. But I will help everyone, I've decided to share the burden with Noel, so I can't abandon everyone and run away just because things get difficult," he said as he gently hugged the small chain mouse to his chest. Meanwhile, Han, after hearing this, glanced at the Estelade sword that he had placed to one side. "Just as I thought. Because I was chosen by that sword, I can't run away," Han muttered, and as if heaven wanted to test him. Then immediately, before the two of them could rest, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed to the window to observe. "What's going on?" the two said as they turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. According to their gazes, there was a group of extremely large humanoid monsters with fierce eyes that were continuously attacking others. Shouts of terror and anger rang out everywhere. "Help, save people." A swarm of monsters had invaded the village. For Han and Snock, this scene immediately made them realize that this might be the nightmare that the black-cloaked figure had spoken of before. Returning to Zeke's position, after entering the confines of the cave, he also felt a bit uneasy in his heart and gently reached out to grip the sword on his hip, and then, the sorceress Layla also discovered something and exclaimed, "Hey," according to her gaze. There was a pocket of liquid that was squirming above. Next, as if sensing the location of the two, a sharp whip shot out from inside the clump of liquid, heading straight for the protagonist's position, but Zeke wasn't going to let it touch him so easily. With just a quick swing of his sword, he was able to easily sever the tentacle. And what was even more peculiar was that the severed tentacle flew backward and created a rather large explosion. This made Zeke couldn't help but curiously exclaim, "What the heck is this? I don't even feel like I'm being attacked. Where did it even come from?" Up ahead, Layla also furrowed her brows and reminded him, They're coming again." According to her gaze, on the opposite side, there was a group of dark shadows with humanoid shapes standing and waiting there. Then, without any warning, one of the shadow monsters in the group waved its arm, transforming it into a sharp tentacle, and lunged straight at Zeke's position. Seeing this, Zeke slightly tilted his head to dodge the attack, and at the same time lamented, "Oh man, this is too messy." With that, he proactively charged forward to attack. His body shot forward like a gust of wind and directly sliced the shadow monster in half, while they didn't even have time to react. On the other side, a shadow monster also swung its sharp arm like an arrow, lunging to attack Layla. Seeing this, Layla also used her magic, creating fireballs that bombarded continuously forward, causing the bodies of the shadow monsters to shatter into many pieces. But even though these shadow monsters aren't strong, there are so many of them, even Zeke is getting sick of fighting them non-stop. It doesn't even feel like a fight. "Hey, do you know anything about these things?" Zeke asked. Layla shook her head vigorously. "No, I have no idea what they are." Hearing that, Zeke just scratched his head in frustration. "This is a mess, I don't even know where this path leads. How long have we been stuck here?" Switching back to Layla's perspective. For some reason, she suddenly turned to the main character and asked, are you worried about those guys, your subordinates? Zeke replied, no, I'm not worried, they're people I've trained very well. They both have talent and willpower, they persevered throughout my training, however, because they both have silly dreams, it can be a little dangerous. Zeke's words made Layla a little confused, but then her eyes gradually widened in understanding. Oh, delusions, huh. Is that what they were talking about at the bar that day? On the side, Zeke casually swung his sword and killed a shadow monster, replying, yeah, they want to be heroes. To Layla, Han and Snaka's dreams made her face scrunch up. Good heavens, people with such lofty dreams are working under you. Zeke shrugged and replied with a nonchalant expression, why not, no one knows more about heroes than I do. Back to Layla. She stomped on a shadow monster near her and nodded, anyway, if someone has that dream, they should act quickly because there's nothing more dangerous than a sense of justice without the ability to carry it out. Switching scenes to inside the city, where the huge monsters are still rampaging and chasing people. In one corner of the city, a boy is being chased by a large monster. Unfortunately for the boy, he suddenly lost his balance while running and fell forward. Taking advantage of this, the large monster rushed to take him to meet the King of Hell, but it seemed like this kid's life wasn't over yet. At the most dangerous moment, Han appeared. He used his Estelade sword as a shield to block the attack. Even so, Han's face was still dripping with sweat from the stress. Back to Zeke's location, after fighting for a while, he commented that these shadow monsters were made by the Shadow Clan. Then, like the sorceress Layla, she was also a little annoyed by these monsters. A little anger appeared in her eyes and she said coldly, get out of the way, extreme lightning ball destruction, she muttered. Following this sound, lightning balls appeared behind her, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Then, without any warning, all of these balls rushed forward simultaneously, bombarding with destructive energy, causing the shadow monsters to scream in frenzy. Even Zeke had to tremble and jump backward to avoid getting hit, and so, after just one sweep, all of the shadow monsters were shot into billowing black smoke. Seeing this, Layla smoothed her hair lightly, all taken care of. Back to Zeke, he remembered that he was almost caught in the attack and complained, you did that to me on purpose, didn't you? Layla shrugged in response, anyway, it didn't cause any major damage. Next, the branch in Zeke's hand glowed brighter, as if signaling to both of them, looks like we're getting close, huh? Layla commented, and Zeke nodded, adding, yeah, I sense something over there. So, once again, there was no one to block their path. The two of them quickly moved forward, until they both saw a branch stuck deep into the ground. Strangely, its shape was like a sword growing roots. This made Zeke stunned. What is this? Is it a sword? Is this thing really a sword? What's this? Why is it moving on its own? Following their eyes, after Zeke went to this area, the small branch in his hand automatically floated in the air, flying towards the sword in front. Next, the branch automatically attached to a part of the sword's root and seamlessly connected, as if they were originally part of each other. They really merged into one, huh? Zeke frowned, thinking. And in both of their expectant eyes, the sword began to emit a dazzling aura, and a part of the roots on the sword's body receded. Look! Zeke exclaimed, while the sorceress Layla curiously observed. She said, I don't know either, this has never happened in the future I saw. In front, the sword began to shake non-stop, making Zeke speculate, it seems like it's calling you. Try pulling it out. Hearing these words, he slowly moved forward, thinking as he walked. Clearly, the key to bending fate has merged into this sword. If so, the true form of the key is this sword. Thinking this, he reached out with both hands. Gripping the hilt of the sword, a strange feeling began to surge through Zeke's body. It's warm, huh? I thought it would feel cold like other swords, but it's like holding someone's hand. Thinking this, he pulled the sword out of the ground to examine it more closely. And from inside the sword, a gentle suction force began to emanate, drawing Zeke's magic power into the sword. Then, suddenly a large explosion occurred, surprising Layla. After the dust from the explosion cleared, she hurriedly looked forward and asked, Zeke, are you alright? Zeke was holding the sword tightly and chuckled, this thing is really awesome. Back to the start. Han's battle with the giant monster. At this time he was still using his sword, struggling to withstand its powerful fist and reminding the boy behind him, run away quickly. Seeing this, the kid didn't stay to get in the way, he immediately ran away, thanking him, hero. Then, after waiting for the boy to leave the danger zone, he gritted his teeth. He used all the strength in his body to swing his sword, cutting through the giant monster's belly, killing it instantly. As soon as he finished, Han didn't even have time to breathe before turning to remind Snock, quickly evacuate the people outside the city gate first. Yes sir, Snock replied and quickly ran to work, while in another corner, the soldiers were also struggling to fight off the attacks of these monsters. But these monsters are also very smart, they even know how to use weapons. This made him fight until he was exhausted. Damn it, these monsters just kept appearing without end, he sighed. At the same time, Snock also tiredly ran over. Senior, everyone outside the city gate has been safely evacuated. Hearing that, Han also nodded and directed, very good, now block this gate immediately. At his command, Snock started using his powers. He lifted each large piece of rock that was scattered around and threw it to the entrance to block the entrance. Looking at this, Han also nodded in satisfaction. Good job, Snock. First we have to deal with the monsters inside, just like that. The two of them started to combine together to deal with all the monsters inside. With just one swing of his sword, Han created a beam of yellow light, cutting down everything in front of him, while the Snock also created sharp stone pillars, piercing through the monsters' bodies. On the other side, the soldiers also began to stabilize their formation and started to fight fiercely. Who knows how much time had passed. Snock also reported again, Senior, now the monsters inside the castle have almost all been dealt with. Hearing this, Han wiped the sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, while fighting. Reinforcements have also arrived, so we can hold off the monsters outside the castle steadily. But will it really end here, the hell he spoke of? Is that all? When thinking about this, Han felt a little uneasy in his heart, and sure enough. That's right, right after that, suddenly behind him there was a loud explosion along with someone's scream. Hearing this explosion, everyone turned around at the same time and discovered a pile of rocks. The Snock that blocked the gate was destroyed, and once again, the monsters from outside poured in extremely terrifying numbers. Looking at this, the soldiers also clenched their weapons in their hands and shouted, not good, they are coming again. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly flew from afar. It quickly passed through the necks of the soldiers and sent them to meet the King of Hell in an instant. Unfortunately too late, someone's teasing voice rang out. Then the sword returned to the hand of a man in black cloak. He stared at him with sharp eyes and asked, Magic Power Possessor, what are you? Turning his gaze to the black-robed man, he immediately felt an extreme danger in his heart and thought, he knows what this sword is. Sure enough, he was also in league with those people in the ruins. Wait, if that's the case then this is what the black-robed guy mentioned earlier after a real nightmare. Now, following his gaze, the black and white-clothed men began to combine with the monsters to attack from all sides. Meanwhile, a knight captain also quickly commanded, everyone come out and stop it. Yes, understood, the group of soldiers replied. Then quickly rushed to attack the leader of this group wearing black cloaks. For the leader, being attacked by these soldiers made him feel a bit angry, so once again, not knowing what skill this guy used, the sword in his hand shot forward, cutting across the necks of all the soldiers with a speed that tore through the wind, making them not even have time to react before they all went to meet the King of Hell together. Looking at this, a knight was so desperate that he dropped his sword on the ground. How absurd. It can't be. At the same time the giant monsters also started aiming at him with their dangerous eyes. This made the soldier's whole body tremble non-stop. He was going to die, he softly said. But luckily for him at the most dangerous moment, Snock came to his rescue. Quickly bend down, he shouted and used his magic, creating sharp stone pillars stabbed straight towards these monsters, causing their bodies to be pulled up into the air. But on the other side, Han also did not delay, finishing off a monster, and then Snock also picked up the soldier's sword and gave it to him. Wake up, we are missing people now, said he, and Han rushed to block the attack of the giant monsters. Just like that, the two began to fight fiercely. Makes the soldiers in the rear also feel hope rising. Hope is gradually appearing. Don't be afraid, don't forget that the brave warriors are in front of us, quickly go protect the people. After hearing the captain's words, the soldiers slowly regained their fighting spirit and rushed to the battle to stop this group of monsters. Look at this, the leader in black cloak. He remained silent, not saying a word, subtly observing the situation. Han was fighting on one side, when suddenly he rushed in to attack. Luckily, Han noticed in time and quickly turned around to block the attack, but his strike was incredibly powerful, causing the blonde to be pushed back. His feet dug 2 grooves into the ground. While they were locked in a struggle, the villain glared and said, how could someone like you possess such power? Cut to Zeke, who, along with the sorceress Layla, has been teleported back to the first room, so, it really has returned to where it belongs, hasn't it? Zeke said softly. Layla confidently replied, I told you, I knew things would be this way. Zeke responded with a question, just based on intuition, you were able to use such high-level spatial teleportation. Answering this, Layla shook her head slightly and said, this isn't magic. It's just that the sword has a special connection to this place, so I can teleport back and forth. How did you know that? Zeke asked further. Layla said it was her feeling. Back to Zeke. He still didn't understand what the sword in his hand actually was. He thought to himself, it called us and brought us back here, what is it, anyway? Just as he thought this, the room suddenly shook a few times, causing Zeke to frown, sensing something. It seems like something is happening to the city. Some people are trying to attack the entire city. First, I need to go out and see what's going on. Saying this, he glanced around and discovered that inside the room there were countless bodies of the black-cloaked figures who had been defeated by Han. There are more bodies now. Was it Han and Snock who did this? Speaking of which, the main character's face suddenly froze. He realized something and quickly looked at the stone pedestal where the sword was placed and discovered it was gone. This made Zeke astonished. Did he pull out the Estelade sword? This aura is Han's. Could it be him? Thinking this, although a little surprised, he quickly turned and said, "Hey, let's get out of here, we need to go out and check a few things." Beside him, the sorceress Layla's face was pale. She muttered in a confused voice, "It's because of me, they came here to find me, they're attacking the city to capture me." Hearing this, Zeke frowned and asked, "Does that make sense? They're willing to declare war on the entire city just to find you?" Layla responded with a slight nod, her panicked face still evident. This made Zeke a little wary. Just to capture one person, they're causing this much chaos. That's enough to show how crazy they are, or she must be that important. Thinking about this, he sighed and continued, "First of all, I must make it clear that all this is because of me, so get that thought out of your head right now. Those who attack a city just to capture one person are truly bastards. First, we should go up there to check and see if they're really targeting you," Zeke said, pointing up at the ceiling, which was constantly shaking from the battle above. Hearing him say that, Layla voiced her thoughts. "They will definitely be completely different from the people we've encountered before, they've come with overwhelming force." The main character responded with a confident smile, "It's okay, although the time may be short, I am invincible right now," and then, very quickly after that, the two of them ran outside to witness the scene of the city being destroyed. Shouting and fighting echoed everywhere. Only he was able to smile in this situation. He thought to himself, "It's such a familiar scene when I was alive under that identity. This is a familiar scene, like every day." Just as he thought this, the black-cloaked figures spotted Layla and immediately shouted at each other, "Quick, capture her. You can chop her limbs into 4, but you still have to keep her alive." The red-haired man spoke, and the hounds behind him quickly moved forward. Seeing this, Layla bit her lip and reached out, as if to use her magic. However, before she could activate it, Zeke stepped forward calmly. He whistled teasingly, causing the villains to be stunned. As they turned to look at each other, "Who is that guy? Never mind, kill him if he's with her," the red-haired man ordered, and the hounds screamed and rushed forward. Speaking of Layla, she looked at the back in front of her and reminded him, "Get out of the way, this is my problem." Zeke replied with a slightly annoyed tone, "I'm in a good mood right now, don't ruin it for nothing." Saying this, the sword in his hand began to spread out with energy, while the cloaked figures didn't seem to sense this and still rushed forward, like mad dogs, seeing them so unafraid of death. Zeke smiled and thought, "Looks like a warm-up before the meal, huh?" Saying this, he swung his sword forward, releasing a blue energy, straight at the black-cloaked figures rushing towards him. As a result, immediately afterwards, their bodies were enveloped inside an energy vortex. Until the energy vortex disappeared, it only left a deep hole in the ground, and the black-cloaked figures that had rushed forward just now didn't even leave a trace. Seeing this, the red-haired man's eyes turned dull. No way, how could something like this happen? Back with Zeke, looking at the results he created, he was so excited he clenched his fist. "This is it, just now. It's not like I used some amazing technique, I just simply overflowed with magic and released it, but having power is really great. The only regrettable thing is that I can only use it a few times." Thinking about that, Zeke felt a little regretful. Back to the front, the redhead now realized how formidable he was. He didn't dare attack recklessly anymore and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" In response, Zeke didn't answer but asked back, "Who are you people to dare cause chaos in a peaceful city like this?" At the front, the redhead also didn't answer but continued to ask, "What's your relationship with Layla, anyway?" As he spoke, he reached into his coat pocket, as if to take something out. But how could this action escape Zeke's eyes? With a single leap, he lunged to the front of the redhead and punched the signal flare away. The flare broke into pieces. "Who were you planning to send a signal to? Don't do something useless. Even if you don't call them, I'll find them myself. After all, this isn't going to be a prolonged fight." As he said that, the protagonist went into a sword-swinging stance again. These bad guys also guessed what he was about to do, so they ran away while shouting to each other, "Get out of the way." Seeing this, Zeke behind them smiled and ran after them, swinging his sword to finish them off. Cut to Han's location. At this time, he was still arguing with the purple-haired guy in front of him. He shouted, "What's it to you?" With that, Han put all his strength into swinging his sword, pushing his body backward. Seeing this, the purple-haired guy also jumped back a few steps to keep his distance and said irritably, "This isn't something you should have." Hearing this, Han also started to feel mad and yelled, "If you're jealous, then come and get it. If something doesn't have an owner, whoever picks it up first gets it. What's the point of distinguishing what's yours and what's mine, you idiot, you, who wears a gloomy cloak, don't suit Estelade at all, close your filthy eyes and get lost." As he spoke, Han pointed his sword directly at his face. Our guy Han cursed in one breath, making the purple-haired guy stunned. Then, after a few seconds, he did the so angry that he laughed thing and sheathed his sword. "Oh, this is something new, isn't it? It's been a long time since someone dared to be so rude to me." "What's your name?" Han answered with an annoyed tone. "What can you do if you know?" The purple-haired guy shrugged and replied, "I'm just curious about the name of the person chosen to be the master of Estelade. By the way, my name is Immer." As he said that, he started waving his index finger, creating strands of energy that rushed towards Han. Looking at this, even though our blonde friend didn't know what it was, he was alert and jumped back to keep his distance. However, these energy strands were still rushing forward relentlessly, which made Han's face turn pale. Meanwhile, Immer sneered, "Come on, master of Estelade. How long can you resist before you tell me your name?" Cut to the outside, the young man Han is also fighting a black knight. At this moment, he is only seen leaning back slightly to dodge the knight's slash. Then, he bent down again to dodge the next attack. And immediately, Han caught the knight's opening and directly stabbed him in the waist, causing the knight to cry out in pain. Then, Han also turned around and slashed down another knight who was trying to sneak attack him. His body was almost moving on its own. The effects from Mr. Zeke's training are really amazing, Han thought to himself. "Hurry up, stop the Carwoodman," some knights shouted. But just as they were about to rush up, countless sharp stone pillars suddenly shot up from the ground, blocking the advance of this group of people. The one who took action was none other than his friend Snock. "If I can destroy this narrow passage, I can take them all down, but that might not be a good idea. What if the entire cave collapses?" Snock thought to himself, before suddenly, a sound rang out, attracting the attention of everyone, and then, following their gaze, the barrier protecting the temple was lowered in the eyes of the dumbfounded black knights. "The barrier is gone," they said in confusion. And old man Wige on this side also sighed in relief. It seems that Zeke has succeeded. Then, not letting those energy strands touch Han, Snock next to him controlled a boulder. Flying to block them. "Be careful, senior," he shouted and started controlling more large boulders, aiming straight at Immer, like a rain. But facing this attack, Immer gave a faint smile, and then, a strand of energy started shooting out from the palm of his hand, wrapping tightly around all these boulders and tightening them, causing the boulders to be cut into many pieces. Looking at this, both Snock and Han were sweating profusely. "What is that?" The boulder was cut so easily. Not letting him say any more, Immer started waving his fingertips to control the strand. Seeing this, Han also sensed danger and hurriedly shouted, "Snock, run away." As soon as he finished speaking, several strands of energy rushed straight towards Snock with lightning speed, but fortunately, at this moment Han rushed over in time, using the Estelade sword to block the attack, and then he also used all his strength to press hard the sword forward and shattered these strands, while also releasing an energy slash straight towards Immer. Seeing this, Immer also frowned uncomfortably. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred at his location. As for Han, after launching the attack, he turned and asked, "Snock, are you okay?" Snock nodded and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, senior, I survived." "But senior, there's something stuck to your sword." Hearing this, Han noticed his sword again, and discovered that several strands of energy were wrapped around the sword's body. This made his eyes widen. "What is this made of?" "My hand still feels numb." Next to him, Snock frowned and observed a little, then made a judgment. Looking closely, it's clear that this isn't an ordinary strand. It's a type of weapon made from an alloy of different metals. It's thin, so it's flexible, but it's also long and sharp. On the opposite side, after the explosion cleared, Immer's figure reappeared and he wasn't hurt at all. In his hand, he was holding several strands to control them. At this time, it was only seen that the strands, as if they had their own thoughts, wrapped tightly around the Estelade sword. Next, he pulled these strands strongly. That almost caused Han to lose his sword. His teeth clenched together, and he swung hard. The sword once again caused these strings to break into many pieces. Then the blonde guy realized he couldn't stand still and let Immer attack. He took the initiative to rush forward, and said, "Snock, help me." Hearing that, Snock also used his abilities, creating sharp pillars of stone that rushed forward, but of course, this simple attack couldn't do anything to Immer. With just a movement of his fingers, he easily controlled these strings to cut away all the sharp stone pillars, and also blocked Han's attack. For Han, these strings were really driving him crazy. What the hell kind of string is this so tough? Han muttered to himself, but before he could cut away these strings, the formation of the surrounding soldiers was broken. Heart-wrenching screams began to echo everywhere as the soldiers began to be pushed back. A large monster grabbed a hapless woman. Seeing this, Han hurriedly said, "Hey, Snock, save that person first." "But what about you, sir?" Snock asked. "I can handle myself." "Hurry up," Han shouted, and then without hesitation, Snock hurriedly ran to rescue everyone, leaving Han alone to face Immer. As soon as Snock left, Immer smirked and transmitted his mana into the strings, causing these strings to be covered in a purple flame. Suddenly, they exploded. A deafening sound echoed in the air, and dirt and rocks were blown everywhere. Han's body flew like a cannonball into a nearby wall. With great effort, Han used his sword to support his body to stand up. His whole body ached indescribably. "Damn it, that hurts so bad," Han cursed under his breath. Before he noticed some men standing fearfully beside him, the familiar faces of them reminded Han of something. "These are the guys who caused trouble for us in the bar." They had laughed at his and Snock's dream of becoming heroes. They were so loud back then, but now they're no different from dogs, he thought to himself. However, Immer had no intention of standing still and watching him daydream. He continuously launched strings forward, causing the thugs to turn pale with fear, only knowing to raise their hands to shield themselves. Luckily for them, Han wasn't the type to hold a grudge, so he still rushed to save these people's lives. "Damn it, worrying about myself is hard enough, now I have to worry about these guys too," Han said as he swung his sword like a machine to block the sharp strings. However, any defense has its limits. In just a moment of carelessness, the strings tightly wrapped around his left arm and began to squeeze hard, causing his arm to bleed continuously. Behind him, the two thugs were stunned to see Han protecting them. Only Han felt furious that these nuisances were still here. He couldn't help but shout, "Do you have eyes in your ass? Run!" Hearing that, how could the thugs dare to hesitate any longer? They immediately took off running. Seeing this, Immer in front couldn't help but tease, "How touching, looks like they are important to you, huh?" In response, Han hurriedly denied his relationship with those people. "Not really, they're just dogs who used to cause trouble for me." His answer surprised Immer. "Oh, so you still saved them, even got hurt for them?" Han replied with a forced smile, "But it's not like they committed a capital crime." Hearing this, Immer began to understand something. "No wonder Estelade chose you with that kind of personality. But even so, I can't let you keep that, because it already has an owner." Han said, "Whoever picks this up owns it." Immer nodded in agreement with this. "That's right, besides, what belongs to the dead, whoever picks it up owns it." When he said this, Immer's voice was full of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Han didn't know how to escape the current situation. "This is annoying, I don't have the strength to move anymore. Am I really going to die here?" Han muttered to himself. Then at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the strings. Next, sword streaks began to rush in, slashing apart the strings wrapped around Han's arm. The sudden change in the situation surprised both Han and Immer. They both turned their eyes to where the attack came from, and they only saw an explosion occur. The bodies of the monsters and the black cloaks began to fly everywhere like torn sacks. Even after that, these sources of energy were directed straight towards Immer, only a little unfortunately. That Immer reacted extremely quickly, so he retreated to dodge in time. And the person who just arrived, of course, is none other than our main character, Zeke. Seeing the male lead appear, Han was very happy. "Welcome back, Mr. Zeke," he said cheerfully. Returning to Zeke's perspective, when he looked at the sword in Han's hand, he was also able to confirm his thoughts. "Why are you holding that sword?" Hearing that, Han also raised the sword in his hand and shrugged his shoulders to explain. "Ah, this thing, I tried to pull it out and it came out." Hearing that, Zeke didn't know what to say. And beside him, the female mage Layla asked incomprehensibly, "Isn't that a sword that only chooses its owner? How can two people be able to pull it out?" Zeke answered her with a shake of his head. "It seems that this holy sword has some problems, but at least it proves that he has developed to the point of being recognized by Estelade. Congratulations on taking another step closer to the title of hero by holding the sword." The praise from Zeke made Han's face flush with excitement. Thank you, sir," he stammered. Before Zeke stroked his chin in complaint. However, it seemed like the sword's owner selection function was broken. Before he could finish his words, a giant had already charged into the middle of them to disrupt the fight, its powerful fist hitting straight into the center of the group, causing a large dent to appear on the ground. Shockwaves continuously released outwards, and the three of them also jumped back to dodge. The reason why this giant dared to attack the three of them so aggressively was all because of the Immer standing still behind him. How could his state escape Zeke's eyes? He started frowning in thought. At first glance it seemed like he was attacking all of us. But the real target was Layla. On this side, Layla also looked at the giants charging towards her. She thought to herself, there are too many of them, so she must use a big move. Having said that, just as she was about to use her magic, he rushed forward. At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand, creating a blue blade that cut through everything in front, slashing the giants into pieces. But this is also one of the things that Immer wants, right now. His threads began to separate from the giants' body parts and simultaneously rushed towards them. On the main character's side, the strings seemed to have thoughts. His own and wrapped his arms around the sword in his hand and yanked it out of Zeke's hand. Then more ropes flew over, wrapping his arms and legs tightly. This made Layla a little panicked. Then another one came. The rope around Zeke's neck. Look at this. The villain Immer also sneered. It's over. After saying this, he also pulled hard on the strings in his hand. However, nothing happened after that. Zeke's body remained as steady as an iron statue and didn't move at all. His strings couldn't even Zeke his clothes. Looking at this, the Immer's eyes also rolled back. It seemed like this was the first time he encountered this situation, so he was a bit flustered. What? Why can't it be cut? Turning back to Zeke, looking at the Immer's confused appearance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, you think you've won? He said. Then he also strained to break the bonds of the ropes and slowly walked towards the Immer. You think I just act by the power of that sword alone? Said. As if wanting to show the weakling his strength, Zeke grabbed the ropes in his hand and threw them down hard, causing his face to. The ground cracked into countless pieces, and rocks and debris were shot everywhere like bullets. Meanwhile, the Immer also raised his hands above his face to avoid getting hit, and in the meantime, the main character also walked close to him and smiled loudly. So when I let go of the sword, you think Sungwon is all there, right? But you're not entirely wrong. I can only say that you have misjudged the power of that sword. It's simple, it just helps me use all my magic power, so even without the sword, my power is not lost. How? Isn't that little hope sweet? Zeke said with a smirk. His hand, like an iron clamp, slowly tightened around Immer's neck like strangling a chicken. His whole body trembled a few times, then let go because he was going to meet the King of Hell. Time quickly passed until the next morning. At this time, everyone inside the city was working together to clean up the aftermath of the battle. In a corner, some carpenters were also talking to each other. Hey, lift this up a little, be careful, the piece is on fire, it could collapse at any moment. The scene changes to a certain room that is still somewhat intact. Zeke looks at the sword placed on the table, then strokes his chin thinking, what is this after all? This is definitely not something ordinary. Even if it was just for a moment, it had awakened the magic that was sleeping deep inside me. If I continue to use it, maybe I will understand it more clearly. Thinking of this, suddenly turned to face the door and said, come in, it's outside. Is the magician Layla? She opened the door, stepped inside, and asked curiously, how did you know? I didn't even knock on the door. In response to her words, Zeke also glanced at her with an appraising gaze. If I can't even sense the aura of a mage, then I'd better hang up my sword and go farming. Farming doesn't sound right at all, Layla teased back. But leaving this aside, Zeke asked directly, so what's the matter? In front, the mage girl's face also had a bit of seriousness as she said, you want to know the information that I hold, right? Zeke scratched his head and ears in confusion and said, isn't that part over already? Not letting him finish his words, Layla declared, I will tell you, but on one condition. The scene shifts to outside. A man is looking at the workers who are actively working to restore the houses and size. They said they will continue the restoration work, but there are too many damaged places, not sure if they can be restored to their original state or not. Our city has been invaded by monsters, who would want to come here to travel anymore. After saying that, the uncle also rubbed his face in frustration, and the two young men behind him also turned to look at each other. Then, the black-haired youth also spoke up to suggest, Sir, Mr. Mayor, why don't we use stories to attract people? Like a nightmare has taken over the city, it's terrible, but aren't there heroes who helped us escape that nightmare? Let's create stories about the heroes' exploits and spread it around. And we can also erect a statue in the center of this town. What do you think? Hearing this, the mayor's eyes lit up and he stroked his chin in agreement. Good idea. We can make the reputation of those who are helping us resound throughout the world. It is also a way to repay them. Behind the scenes, the redhead also voiced his suggestion. Furthermore, how about giving the heroes titles to make them easier for tourists to remember? Regarding this idea, the mayor also laughed in agreement. That's a great idea too. For example, Like the person named Snock who used the power of the earth, we can call him the champion of the great earth. The person named Layla is good at using magic, call her the champion of the demonic path. The person named Han wielded a sword containing light, call him the champion of the sun. And the person named Zeke with overwhelming power, how about we express our respect with the title champion of power? Back with Zeke who didn't know that the town leaders were secretly giving him titles, he also complained to the sorceress Layla, making conditions isn't a good habit. Not paying attention to these words, Layla also pointed to the sword on the table and asked, "Are you going to use this sword forever?" Zeke heard that, focused on the sword, and nodded. "Probably, although I don't know its exact origin, it has helped me awaken all of my magic power. Even if it's only temporary, it's like Estelade or Tornium, it seems that the sword itself gives power to the user." Hearing this, Layla couldn't hide her curiosity and asked which of the 3 weapons was the strongest. "You've used them all, right?" Zeke replied that the power that this sword provides is greater. Back to Layla. Zeke's answer also made her sigh with relief. "Oh, then there's no need to use Tornium, right? I only have one condition, use this sword carefully and don't even think about touching Tornium." On the opposite side, Zeke was really a little confused, not understanding why Layla was so fixated on forcing him not to touch that Tornium sword. He replied, "From the moment I saw this sword, I had no intention of using other things, so now what should I ask you, is asking. About your identity too vague." In response, Layla also reminded, "I said my memories aren't clear." Zeke asked, "Since when have your memories become vague?" Regarding this question, Layla's face had some memories of the past and said, "I don't know, when I woke up, I found myself running away. I can't remember anything about myself, about the person who is chasing me or the reason I was being chased. I only have the feeling that I am not allowed to be caught and faint memories of the future appear in my head. Therefore, I decided to hide in the ruins, but unexpectedly. They found me there, also unexpectedly. Because they wanted to find me, they turned the city into this." Speaking to this point, Layla couldn't hold back and was tearing up, seeing that. Immediately took out a handkerchief and handed it to her, while comforting her. "I told you, it's not your fault." Back to Layla's perspective, looking at the handkerchief in front of her, she was a little surprised. After a few seconds, she also said, "I didn't expect you to know how to comfort me too." Zeke crossed his arms and blamed, "I'm a bad guy but I've decided to live a virtuous life." His words made the sorceress laugh. "What do you mean?" Putting this aside, Zeke also asked why Layla was in 40. Layla also said that I wanted to confirm something. I wanted to confirm that my memories were really accurate. In my memory, the person closest to me is a vampire. But without letting her say another word, Zeke leaned back and waved his hand. "If you're talking about the vampire Johiman, then it seems you're mistaken, now. He is no longer a vampire, Johiman. Dracula is the Count of Dracal." At first Layla was stunned for a few beats, but then she quickly realized the problem and asked, "Did you change the future?" Zeke nodded in response, "That's right, so now he won't become a vampire anymore." "Why did you do that?" Layla asked curiously. And Zeke said directly, "I've decided to live a virtuous life. If he becomes a bad guy, I'll have to deal with him. I don't want to have to do that to someone who used to be my confidant." After listening, Layla also asked cautiously, "You really don't want to become Zeke more?" Zeke turned to look at her and replied, "At least for now I haven't thought about that, I've decided to live a virtuous life." His voice was full of determination, making the girl couldn't help but tease him, "But I still remember clearly what you did when you killed Immer yesterday, you're being too confident." Zeke stuck out his tongue, looked away, and shrugged, "Killing bad guys is a good thing." The main character's tricky response made Layla just sigh and add, "So what else do you want to ask?" "Let's see, maybe I've asked everything," Zeke replied, but immediately after that, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up, "Brave. What is that name?" Zeke said curiously, when he remembered Elle mentioning the name Brave before. The atmosphere inside the room suddenly became silent. A few seconds later, Layla explained, "Zeke Brave. That's the name you used when fighting as a hero in the future." Hearing this, Zeke was totally dazed. He pointed at himself incredulously and asked, "Me?" Returning to Layla's perspective, she wasn't really sure about this thought. "I'm not very confident either, because my memories are unclear, so I don't know how you became a hero and how you lived your life. But Zeke Brave once had a timeline where he would definitely become a hero." Over here, Zeke clapped his hands together, as if realizing something and affirming, "Is that so? Then I will absolutely not use the surname Brave anymore in the future. Suit yourself." Layla shrugged, seemingly not caring much about this. It seemed that as long as Zeke didn't become a demon king, she didn't care what he became. Ignoring these frivolous jokes, Zeke stroked his chin and thought, then asked, "So, the sword I used back then was Estelade, but now, I'm not brave anymore, so how can I hold the Estelade?" Could it be because of that thing? Zeke exclaimed, as if remembering something. Hearing this, Layla immediately asked, what thing? Before Zeke could answer, Han and Snock had carefully packed their luggage and entered the room. Zeke, it's time to depart. Seeing him appear, the main character nodded and said, oh, perfect timing, Han. Quickly, let me see the Estelade. Hearing this request, Han hurriedly gripped his sword tightly and asked tearfully, but why? Not allowing his attendant to say anything more, Zeke interrupted, I just want to check it, don't be so tense, I'm not going to take it. From behind, the sorceress peeked out and asked, check what? Zeke replied, I want to see if the reason I can hold the Estelade is thanks to the key to changing fate or not. Then, in his heart, he speculated, even though it's just speculation, I feel like Estelade is related to the key to changing fate. Now my finger doesn't have the key to changing fate anymore. If they're related, I definitely won't be able to hold it. Unaware of Zeke's thoughts, Han saw that Zeke had no intention of stealing the sword, so he handed it over. And in the expectant eyes of everyone, Zeke reached out and took it very gently. This caused all of Zeke's previous speculations to vanish into thin air. Oh, I can still hold it, I really can still hold it, Snock replied. Meanwhile, the sorceress Layla secretly said, Zeke is an idiot in her heart. Next, Zeke threw the sword back to Han. Alright, this is your sword, Han, remember to take good care of it. Alright, let's leave this place now, he said as he stretched wearily. Before remembering something and turning back to remind Layla, oh right, Layla, I have a proposition I want to tell you. Time passed quickly. Switching scenes to the middle of a forest, at this time Han and Snock were sleeping like logs. While Zeke and Layla were still sitting and watching the fire, then they noticed Han's earth-shattering snoring and said, those guys must be really tired. Layla replied with an agreeing nod, they must be, the road here was quite difficult. She spoke, recalling moments from earlier, to get to this place, everyone had to go through countless battles, or rather, only Han and Snock fought, while Zeke and Layla sat back and relaxed. Regarding his actions, Zeke explained that it was a continuation of their training. So, to prepare for tomorrow, we should go to bed early, returning to Layla's perspective. Before going to sleep, she hurriedly asked, wait, what was the proposition you were talking about, when are you going to tell me? To this question, Zeke smiled teasingly, oh, I can tell you that tomorrow, there's still plenty of time to rest. His carefree attitude, not paying attention to her question, made Layla furious and she growled, what did you just say? Ignoring her annoyed attitude, Zeke continued to advise, you're tired too, get some sleep, are you really going to sleep like that? Layla sighed. Then he suddenly asked, hey Layla, when we first met, why did you look at me with that look? Layla's look at that time was indescribable, it had something emotional, nostalgic, and regretful about it. That look has stuck with the main character until now. Unfortunately, Layla couldn't explain her expression at that time specifically. I don't know either, I just had that feeling at the time. I knew you would say that. Zeke sighed in disappointment, causing the frustration in Layla's heart to return. She turned to mock, hey, what about you suddenly bringing up that thing with me? It's because you look suspicious, Zeke replied. But Layla didn't give in. Compared to you, who will become the Demon King in the future, what am I? Zeke stuck out his tongue and teased, but I'm not the Demon King yet, am I? If you have anything you want to ask, go ahead and ask, I'll answer everything before I go to sleep, he said, yawning. And after a few seconds of silence, Layla spoke her mind, hey, that thing you said you would propose to me, could it be that? Before the words were even out of her mouth, she noticed he was sleeping like a log. This made Layla unable to hide her surprised expression and she whispered, he fell asleep so fast. Switching scenes to the morning, at this time, a persistent call echoed, wretch, the continuous sound startled our main character awake. The person calling him was the Saintess Lavella. Seeing the main character awake, she smiled and said, did you sleep well? Over here, Zeke sat up and nodded, yeah, did Lavella sleep well too? Next to him, a muscular guy also greeted him, are you all awake yet? Oh yes, Tu-Du is also sleeping. Yep, Zeke replied, before his attention was drawn to some shouting, the elves are really useless. If I were a few hundred years younger, I'd be much stronger than you. This shout came from an old man, and before his scolding, the blue-haired elf girl nodded it off, alright, you're a wizard who's a whole lot younger than I am. Watching their argument, the group could only shake their heads and sigh, as if they had witnessed it many times before. The big guy, Teo-Du, spoke up, advising, if you're awake, please help me stop those two, it's unbearable. But, Zekiap replied with a sigh and went to clap to get both of their attention. Alright, let's quickly prepare breakfast and set off. Come on, isn't it both of your shifts today? The male lead said, patting them both on the shoulder, put the bickering on hold for now. Behind them, the Saintess Lavella smiled in agreement, it must be tiring every day, Zeke replied. It's normal, it's always like this. Behind, Lavella began to recall Zeke's actions and praised him. Keep it up, you're great at leading such a strong group. Her word surprised Zeke a bit. The saintess of Kwam, Lavella, is vouching for it, that gives me a bit more confidence. Hearing that, Lavella smiled slightly. If you feel confident because of my reassurance, then I'm always ready to tell you, hero. The image ended there, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide and hurriedly sat up. His whole body was covered in sweat. His breath became rapid, while the others were still fast asleep. Some thoughts appeared in his mind. What is this dream? Next to him. The sword next to him was constantly glowing and shaking.